evening, everyone. Welcome to the Town Council meeting for July 19th. Before I turn it over to Council President, I'd just like to remind everyone that the next Town Council meeting will be August 9th. Council President?
Thank you. So what was on? Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. I love to see this entourage right here. We did have a police promotion ceremony on our
I'm supposed to open the meeting.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you. This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 24th, 2021, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on December 2nd, 2021. Councilwoman Castellino?
Present.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Present.
Councilman Rutherford?
Here.
Councilwoman Williams?
Present.
Council President McCartney.
Present. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Sorry.
That's okay.
So again, I'm going to reiterate myself. I'm so pleased to see this entourage here. But really, on this, on our agenda, we did have a police promotion ceremony that was supposed to be on our agenda that was moved up to the Rock. So I do want to say congratulations to Sergeant William Sayers to the rank of Police Lieutenant, and to Lieutenant Michael O'Donnell to the rank of Police Captain. So we wish them all the best and Godspeed. And next on our agenda is the swearing in of our new tax collector. Welcome. Madam Clerk is going to do the swearing in.
Congratulations, I forgot. You're sitting there, I forgot about that.
Right, raise your right.
You're going to repeat after me.
I, Kathy Longo, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same and to the governments established in the United States and in the state under the authority of the people. I do further solemnly swear that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all the duties of the office of tax collector to the best of my ability. So help me God.
Kathy, yeah, say a few words.
I want to thank everyone for the opportunity. I've been with the town 17 years. I'm a resident of the town. I love this town, and I'm very excited for my new venture. So thank you.
Excellent. Kathy, and I wanted to say, at a recent council meeting, we did recognize a firefighter to winning the EMT Award of the Year, and that there were, he's nominated by his peers. And I felt the same thing happened to you, that yes, you chose this position. I'm glad it was offered to you. But again, when I talk about your entourage, everyone was so supportive of the work you've done, and hopefully the work that we will continue to see. I know that you were part of that team. We mentioned it at our budget workshop about our tax collection rate being at 99.1, and I know that you were part of that outstanding team. So we wish you all the best. Thank you. Thank you. going to stand up and photobomb. Yes? Oh, thank you very much. Oh, you know, I was just going to say, next on our agenda, I have a proclamation, because July is Disabilities Pride Month, sorry, and I did want to give that to Pastor Adams and Lisa Adams and the work that they're doing. So thank you very much. We'll hold up. That's it. Thank you. Safe travels, everybody. Sweetheart. Yes, sir.
I have people that are logging in from Zoom and they're saying there's a sound issue.
Okay. Oh,
There's Pastor Adams.
Specifically, what is the issue? Specifically, what is the issue? Can they not hear? Is there feedback? There is no sound. Oh.
We spent a million hours on this. I mean, we can't get it. We just don't have the technology.
okay. So we have our public information officer here looking at the issue. Thank you.
I'm not wearing one. Oh, I'm not an employee.
You're what?
I'm not an employee, so I don't have to wear one.
Okay. I thought it said everybody who enters town hall.
No, he said just employees.
Okay.
I'm not going backwards.
See if you can log in. Council President,
Yes, sir.
we're going to test from it, but I suggest you move on with the meeting.
Okay, great.
and,
Thank you. I wasn't sure if we should wait.
We will make sure that, obviously, if anyone misses anything, it is being recorded tonight, and we'll put it up on the website, so at that point, but we'll check and make sure that the sound is going through.
So can you clarify our mask mandate for the general public, because we're all masked? I
Oh, we
think
have
there's-
Michael Fontaine coming in to talk about
Okay,
that.
but
So good evening. Pastor Adams, if you would please join me here. We have a proclamation. Nice to see you. So the proclamation is to declare July Disability Pride Month. It is celebrated in July to acknowledge that the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990, ADA, was signed into law on July 26, 1990. And whereas nearly 1 in 4 people have a disability, and people with disabilities make tremendous contributions to West Orange's art, culture, economy, and community. People with disabilities are valued and vibrant members of the West Orange community, and people with disabilities are diverse, have intersectional identities, as well as sharing a community and culture that is built around their lived experiences. Whereas West Orange acknowledges the long history of isolation and discrimination against people with disabilities and recognizes the decades of activism and advocacy by the disability community. West Orange acknowledges that celebrating culture, community, and the ADA is only a starting point, and there remains significant room for progress toward full and equitable access and inclusion for all people with disabilities. Now therefore, on behalf of Mayor Parisi and Town Council, we do hereby proclaim July 2022 as Disability Pride Month throughout our township. And I would like to present this to Pastor Adam and his wife, Lisa, who have been the coordinators of our township program for individuals with special needs for, I don't really know how many years, right? Over 20 years. So, Pastor Adams, on behalf of the township. I also wanted to mention that Gary Rothstein, Board of Education member, announced it at the Board of Education meeting, and that Starbucks is also putting it up on their chalkboard. So, wheels in motion.
Thank you.
Would you like to say a few words?
I'd just like to thank Mayor Parisi, Council President, and the council for your support over the years, and the community of West Orange. My wife and I have a daughter who just celebrated her 35th birthday, who lives life with a disability, and my wife loves to coin phrases, so the mayor's program is the mayor's program for the uniquely gifted, and the idea behind that, it started some years ago with just a grant for recreation, but people like Alex Caprio and the Delapia family, Angie Delapia, and wonderful volunteers and staff like Elaine and Garbury and Phil Pertusi and people in town have turned it into one of the most exciting, organic, and natural support dynamics. My wife and I do work in this field, and we have hosted people from other countries, organizations, and providers from other states, and I can tell you that all of those conversations are about how to create in community what West Orange does naturally. Families who care for families, who know each other and support each other. And as those who have done it for years have passed it on, we now have individuals like Jewel Dash, who is serving as our party coordinator and food coordinator. We have wonderful families like the Freed family, and wonderful support in the community like Pastor Zach Guyton is on the board, the Freed family's on the board. Lou Delapia has stepped in as his parents have aged and stepped into a different phase of life. He is now on the board, and we're excited about what is next. And I want to thank the town council. Every year they have to vote on a budget. And every year they provide funds for us to do this work. And I want to thank you because it is impacting people's lives. One of the gentlemen that worked in the camp, he went to school here in West Orange. He worked in the camp one summer. He loved it so much, he decided to work as a paraprofessional at the high school. He still works as a paraprofessional at the high school. He became the West Orange head football coach, and Mr. Joseph Anderson was the head coach of the first undefeated freshman football team in West Orange, and I believe that it was the investment that the campers and the uniquely gifted people that he's connected with at the school that are part of his story. And so the ripple effect of what you're doing is impacting West Orange in a positive way. We expect more. We thank the Rotary Club for their donations every year, Unico, and other organizations that have also supported. So thank you very much. I thank you for my wife, who is the long-term coordinator of this and could not rearrange her schedule, but she built the roots and really built this up, and now I just get to carry her bags in her memory. Thank you so much,
You're
all of
so
you, for what
welcome.
you've done for West
Thank
Orange.
you very much. And the proclamation does read that it is from the community, and this was brought to our attention by Cindy Rinsler, my friend and neighbor, who does similar work to Pastor Adams, what he is doing here in West Orange and Union County. So I thank Cindy for that. Thank you for all your work. Thank you, Jewel. Thank you.
Liaison?
Yeah, I did, well, okay. I did have Michael Fonzino, our health director, will come in to talk about the new CDC guidelines. So when he appears, we'll invite Michael to bring us up to speed. In the meantime, we have a few minutes left. We would like to talk about our council liaison announcements. I don't remember which order we're going in, alphabetical order. Pardon?
We go alpha order today.
Alpha order today. Councilwoman Castellino, anything to report?
Sure, yeah, it's been a busy summer with Downtown Thursdays. They've been really well attended, a lot of fun. Last week, we're in front of PNC Art, a bank rather, not the Arts Building, it's on Parkway, right across from St. Mark's Church. We had our ice sculpture there, DJ, music, but most importantly, bringing awareness to our businesses in that little section of Main Street. We have people ordering food, bringing it to tables that we provide, and just really trying out all the different restaurants and eateries. And that's what Downtown Thursdays is all about, bringing the community together and also bringing attention to our business owners. Next week, we will be July 28th. We will be in Washington School Torrey Corner. You could park in the Washington School parking lot. We want to thank our fire department. We have Touch a Truck, so they'll be there with some other activities, desserts and games, and just a whole lot of fun and bringing attention to the businesses in that area. We're excited. Sherman-Williams Design and Paint Store has opened up on Main Street. 10 new stores will be coming. Please look at our notices, join our website, or download our app to get all the news out there. But I really want to thank the West Orange Police Department and our Public Works for helping us with these events. We couldn't do it without them. And I also want to thank Laura Van Dyke and Noelia Perez from our Senior Services Department. They've been out there providing information to our community about all our programming, and that's really been well received by all the residents, just having that information there, and it's been really well received. So we're really excited about that. Also, longtime business in our downtown corridor on Washington Avenue, Jimmy Buff's, it's the home of the Italian hot dog, has been in business for 90 years this August in a couple weeks, so big celebration for them, and we're really excited that such a well-known institution and business is located right here in our township, right off of Main Street. So we congratulate them, and we look forward to their continued success. Hopefully they'll make it way past 100 years. Also want to thank the Recreation Department. They've been out there working hard, providing great programming for our community this summer. This past weekend was movie night. Unfortunately, was interrupted by a rainstorm, but also well-intended. And 4th of July was, I guess, too well-attended. We had a very big crowd, and something I want to talk about later in Pending Matters. It was great, but we had some things that we need to figure out for next year. I had a Board of Ed liaison meeting, and 4th of July did come up. Our use of facilities have come up. We have talked about that. But, as we move forward and trying to educate our public, even though, marijuana is legal in the state, it is not allowed at our events, at our schools, and in our parks. And that's a discussion when we have our resolutions later I'd like to bring up to discuss. So, a few issues there, but nothing that we can't work out as a community and to educate our young people. And with that, that's about it. So we look forward to some August events. And I want to congratulate it's not, my liaison appointment, but Pleasant Valley Productions for the outstanding job they have been doing, providing such great programming up at OSPAC. Matilda was there this week, and I know that was very well attended. I don't want to steal anybody's thunder, but and even the past few programs they've had. So, just want to thank them. And the read I get from our residents, which has been great, is just that for people that don't get away that often, that we have all these great activities here in the township, that people could come together. I've been witnessing a lot of new young families to town, make friends with each other, exchange phone numbers at these events, and to have future play dates with their kids. So it just gives you a warm feeling, and that's what we're all about here in the township. So hope I didn't take too much of your time, but I really wanted to share just witnessing those joyous moments, and we'll just continue to provide the best we can. Thank you, Council
Thank you,
President.
Councilwoman Castellino. Councilwoman Matupra.
Thank you, and thank you for that acknowledgement, Councilwoman Castellino. We all know that the volunteers at OSPAC and the Pleasant Valley Productions, sans for their efforts, we would not have that rich opportunity to celebrate the arts. And for those who don't know, PVP did open OSPAC this year early for our high school students and surrounding high school students to be able to finally perform in front of people as opposed to on Zoom. So that is an incredible treasure that West Orange has, and I'm very happy with everything that they've done. I will ask everyone to mark their calendars. Jazz Fest is back. There's a lot of people looking forward to our Jazz Fest. September 17th from 2 in the afternoon till 9. Also this weekend, OSPAC in collaboration with BIPOC Messages of Hope and Celebration will be at OSPAC Sunday, July 31st from 12 to 3, and it's going to be a creative space to be able to address a lot of different issues that we as a community, a diverse community, face, and the mental health challenges that come along with those. So please be sure to, if you have not gone to OSPAC, please be sure to go there. And to my council colleagues who were here when we created that board, but for your support, we would not have these wonderful opportunities for our community members. The Cannabis Task Force has not met, although I did send them an email last week for looking forward to dates to discuss the next set of applications that we have received so far. I won't get into it at this time since I am going to pull Resolution 173-22. I'm not in support of that, so I am going to be pulling that resolution, but that time will come when we get to that agenda item. That's it for me, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Rutherford.
Thank you, Council President. Light month for both pedestrian safety and open space. Joint meeting is this Thursday, and I don't think we had any insurance now, I guess, for about at least 3 or 4 months. So my report's light.
That's a good thing. Okay. Thanks. Councilwoman Williams?
Thank you, Council President. Hello, West Orange. I do have a few updates. The Rent Leveling Board has not met. Economic Development Commission has not met for the summer, but the MAC meeting was today, and so I am happy to report that the Municipal Alliance Committee is in its new program year, which began on July 1st. The fiscal year ended on June 30th. They had several COVID recovery programs and initiatives, and many of those programs included attendance in excess, and of course some of these programs were just meeting again from COVID shutdowns, but complimentary yoga sessions at the town pool. The MAC committee did purchase yoga mats for participants to use, focused on mindfulness, and then there were tea ceremonies that were hosted in conjunction with the West Orange Public Library. So just to make sure the public is aware that the committee is holding several events focused on mindfulness and certainly directed towards community service. There will be, because some events were canceled due to inclement weather, on July 27th for the Degnan residents, there will be a private class, and then a public class on August 1st, another complimentary yoga class that will be held. And please check the website for the actual location. If I'm not mistaken, that is going to be at the town pool, but I want you to confirm that by checking the town website as well as the MAC portion on the town website. Also wanted to let you know that that committee does have a student volunteer from the Essex County program, but we're also looking for members from the West Orange High School and Seton Hall Prep to serve as actual members on this committee. So if there are any students at either West Orange High School or Seton Hall Prep who are interested in mental health and awareness, please reach out to Laura Van Dyke. Also letting the public know that the opioid settlement fund contributed or will be giving or allocating $10,558 to West Orange. That was given to each municipalities who opted in. There was going to be a forum, opioids and athletes, that was postponed to October, and that we're working with the West Orange High School to make sure that is going to be hosted, and that informational session, the way it looks, will be mandatory for all athletes at the high school. I think that is all the liaison announcements that I have, but I also wanted to, just as a point of personal privilege, make those who live in the Englishtown community aware that we are scheduling a community block party at Minish Park on August the 2nd from 5 to 9 p.m. All residents that live in the Englishtown section of West Orange are invited to attend. We hope to be partnering with the police department, the fire department, have music, and as always at block parties, we're going to ask residents to come out, meet, greet your neighbors, and bring something of your choosing. More information to come, and we'll pass out informational flyers in the neighborhood. Thank you, that's all I have.
Great idea.
Can I just add one thing, Council President?
Absolutely.
We just had the acknowledgement of Pastor Adams and the Mayor's Program for the Uniquely Gifted tomorrow night, July 20th at 5:30 to 7:30 at the Jenny Dunkel Pool. There's a pizza party. Residents are $6, guests are $7, and they're inviting everyone to come out. So hope to see you at Jenny Dunkel Pool tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Councilwoman, thank you. I guess you are a welcoming new neighbor to Englishtown, so a nice meet and greet.
And if I can, just
go ahead.
one more thing. I wanted to share that Montclair State University is doing a recruitment program. So if there anyone who's interested in available job opportunities, please reach out to university facilities. They have a new endowment, and they're looking to train from within. Some of the positions that are available include buildings and grounds positions, maintenance operations, capital planning and project maintenance, occupational safety and environmental services. And again, if you're interested in any of these positions and opportunities, you can apply online, and it's directly at montclair.edu Human Resources. And I'll post that on my personal website as well, Facebook page. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the information. For my council liaison announcements, I would like to say that the West Orange Chamber of Commerce, again, this is going back to OSPAC, they have a summer event, tribute to Woodstock, on July 29th, and the chamber is going to partner. All business owners, everyone in the community will be welcome to a summer social networking that would be scheduled prior to the concert starting at 5:30. Visit westorangechamber.com to come up to OSPAC. And I have to agree with Friday night, the opening of Matilda. I could not believe the line of people waiting to get in. It was so, so popular. So that will be again this Saturday at OSPAC. Please visit Pleasant Valley Productions for tickets. West Orange Arts Council continues to be on fire. They have an art reception, critique group collection this weekend at 11, and again next weekend, July 29th, starting at 7. Again, I always ask everyone to go to woarts.org to see their agenda and to visit the Art Center at 551 Valley Road. Laura Van Dyke's name comes up frequently with Noella Perez. They are very busy. The Senior Services, their department, and West Orange Women's Club, and the Rent a House Few West Orange House board members are planning a beach blanket bingo at the community room at the Rena House, and also trivia contest with our very own Joe Fagan. So dates to be announced. Our next planning board meeting will be on August 3rd at 7:30. They have been on Zoom. I know we have our health director here. They will probably continue to be on Zoom. And the West Orange Environmental Commission meeting was canceled in July because people were on vacation. So thank you all for being here. And I think, not too bad. Okay. Madam Clerk? I just want to say one thing. I know we always start the meeting, Ukraine still needs our prayers. They're, it's kind of getting buried in the news now, and I would still ask everyone to keep Ukraine in their prayers. Yes, he's up next. Okay?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 24th, 2021, and published in the West, in the West Orange Chronicle on December 2nd, 2021. Councilwoman Castellino?
Present.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Present.
Councilman Rutherford?
Here.
Councilwoman Williams?
Present.
Council President McCartney?
Present.
Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? The council is now in their public meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Joe Fagan, okay, there we go. I was going to ask if Joe has any
Council President.
announcements,
I
please.
think we're having a problem with the Zoom at home, being able to hear us. I'm unable to resolve the problem. It's not Zoom. It might be with equipment, but I'm not sure what the problem is.
No. I did watch our
I
last.
see that we have two individuals on Zoom with their hands raised that want to ask questions, but I don't know if they can hear us.
Oh,
As long as we can hear them.
I'm sorry?
mm-hmm. Thanks, Matt. Is it? Oh. We're just experimenting. At our last meeting, we had this. I did watch our last council meeting. We spent an awful lot of time trying to figure this out, and unfortunately have not been resolved yet.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to work for this evening. We have been working on it, and it actually was working this afternoon, so we don't know exactly what the issue is right now. Obviously, in order to solve it would mean we'd have to tear everything down and look and see where the problem is, and that's not realistic for the meeting. So unfortunately, I think we'll have to not have the Zoom. We probably should sign off because they can't hear anything that is being said, and that might be more frustrating.
Excuse me, Mr. Gross, is it the internet? Are we called, what do we have, Comcast or
I don't think so.
Fios here?
I think well, first off, I really don't know because an hour and a half ago, it was working and it seemed to be working fine. There were some, I guess, some adjustments that were made, and I think maybe something happened when the adjustments were done that knocked something out of place. I just really have no idea, and we're not going to solve it in a short period of time.
I just, if you could just share, because I know I've called a few times to get a few of you on the phone, especially Mr. Fagan, and how many hours has been put into this already? Just by you trying to,
Hundreds.
yeah, I think the public needs to know. It's been trying to work on this, and
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay.
Is it possible to have the folks, as the gentleman suggested, type questions into chat and then have them read?
I would think that that could be done. They could send me an email and we can read, we could read it in, those two individuals. I mean, we certainly can read in comments that are provided, if you want.
Yeah, if we can, I think we should, and then, you know, we can figure out whatever we're gonna do going forward. But folks obviously came for a reason. Most of the time, it's because of public comment. So if we can accommodate them, I think we should.
So Joe, is it possible for you to type a message, since we don't know that they can even hear us? Can you type a message to them to type in their questions if they do have one?
I think the easiest thing would be is if I gave them my text number, my cell phone, and they texted me.
Okay,
That way I'd have it, but the problem is, if they can't hear us, they're not going to know that.
That's true. They won't hear the response.
yeah.
No.
Yeah. you could hear
Sally
it the next-
Malanga, you're on the phone. Can you hear me? Can you hear us?
No, I verified with numerous individuals that the sound is not coming through. So there's no chance that anybody here is hearing what's going on at the meeting right now. So again, if you can, I don't know if you can text a message to her through Zoom, that, you know.
Excuse me, John, though, even if he does that and they send a question in, they won't hear the response.
They'll hear it when it goes up online.
Yeah, we'll hear
Yes.
tomorrow.
All
It's
right,
more
thank-
important for us to hear
thank
them
you.
than hear
Mhm.
us. They could always hear us after the fact.
So I
So
would suggest you move forward.
I am going to move
public
forward
comment.
because out of respect for the people that did come here, I would respectfully want to move on with our meeting. And our health director is here. I did ask him to come because of the new CDC. I don't know that they're really new. I think we're just trying to make recommendations to put the CDC guidelines in place. So Michael Fonzino, if you would please bring us up to date.
Director Fonzino should speak at this point.
He has a graphic. I think that's what they're trying to coordinate. So then, Joe, you can go next and finish up that presentation.
Thank you, Joe. Good evening, Council President, council members, administration, and members of the public. My name is Michael Fonzino, the Director of Department of Health and Welfare, and just want to give a brief update on some change in the COVID-19 protocols for the township.
Mr. Fonzino, I'm sorry, Director Fonzino. Can you please speak into the microphone? We can't hear you either.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
You got to
Okay.
get right on it.
Okay. On July 14th, the COVID-19 community level in Essex County, along with 17 other counties in New Jersey, elevated from medium, which is the yellow up on the screen here, to high, which is orange. And the prevention steps or recommendations from the CDC when we're at each level. When we're in high community level, the CDC recommends wearing a mask while indoors in public, staying up to date with all COVID-19 vaccines and boosters, getting tested if you become symptomatic, and taking any additional precautions for those people who might be at high risk for severe illness. This is the first time Essex County has reached a high level, community level, since CDC implemented this tool back in March of 2022. The township has been following CDC recommendations since the COVID-19 pandemic has begun and continues to do so in response to this community level change by requiring all visitors and employees to wear a properly worn mask when conducting business inside municipal-owned buildings, regardless of your vaccination status. The township remains committed to implementing safe practices in order to protect both our employees and the public. If there's any questions,
No, yeah, thank you, Michael.
take
You
them at
need-
this time.
Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, I have a
Yes.
question. So with this status now, are we saying now if this was September, they're going to make the kids go back to school with masks?
That's really not the intent at this point in time. These are recommendations, they're not mandates.
Okay,
The
so it's not a
town, the
mandate.
township has just always been following the recommendations of the CDC, so it's not a state mandate. We're just making it a requirement on our level
For employees?
for
okay.
employees and
For
and
employees.
visitors.
And
Yep.
visitors?
Okay.
Yeah, precautionary measures. It's,
I
it's,
appreciate you being cautious, but I'm also not in agreement with the recommendation.
So your recommendation is for employees and visitors?
That's
So that
correct.
means everyone in the building should be wearing a mask?
Right.
Right.
When employees are in the common spaces of the building and of their office, we're suggesting they wear a mask.
So in here,
Or requiring, I'm sorry.
in here, should we all be wearing a mask?
That's
that's
the
the
recommendation.
recommendation.
Is that the recommendation or is that the policy? Because I saw something on the building as I entered.
Well, it's for employees,
And visitors.
And visitor.
so it's mandated, so you don't want me to put a mask on, is that what you're stating?
Yes, that's the
Everyone
recommend,
is
that's the
a-
recommendation.
And
Everyone
again,
is as
with
asked.
camps and
has
everything
been-
else, are we telling the schools that are holding camps right now to wear masks on the kids?
Well, first off,
This
we
is a
don't have-
message you're sending here tonight, I
we-
want
we-
you to realize that.
We do not have jurisdiction over the schools. This is
Well,
a town,
but
this is town. the
What about our
township-
recreation programs? This is where you're
This is,
going?
this is
Well,
only for
It depends on indoors
not
or
outdoor.
outdoors, yes.
This applies to indoor, not outdoor.
And regarding camps, I know we don't have jurisdiction over the Board of Ed, but my daughter's at a camp, and every day they wear their masks while they're on the bus, while they're indoors, and every day there's a report sent home about if any child has displayed symptoms or has tested positive. And the purpose of that is to make sure that we are making informed decisions. It's not to be punitive, but it is to help make sure that we make informed decisions.
Yes, thank you.
And I want to say one other thing. I think, given the history that we've had dealing with some parts of town government with regard to our response, I think it's important that we, as a council, and I'm not trying to pick on you, Michelle, because I understand your position and we've had private conversation about it, but I do think it's important that we show a united front one way or the other, because when we don't, it allows for some commentary and some feelings in other parts of town hall that may not be helpful to kind of managing our way through.
Well, I'm not complying, so if you want me to leave, I'll leave. If everybody's uncomfortable, I'll leave. I'll leave that up to you guys. I think we're treading very thin ice with this. I think this sends a strong message to the community, and if schools were open today, this would be a problematic.
Schools are open, and they are running camps, and indoors it is recommended to wear a mask. Not just because of this, but they have
Are they
been, we have been
are
for
they-
3 years.
So in 90-degree
The
weather, we're
recommendation is to wear a
mandating the
mask
kids to wear
indoors,
masks.
not outdoors. As a director, I have been doing that for the past 3 years, and we continue to do
I
that
mean,
now.
you all know how I feel.
I
mean,
understand.
I watched my mother die on the
All the
on
more
my phone.
reason that should
But
justify
there's
the
therapeutics, we're
recommendations.
so much further where we were.
No,
It's,
we're not, we're not.
But we are.
It's still here.
but we are.
But it's
It's
still here.
Yes, it's still here, but it's not what it was.
One of the thi-
Exactly, but we are making recommendations to keep it at bay because we are at a high level. So the recommendation is to wear them outdoors.
Well, I disagree with the recommendation, and I will not wear a mask today, so if you want me to leave, then you folks decide.
So what are we,
Oh,
what
my
are we
goodness.
doing? Because
I don't mean
we
to put you in
need
a
to-
spot. I walked into this, it wasn't discussed with me prior.
As a matter of procedure.
I'm not an employee of the township, I'm an elected official, so I'm not
Uh, uh, uh,
officially an employee,
As
so
a,
I
as
don't
a,
have to comply.
as a matter of procedure, we ask everyone to mask.
And I am vaccinated, folks.
If they don't, then, that's a choice, and there's no specific enforcement that we're, involved in, other than to
ask
Okay.
people. In terms of employees, that's a different issue.
Understood, but I think we just need to be clear on the message that that sends as well when you
Yeah.
go to employees that work here.
Right,
If
or
they don't
visitors.
or visitors, if they don't want to make wear a mask. So we have to be consistent, and we have to make whatever decisions we are going to implement in front of Town Hall, we have to oblige. We're the representatives and we're the leaders in the community.
Yeah, I know
So
that.
for
I
me,
know
I'm
that.
speaking, and for me, the challenge is that we're the respected elected officials, and if we won't comply with the simple mandates, then what message does that send?
So can I interject for a second? One of the things Councilwoman Castellino and I have talked about is at some point, we're going to have to find a way to live with this. It is not going away, right? And a part of that is, and I think part of what she's communicating, I know emotions are high right now, right? But I think a part of what she's trying to communicate is she walked in with no knowledge that this was going to be the case before she got here. And I mean, I was here yesterday, so I knew. That's how I found out. I know there's some email. I know we got email. Not everybody checks it
didn't
every
see it.
day. But the point I'm making is we need to be consistent, whether it's on our side or the administration side. And we need to clearly communicate what the expectations are and then enforce them across the board. Because what will happen is people will assume that we're not being fair and that we're playing favorites, and that if you belong to one crew or another crew, you get a different kind of treatment. And that undermines our ability as leaders in town, as elected officials, and it calls into question our judgment. So, that's why I said I think we all should, and I understand your position, and I completely, we've had conversations about it. And this is not to vilify her or anyone else, but I do think if we're not consistent, we're going to have more problems down the road. And that's really where I'm going with this. So whatever the rule is, the rule should be fairly applied. And adequately communicated.
I don't think any of us disagree with that, and that's our intention to do that. And to the extent that the point about learning to live with it, our next step, we're already in the process of looking at what alternatives there may be other than just following the CDC rules, and having our medical director look at those issues and to give us some guidance of where to go next, because it's a completely legitimate concern. We all have it, and at some point in time, we would only hope that the CDC does the same thing, and they are doing the same thing. We hope that, but we're doing it on our own. But until then, until we get a directive from our medical director to take a different direction, we've been following the CDC, and that's why we've done what we've done here. In terms of enforcement, it is not our intention to do anything more than to request. Perhaps we'll refuse service or whatever if we don't get compliance from the public. We'll deal with that on a case-by-case basis. So.
And one other thing for the record. I do support your right to protest. I think everybody has that right. I think this is such a big deal that we've got to be considerate of a bunch of different things that might not normally have to be considered. So that's my last comment. I'm happy to do with whatever everybody else agrees to.
Council President, if I may just add to the...
Councilwoman Matuka.
Thank you. Just to the conversation, John, 2 questions. So tomorrow, today's Tuesday, tomorrow, Wednesday, we have employees that come in or visitors that come in tomorrow and just decide, like Councilwoman Castellino, that they're just not going to wear a mask. What's the remedy?
Well,
The
they
consequence to
will be
enforce.
requested to wear a mask, and if warranted, we may refuse service.
Okay, I'm going to, considering that it is 7:24, I am going, and we have business to take care of, and lots of it, I'm going to respectfully request, Councilwoman Castellino, please wear your mask this evening, and we can have these conversations at another time, simply because it's going to cause disruption with the staff. We've already got issues with, as we all know, with some of our staff who refuse to follow certain mandates that were required by West Orange. I have to agree that I don't think it is fair that we have one set of rules, and we are, yes, elected officials, but we also receive a stipend, right, and pay into a pension. So while we are elected officials, I consider us employees because we do receive a stipend from the municipality. But, and I don't want to prolong this anymore. Just for the rest of these, this meeting, can we
And
please?
respectfully, I'm not going to comply,
Okay.
and I
Council
appreciate,
President-
and
Council
and that's
President,
where
then
I'm
that's
at
up to
with
you.
this. I'll leave. We're not going to get sick again. We're not going to get sick.
Okay,
See, this is what I mean. This is the
But-
paranoia that we're going to
And
put
it's
out
not
there in
paranoia,
the
Michelle.
public.
okay, this is not
Okay, thank you,
time for
sir.
public comment, please. There should
Thank
be
you.
order.
Councilwoman Castellino, I do not want to see you leave, but the reason I asked Michael Fonzino to come in here today as the House
I get it,
Director
and I
is to
respect
make these
Michael.
recommendations, to explain to us and the public recommendations that have been
Yeah.
set forth. I would respectfully ask you to wear a mask for this evening's meeting. We do have people here. It's not over. And I do believe we
can't.
should be a
I'm sorry, I
united
can't.
front.
I don't agree with this, and I can't. I think we're traveling in a place that we're misleading the public.
It's
and-
not about misleading the
It's not
public.
about
We had officers, we had firemen who lost their jobs because they
I know.
refused to get a vaccine,
Exactly.
and it was the requirement and the request for them to continue to work here in West Orange. They chose not to comply, and they lost their jobs. All we're asking is that you please wear a mask to continue so that we can continue with our meeting. And if that is too much to ask and you refuse to comply, then we're not mandating that you leave, but that's the next step.
I get it, and I perfectly
But we are on a
understand
high
that.
level. That's why I asked him
I'm
to
not
come
trying to
in.
be difficult, but first of all, I'm a little disappointed because a few of you,
We know.
I wish I would have had a heads up on this, because I did not comply.
This is one of the most
Okay.
important meetings.
I see counts.
I'm
We're
gonna-
going
I'm
to be
gonna-
advised. Please advise.
Look, this is a difficult issue, and I want to emphasize that what Mike said, Mr. Fonzino said, was this is a recommendation, not a mandate, number one. I don't really view what Councilwoman Castellino is doing as a protest. I think wearing a mask or not wearing a mask is an individual risk assessment. And unfortunately, not wearing a mask puts other people at risk. And I'll just give you an example. Yesterday, I was in Manhattan for an extended period, inside and outside with a lot of people. Sometimes I wore a mask, sometimes I didn't. But for all I know, I was exposed yesterday to COVID. I'm no longer afraid of dying from it. I've been vaccinated and boosted. And the new strains seem to be less severe,
Yep.
but that's me. Everybody's going to make their own assessment. I do think that the recommendation is a good idea. I'm sorry that Councilman Castellino doesn't agree with it. I do have some concerns about excluding a council person, whether it's Ms. Castellino or anyone else, from a meeting. That is a pretty severe thing to do, and it can have a lot of different effects. So my view is it's not such a great idea to exclude her. Right now, she's the only person here that's not wearing a mask. Everybody else is, although some of us are having some trouble keeping it over our mouths and noses. But I guess one of the things that, concerned me coming here, or like one of the things I thought about was why are we doing this in person? I mean, we had Zoom meetings for
There we
an
go.
extended period of time, and if you're going to sit here with a mask on, which is uncomfortable, why not just do this by Zoom? And it's too late to do that now, but think about it going forward, because this is not over. Well, that's just, we've had meeting after meeting on Zoom, so.
Please, okay, sir, thank you. Please not, thank you. That's okay. Thank you.
We had Zoom meetings for 2 years,
Mhm.
and they worked fine.
Right. So
Family and
can,
everything.
it was a decision, there was a decision that was made because of these recommendations about wearing a mask indoors. I just said I have been wearing a mask indoors for the past 3 years when this started, so I didn't think it was going to be a difficult decision. I thought that it was, I already said, precautionary, and that's what I expected to happen this evening. I did not expect this.
The only thing I'm going to suggest to all of you going forward is to think about this as a matter of policy and how you want to handle it. You set your own rules, how you want to do this. If we're going to be staying in a high-risk situation, maybe you want to go back to Zoom meetings. They're, to me, pretty efficient.
Yep.
They do seem to take longer than an in-person meeting, and that's a problem, but we'll have to live with it perhaps. I don't know if I've answered
So you're
everybody's questions or concerns, but those are my thoughts.
Thank you.
So we're saying we're making an exception, or what?
Am I saying that?
No, you're saying no, United
So-
Front. I
So
appreciate
I'm
it, the
gonna
United
dismiss
Front.
myself from the meeting. I'm not going to make you guys make a decision. And then the next meeting, if this is still, the risk is high, then I recommend we do a Zoom meeting.
Agree.
I would
I know
just,
we have the budget.
just like to remind everyone that this is as a meeting, it is jam-packed full and with, between the budget and the capital ordinances that require 2/3 support from the council. I think it's important to try to have as many people participate as possible.
I move for the exception of the mask requirement at tonight's meeting so that no one has to leave.
You know, I think the onus is on Michelle, on Councilwoman Castellino.
So here's what I'm going to do, because I don't want the people that did come tonight, I respect for them to feel uncomfortable. I don't want to disrespect our health officer, because that's not what this is about. I think we're going down a road that we should not be traveling, because if this was September, this would be really tough with the parents with school. So tonight, I will put the mask on, because I do have a duty to the community in regards to the budget. But the next meeting, if this is where we're going, then I'm going to recommend that we do it via Zoom, because I'm not coming back with the
Duly
mask
noted.
on.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. And thank you, everyone here, for wearing their mask.
You don't have to thank me, but I appreciate it.
Public comment. Director Fonzino, thank you very much for your remarks. Does anyone, pardon? Oh, Joe Fagan, I'm sorry, Joe, yes. Thank you for giving Michael that time.
In the interest of time, Council President, I don't have a lot to report on tonight, so I'm just going to remind everyone that all important announcements can be seen at westorange.org. That is our website, and you can follow us on social media as well. But if you log into our website, westorange.org, you'll be able to find all the announcements. The only thing I was going to talk about, and it's hardly really important, is the spotted lanternfly is a problem here again in New Jersey with summertime. We're seeing it more often, and it needs to be reported and it needs to be stopped. It is an invasive species, so you can just go to our website. Again, Council President, in the interest of time, I don't want to drag
Thank
on
you.
public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan.
My public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Anyone have a comment? Yes, sir? A comment? Comment or a question? Public comment is open. Oh, yes? Come up, please. Give us your name and address for the record. Sir, yes,
My name is Mark
quite a
Chase.
few.
I'm a resident of West Orange for 22
Sir, I'm sorry,
years
your
now.
name and address, please?
Mark Chase, 110 Eagle Ridge Way, West Orange.
And your last name, please spell?
Chase, my last name Chase.
Chase, okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm just mentioning because when I said stomp out the spotted lantern flight, the other day I was in my backyard. I literally saw thousands of them. And I've called up the Department of Agriculture, I've called up West Orange. They're like, okay, call and report it, but report it and then what? I mean, I can't sit there stomping out thousands of flies. I don't know what, they don't tell you how to kill them. They don't tell you how to get rid of them. They don't tell you anything. So what are you doing? They just
You
say
stomp them out, that's what they say.
No, but that's
No,
not,
no,
that's
I
not
know.
an answer.
That's
not
the
really-
answer.
That
Right.
doesn't tell me anything. What do I do?
We'll follow up, and
I
if we
guess-
get some additional information,
All right,
we'll.
if they could post any other information, it'd be nice, because I just literally, the other day when I saw them, they were tiny and they were gonna
Same
grow.
here.
They
I
were
know.
just-
We've
they were
been hearing
they were
about
like
them, right.
1,000 of them. They were all marching along a pipe, and I was like, wow.
I know, we have been hearing about them across the state,
Yeah.
and now they seem to have found West
Okay.
Orange. So
There should be some sort of a spray or some sort of a, is the Department of whoever runs the Department of Agriculture in West Orange or any of the health department?
locally,
anybody?
Department of Public Works,
We'll-
we'll find out and get back to
We'll
you.
I mean, if
reach
you get
out
a
to try
van
to
and
find
put a
more
spray or do
information.
Something, I mean, all right.
We will ask.
I don't know how bad it would get. Okay.
Thank you. You're right.
Council President,
Yes,
can we, just for the sake of any additional commenters, remind folks the rules for public comment? Just, we'll respond at the end.
Oh, you're right. Okay, sorry. Thank you. I think it was just that screen that was there. Yes, if there are any comments, please, we need your name and address. Come to the microphone, and we will respond after public comment. Yes, please. Welcome. Please speak into the microphone.
Good evening. My name is Vincent Randolph.
Can you speak just a little louder?
Oh.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's hard to hear.
Good evening. My name is Vincent Randolph. You said give my phone number?
Your address?
166 Watson Avenue, West Orange, New Jersey.
166
Watson.
Watson, thank you.
Go ahead.
All right. My name is Vincent Randolph, and I'm the president and majority owner of Belief in J. We were in the first round of awarded, yes?
I'm so sorry.
We're having a very hard time hearing
Maybe
you.
if you just pull down your mask while you're speaking, that might be helpful.
And speak right into it, you know what I mean?
All right.
Thank you.
My name is Vincent Randolph. I am president and majority owner of Belief in J. We were in the first round of awarded licenses by the CRC for Class 1 cannabis cultivation, and we were also in the second round of awarded licenses for Class 2 manufacturing. And we are one of the 8 entities in the state to have this vertically integrated status. We submitted our application to the CRC with 429 Valley Road as our location in hopes that that particular location would be, that particular site in the B1 zone would be expanded to include it in the I zone. We had a backup location at 11 Central, which we hadn't applied with because there were remediation issues that were being sorted out. And our plan was to remedy the property and then move forward with submitting the application for 11 Central. Because West Orange initially said that there would be an unlimited amount of micro businesses allowed to operate in the town, we essentially put all our eggs in one basket. I'm a West Orange resident. My partner, Mark Chase, is a West Orange resident also. Him and his wife have raised their family here for the past 22 years. I have 2 small children who both plan to start school here in the fall. And, you know, we won our business in West Orange. Our team and staff are from here, not just, you know, because of our micro business status, but are from here and from neighboring towns. And we want to, you know, keep our business here. You know, I'm here today to object the proposed temporary suspension of the acceptance of applications for local approval for cannabis businesses. And if this resolution is imposed, it can possibly lead to us losing our conditional license. Available real estate throughout the state for cannabis businesses are extremely scarce and rare, and the same goes for West Orange, specifically for our types of businesses. A huge portion of the I zone in West Orange has been earmarked for redevelopment, significantly limiting the amount of available locations for cannabis cultivation and manufacturing businesses. I'm staying positive because I believe what is meant to be shall be. and we're very close to remedying the situation at 11 Central, and we're submitting our application to the town, and we found out that you guys were planning to implement a resolution to, put a temporary suspension on that. So I'm here asking you to not do so. And, the million-dollar question is like, why are you guys seeking to do that in the first place? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Randolph. Any other questions? Yes, sir? Please. Name and address. You have 5 minutes. Please speak into the microphone.
James Jackson, 1 Ashley Road, West Orange, New Jersey. Again, my name is James Jackson. I am the CEO of Urcana LLC, a longtime resident of West Orange. Before I begin, I would like to thank the Cannabis Task Force and council members for your time and attention to ensure West Orange's cannabis industry reflects the diversity of its constituency. As the CEO of Urcana LLC, I am here this evening to inquire about our application for resolution of local support for a Class 1 microcultivation license. My team submitted our application on June 21st, 2022 at 12:27 p.m. On June 22nd, 2022, Ms. Paula Reynolds, a purchasing agent for the Township of West Orange, confirmed receipt and submission to the West Orange Cannabis Task Force. I further received confirmation from Chief Abbott, and as of tonight, it's been 28 days since our application has been submitted. While I understand the diligence and time required to review a cannabis application, would it be out of the realm of possibility to obtain an estimated time frame of review and approval? I do not intend to rush the process, and I apologize if my comments here this evening make it seem as such. But as you may know, Urcana is an applicant for an annual license. So that means our submission requires both proof of local support, unlike conditional applicants who can apply without site control, and proof of local support. An annual applicant must submit both with its application. My team and I have been working diligently as possible to present a comprehensive and intentional and well thought out application. Is there any way to expedite the process? Please let me know, as we will provide any and all information required. Though I am confident our application has met the standards laid out in the ordinance, I want to confirm that Urcana would have the opportunity to cure our application if deemed necessary. As you will see in our application, I've been involved in the cannabis industry for over 8 years. I'm currently the Senior Director of Social Equity for the largest private cannabis company in the country. My whole role is focused around using our company's resource to create opportunities for wealth building and economic empowerment through communities that have been most impacted by the war on drugs. I've hosted pitch competitions as well as intensive executive training around the country. I've seen the struggle. I've seen the lack of resources. You all just heard the gentleman who went before me and unfortunately is dealing with the situation. The lack of compassion for Black and brown operators in this space. So not only am I submitting my application here in West Orange, but I've played a significant role in helping others achieve their dreams in the cannabis space. I chose West Orange to headquarter my business, not only because I'm a resident and I have 3 children in the school system here, but because West Orange's commitment to small-owned businesses owned by small-owned business owned by residents of West Orange. I recall listening to a council meeting back in February reiterating the glaring inadequacies in the cannabis space for Black and brown communities and explicitly welcoming minority and micro businesses. This sentiment was echoed by all members of the council, providing me with the motivation to move forward in West Orange. As best as these intentions can be, I hope West Orange continues to honor their commitment to Black and brown communities by continuing the support of small minority-owned businesses. To summarize, I would be grateful to receive an estimated time frame for the application review to assist in my planning and budget allocation and moving forward to submit my application to the CRC, as well as receive a confirmation of applicants' ability to cure their application if there is a deficiency revealed in the review. As a long-term resident of West Orange, I thank you for the opportunity to build a successful minority-owned cannabis cultivation business here in the Township of West Orange. As an experienced cannabis professional, activist, and director, please let me know if I can be a resource at all, any way I can ensure the viability of West Orange cannabis market. If there's any question or further information that I can provide, please let me know, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson, what was your address again?
1 Ashley Road.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? or questions? Yes, sir. Welcome.
Hi, Todd DeBovie, Burnett Terrace. I apologize for my attire at the moment because I
need.
didn't get audio, so I decided to come down.
Okay.
First thing I wanted
Thank
to
you.
mention has to do with the budget and the moving of the $40,000 from the community house. The rationale that was presented during the budget hearing indicated that those monies were moved from the community house because the community house was out of compliance with its reporting requirements. 20,000 of those dollars made it to the Downtown Alliance. The Downtown Alliance is also out of compliance in its reporting responsibilities. So I would suggest or request that those funds be reinstated to help needy children, which is what that organization exists for the benefit of. I have a question regarding one of the resolutions, the one where you're hiring Hendricks Appraisal Company. My question has to do with why the former owner is paying for the appraisal. Why doesn't the former owner engage the appraiser directly themselves? Why is the town inserting itself even though it's not paying for it? It doesn't make any sense to me. I'm trying to follow that logic, and I'd love to know what the rationale for that is. I also have questions concerning the Kemper assignment. There's a resolution for the town agreeing with the assignment of, an assumption agreement, which wasn't attached to the agenda, by the way, the agreement. Why is Kemper assigning their obligations for the carts? That's apparently what it's for, but there wasn't much explanation, so I have a question for that. The next issue is bond offerings. You got $14 million in bond offerings being presented. Most of the town can't know anything about this because they can't hear and they're not here to listen. Of the 10 million, $4.5 million of it is for artificial turf. Interestingly enough, South Orange put a referendum out for a $1.8 million expenditure for the same thing. You're spending $4.5 million. Why can't we have a referendum for making a decision on such a massive expenditure for something that I'm not sure the town needs or can afford? I'd vote that one down if I had the opportunity to do that. And I just want to thank Ms. Castellino for putting a mask on.
Thank you, Mr. DeBove.
Thank you.
Yes. Please. Name and address, please. We're asking to speak directly into the microphone.
Yes, my name
Welcome.
is Charles Penn. I am not a resident of West Orange. My business partner is. I am a co-owner of the Library of New Jersey. I just wanted to come say the reason why we showed up today was because we thought that you guys were going to be talking about closing the applications for micro businesses. We pride ourselves on basically paving the way for those that come behind us. And at every moment, we've dealt with all kinds of roadblocks we've overcome, but closing this down is in our mind, or what it shows to us, is a lack of commitment to the promise that you do support small businesses. At this point, we can only go as fast as we can. We have submitted our application, but those behind us haven't. And it's not necessarily a laziness reason. It has a lot to do with funding, sourcing funding, having to deal with the steps that entails. And that keeps you on this kind of indefinite time frame. So you rely on rolling admissions into a town because it allows you to achieve your goals while still, feeling comfortable in your space with the investors, because essentially an investor doesn't want to invest in you if they know that you are not going to be able to return their investment plus more. Now, when you're dealing with a municipality that has a time frame in this current of this new industry that's coming to this state, that puts people like me in a rough predicament, because now they go, okay, I would like to open up. I want to be valuable to your community. I want to show that cannabis can be mature and mainstream, but due to the restrictions of time, I can't do that. And that will kill someone's whole dream. I've seen people literally talk to us and say they would like to get into this industry, but they know it's impossible because of roadblocks like this. I'm not saying that was your intent. I understand the nature of things. I understand the nature of politics, but that does have an impact on someone's self-esteem and desire to get into the industry. I pride myself on overcoming challenges. I look forward to things like this. My business partner and I both do, but that's not the case for everyone. So, I just wanted to address this. I know that it got dismissed for this meeting today. It's still on there? Okay, perfect. So this is even more pertinent to it. I understand personal feelings towards cannabis. Everyone has the right to believe what they want to believe. But when you talk about building up the community beyond just that institution, when little kids see me who look like me in my own business, that inspires them to want to get a business in whatever. When we remove that, we completely cancel that as being an option for the future. Of course, I'm invested into it because I have money into it. I have investors who are behind me, but it's more than just for me. I'm not here for me. We have our application in. This is for those to come behind me. And I would just say for everyone to just take into account that this is affecting people beyond just a time frame. Because it's someone who's 2 weeks behind us and they're like, oh man, they're about to close out. That kills everything. They have their hopes of, let's say, being in a town like West Orange. It's not really feasible to switch at the last minute your direction in terms of your goal of where you want to be located. One of the biggest issues, as you guys know, is zoning. So there's really not a lot of real estate in these municipalities for people. So that all of this is just a humongous weight on people's consciousness, their psyche, more than just a physical burden. The mental burden can sometimes be far superior to that. And I just want to bring that up to you just so that you're aware that people are looking to you guys to be their guiding light so that they can achieve their goals and their dreams. And just to keep that, on your minds. That's all. I appreciate you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, welcome.
Good evening, how are you? My name is Kai Dawes, and I live at 9 Carter Road in West Orange.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your name? I
Yep,
didn't catch
Kai Dawes.
Thank you.
Can you spell that for us, please?
First or last?
Both.
First, Kai. Last name Dawes, Dawes.
Thank you.
I feel like I'm at a spelling bee.
You passed.
Good evening, council members. As I said, my name is Kai Dawes. I am the Chief Administrative Officer for Eurocana and a longtime resident of West Orange and an active community coach here. I have 2 children in the school system who are active in sports and the school system as well. I would like to thank the Cannabis Committee for the efforts which you've put forth thus far to get us to where we are today in West Orange. This is an important objective, not just for us as an organization, but for our town and our community, so I appreciate that. I would just like to reiterate the comments to which James made, our CEO, about providing us a timeline as our organization as a whole has put forth a lot of time and, of course, expense in navigating the process thus far. So I'm not going to waste any more of anyone's time. I would just like to ask, of course, for the support on a timeline to help us move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Dawes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Corey Dishman. I am a resident. I live at 64 Llewellyn Avenue in West Orange, New Jersey. I'm not going to take too much of your time. First of all, I want to thank you for having us this evening. I want to thank you all for allowing this opportunity to even occur. For somebody like myself to be standing in front of you today with a dream of one day having a legacy for my children, of one day having generational wealth for my children. I'm a single dad and father of 3 children that attend school in this township. My son just graduated from West Orange High School. He's a football player. He just got a full scholarship, so I thank you guys for that. Like I said, I'm not going to take too much of your time, but just realize that as many stigmas are attached to this thing, we're working hard to combat the image of cannabis. We're not just in this community, we're for the community. I'm not going to take the time saying all the great things that we've done within West Orange and beyond, but if you do the research and you put in Corey Dishman and Charles Penn of the Library of New Jersey, you'll see some of the things that we've been doing and that we will continue to do if given the opportunity to do so in this town. Please consider us, as well as those that we are trying to be inspirational for. I don't write speeches, and nothing against those that do, but I'm speaking from the heart. And I can drop a tear right now because this is my chance. This is my chance. I'm currently in school to be a doctorate of education, educational leadership. I've worked with special needs kids. I've coached for over 10 years. I've volunteered my time. I serve the homeless every Thanksgiving, every Christmas with my children. And I will continue to do those things with my business partner and with our team. God bless everyone, and thank you for this opportunity once again.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other comments or yes, sir?
He already spoke.
Oh, mm-mm.
No.
Yes, because, it was about a lantern fly. I
Okay.
think he was reacting to the
That's fine.
slide. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I was up here before, but
I
it was on a
understand.
spotted
There's-
fly, so I just saw that.
I knew the lantern fly caught your eye, I guess.
My name is Mark Chase. I live at 110 Eagle Ridge Way in West Orange. I'm up here to support all the others who've come up before me in the cannabis situation. I find it difficult. I've had many a conversation or emails with Ms. Batu Brown, with Chief Abbott, with Mayor Parisi, about the conditions of the I-zone and the lack of space in the I-zone, which you all have known all these months now. And to put a time limit now by you saying you're going to put a suspension on new applications, I don't understand that part of it, besides the fact that micro businesses were supposed to be unlimited. Once you put a suspension on something, the odds are it's not going to open up really quickly because you have other agendas and other things to deal with. So I am petitioning that you put a stay on the suspension of new applications. We're very close, and we're that close, and we were very far because there were no spaces available. So we had to look for spaces. We had an application to the state. We got 2 licenses from Trenton, hoping to use the 429, which it was asking. And when I presented that to all the boards of the cannabis board, they were all waiting for somebody in some division of some kind to make a decision on what are they going to do to rectify the problem that West Orange themselves actually created by putting the redevelopment zones in the I-zones, which gives a competition to our ability to have a space to open up manufacturing and cultivation. I believe those 2 particular industries, why they're only limited to the I-zone, I don't know what the reasoning behind that was. We had a great location that we would have loved to and still love to use, but we're in the process of purchasing a property in the I-zone to show the commitment of what we want to do here in West Orange. I've been here 22 years. I have no intention to leave here, and I want to put my money back into it. If I open a business here that it really stands to make a lot of money, it would benefit West Orange as well. And you guys opted in to have that industry here, and now you guys are shooting yourselves in the foot by not allowing it to grow or to have as many applications as necessary. I would like to ask if anybody can answer, how many applications have been made in West Orange, and how many have been approved of? And I feel like the numbers are so low that I don't understand why a suspension is necessary. That's just trying to figure out logistically what's going on. And I know a lot of people in the industry and a lot of people working on getting their licensing and all the applications in. So those are the kind of things I have questions about. I have dealt with Chief Abbott. He was very upset about the situation of lack of space and the lack of the ability for cannabis to grow. You've all noticed in all the other counties around Jersey, around the whole country, that the cannabis industry is a pretty big industry. And we don't have that in West Orange. We don't have any big industry here that will save us from property taxes. And I'm sure all of you guys are so happy to pay the high property taxes you pay, because you don't do anything about it, because there's no way to do anything about it till an industry comes to West Orange that can do something. And I believe the cannabis business can change all that, because it's a big industry. I know they're building movie studios. I know they're building apartments. They're doing redevelopment zones. All the redevelopment does is takes the taxes away from us, because you guys are giving concessions, $100 million to develop, and you guys are giving 20-year tax concessions, and nobody has to pay taxes for that. So that hurts us. That hurts the people in West Orange, because we can't get out of this quagmire of tax problems. We're the only township I know of that has such a high tax. I look at Livingston, I look at Short Hills, I look at all these places that have much higher income for family, and they're paying half of what we're paying. I don't understand that. I still can't. I've been trying for 22 years now. The increase they did in 11 was something that I still trying to get over that. It was 11 years ago. They almost doubled everybody's taxes. So I'm trying to find, the idea of lowering things. Is anybody interested in that? They would put the industries necessary to have that possibly happen. And I just think that the suspension of new applicants is just a disaster. Because I think that you guys also promised unlimited micro businesses. We have the 2 licenses already. If you don't allow us to submit an application, even very soon, we might have no chance at all to grow. And then you're talking about many people involved with us, behind us, ahead of us, to not bear the fruits of their labor. And I just want to introduce that to you. So I think we really have to think about the future here. Nobody's thinking about that at the moment. At the very moment, you're thinking about a suspension that you don't realize what that ripple effect will cause. And I think that we need to leave things open a little longer for people to get their way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chase.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Yes, I see a hand, not a face. Uh-huh.
I'm going to take off my mask. I don't know if you have problems with
Close to the mic,
with,
close
fogging
to
up
get to the,
glasses.
yes.
Thank you. Joe Krakowiak, Grandview Avenue, good evening. Tonight's agenda is bursting at the seams with bad financial news for residents and taxpayers. But before I start, I want to clarify a comment at the last council meeting. I said that last year the council voted to borrow $43 million. While that is accurate, the total amount was actually $62 million. That went a long way to giving us a 78% increase in issued and authorized debt over the last 3 years to $142 million. And increased the debt service, the funds we pay interest and repay the principal, up 24% to well over $8 million in the same time period. That said, the 2 capital bond ordinances to borrow $14 million tonight should be voted down and prudently cut back to reflect our perilous financial situation. Much of the proposals are nice to have, but we are in must-have territory now. My first question is, why do I have to repeatedly request the public posting of supplemental debt statements? These are required by the state every time borrowing is proposed so that everyone knows what happens to the debt load. They're not on the town website. Has anyone from the council even seen them for tonight's borrowing? When are you planning the public hearing on the proposed municipal budget? And if it's tonight, when did you announce this to the public? And if it is tonight, could you have made it any more obscure than you have? Probably the single most important thing you do all year, and it's not even on the township homepage. If you're proud of this budget, which raises taxes the maximum allowed by law and boosts spending over $100 million for the first time, why not shout it from the rooftops? Resolution 188, what exactly is the work you're going to do at Ginny Dunkel Pool that will cost us $10,300 just for the engineering firm? And what's the project cost? Resolution 191, It's to add nearly another $44,000 to the nearly $160,000 change order for the road project that was approved for nearly $874,000. Why all the extra funds? The town engineer says in his letter that the latest increase includes about $8,000 for inflation. What does that say to you? Resolution 192. We have another major problem at the Short Hills pumping station, with one of the two pumps breaking down, and we have to get another. But first we have to pay $47,000 just for construction for a temporary pump if the other one fails? I recalled we had to pour a ton of money into the station when I was on the council. Why are we having to do the same just a few years later? What's the problems that we don't seem to be able to fix, and how much is this going to cost this time? Resolution 193. In addition to the ton of capital expenditures we're pouring into the town's golf course, now we have to formally agree to take over the management firm's lease obligations for golf cars and related equipment. Except the resolution didn't say how much is owed. So how much is owed? And what's the life expectancy of the equipment when we have to borrow more? Resolution 194. This is more on the town jitney, coming back with another round of bidding that again produces just one bid. The writing is confusing to me, but the town engineer seems to say that we should take a huge increase in the cost for drivers, in part by cutting 6 routes down to 3 and getting a supervisor and backup driver for more than $440,000 a year just in the first year. It goes up from there. Do I understand that correctly? I asked for a new cost estimate at the last council meeting, but the last one I saw when I was on the council, the total cost was just over $500,000 annually. This driver bid more than doubles the last contract and doesn't even account for other costs such as vehicles, which are on the capital budget that doesn't specify how many, or gas, which is through the roof. At what point will this service become so expensive that you will start charging users for it? Resolution 196 is a proposal to settle litigation in the downtown redevelopment area by buying 3 parcels for $725,000. That amount is 40% more, $207,000 more to be precise, than the appraised value, and cuts nearly $27,000 in annual property tax revenue when the town owns it. This gives everyone on the dais another chance to explain why you voted to borrow $20 million to buy all the property in the redevelopment area. This was right after you recently exercised the 2 powers granted in the state redevelopment law, naming a substitute redeveloper and rezoning the area. The law does not require the municipality to buy land in a redevelopment area. And with interest rates doubling just this year and inflation raging, why did you put the municipality under so much interest rate and real estate risk? Not to mention potentially eliminating $800,000 in annual property tax revenue that taxpayers are going to have to make up. Finally, Resolution 197.
Your time is up.
Thank you. With the Council President's leave, just another 15 seconds, please. Why do you need to double the open space tax? Is it to help pay the debt service on the $12 million we borrowed for the golf course? Most of my questions on the capital expenditures at the last council meeting weren't answered. Obviously, I've run out of time to repeat them here, but I hope you will address them tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Oh, no, yep. Please give us your name and address. You have 5 minutes, and we're asking everyone to speak directly into the microphone.
Okay, thank you. I'm a rookie here, although I've lived in West Orange for 15 years. I'll talk as fast as I can because I just found out from this helpful gentleman that I have 5 minutes. I was watching this on Zoom.
Sir, can you tell us your name and address,
Sure.
please?
My name is Ken Javerbaum, Javerbaum. I live at 27 Frederick Street, West Orange. That's in Bel Air. But I'm not here to complain about the taxes. I'm not here to complain about West Orange. I like where I live. I love living here, and the taxes are fine with me. That having been said, I was just, and I apologize for the way I'm dressed. I'm retired as a lawyer. I'm not used to coming to court like this, but I was watching it on Zoom, but I couldn't get the audio, although you were all very photogenic, let me tell you. I want to talk to you about something that most people probably here don't know. It's a problem which I'm working with my friend who's lived in West Orange for 50 years. He lives at 433 Mount Pleasant Avenue. His name is Martin Gandel. On January 31st, he gave me a call. We've been friends since we were 10 years old. I'm 80, he's 82. We grew up together in the Central Ward of Newark, and in a hard scrabble streets, and when he has a problem, he calls me because I'm his problem solver, I'm a lawyer. His house was inundated by a sewage backup, admittedly caused by the town of West Orange on January 31st. It was admitted by Mr. Lepore, who came to the house. Everybody was very terrific, as has been my experience with everybody I've dealt with in West Orange. I like to come to pay my taxes directly. The people there are so wonderful. I go to the library regularly. Everybody's terrific. My friend's car got locked in front of my house. The fire department came. I have no complaints. I love the town. What I'm complaining about, and what I think you should know about, is the activity that's taken place with respect to the JIF, the Joint Insurance Fund, that deals with the town of West Orange. My friend's house was totally inundated by detritus, by human remains, et cetera. I won't paint the picture for you, but it was horrible. And the matter was assigned to the JIF to investigate. At first, the house had to be totally remediated. It had to be cleaned out of mold and asbestos, and an adjuster was assigned from the JIF. I won't characterize him or her and their character, but in any event, we had a long and hard talk to try and get an amount of money to satisfy them to remediate the condition by getting different people to do it. We finally got the people that they recommended, paid the amount that they agreed to, which was $40,000, and the house is now down to its bare bones. This has happened since January 31st. Bare bones in a house. So now we have to go on to phase two, and I'm talking fast. Phase two is rebuilding the house, because it's not it's a modest home. It's a modest home. I can't estimate in terms of square feet, and I'm just trying to get some answers. And they say, and a mantra is, we can't build you a better home than you had. Well, the fact is my friend's lived there since 1976. He has old furniture, he has a TV, he has golf sets and everything else, but they want estimates from people, estimates. And I get 5 and 6 estimates, it's too high. Well, we can't replace the refrigerator because we'll give you a new refrigerator. Well, you have to, because the other one was inundated by asbestos and everybody says it was. I told him, call the town building inspector, call the town electrical inspector, because your electrical code, the electrical work has to be done. It's out of code. And the adjuster says, no, you can't pay for this. My initial call early on was very nice. It was with Mr. Gross. I don't know if Mr. Gross is here. I thought that may have been you. I'm not sure we ever met. Mr. Gross couldn't have been more helpful. Now, nobody's answering my phone calls. My friend is living in a modest motel room. He's 82 or 83 years old, while waiting for this absolute settlement that should put him back in his house. I sense from reading the newspapers you treated the people who were out on Northfield by Seton Hall Prep very well. Well, this is only one person living in a modest house. I don't want it to be a lawsuit. I retired from the practice of law. I don't want to send anybody else. I just want a fair and reasonable settlement and want everybody on his town, on his council, to know and bring whatever leverage they can. It's not much. The costs range from $115,000 to $150,000 from different people who didn't know one another. And that doesn't count as personal property. No, he's had his personal property. He's a guy who has a modest life. He's not here. Well, they want receipts from his furniture. He's had the same furniture for 35 or 40 years. How the hell, sorry, how do you get that? And I think I came to this forum, I intended to do it at Zoom, that way I could watch the All-Star game as well, but I'm giving up the first few minutes of that to come here. And I seem passionate. It's because I am, because I want him to be treated fairly. He doesn't have that many years left in his life. He just wants to be put back in his house the way it was. Yes, it'll be better, because the countertops will be replaced. He'll get new furniture. He's not going to get luxuriating furniture designed by some reasonable person, unreasonable person. Tell me when my time is up. I just want some action. I want him to be back in his house. I want to know what's happening, and I don't want this bean counter, belt and suspender wearing guy to get receipts for furniture that was bought 25 and 28 years ago. And I just want the council to be made aware of this, because as complimentary as I am
Sir, your
of the
time is up.
of the township, I'll be through in a second. As complimentary as I am of the township of West Orange, I think what's also important is the people who do business with the town of West Orange and how they represent the town. And I just want this looked at, and I appreciate your time, and I thank you. And maybe I missed the Star Spangled Banner, but I feel cathartically satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Jabberman.
I'll call you tomorrow. I've been away. I know you called on Friday.
He's always telling me,
I'll
I'm
call.
speaking with him, I'm speaking with Mr. Gross tomorrow. I can't get the building inspector on the phone. You know, he redefines a small man. And I want the town to be the opposite of that then. I want them to stand firm for somebody who's been a loyal resident, a proud resident, taking advantage of the services of this town. He asked me today, by the way, I'm sorry for using my 5 minutes, we'll call this a response to Mr. Gross. His taxes are due. He hasn't been able to live in a house for 6 months. Should he pay his taxes or not? I don't know. But I do thank you for your time. It's been a pleasure to be here, and I'm pleased to be a member again of this town that I think is so well governed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jabberman. Any other comments or questions? Yes? Jabberman?
Is the last name. Ken is the first name.
That's certainly a tough act to follow.
There you go, right?
Good evening. Claire Silvestri, 20 Grandview Avenue. At the last council meeting, I raised a number of questions having to do with the 2 bond ordinances that were on the agenda on first reading. Unfortunately, many of those questions went unanswered, and the discussion surrounding the ordinances raised more questions that I hope to get answers to tonight. As a reminder, I asked Council President to table Ordinance 2689-22 until Mr. Gross provided a detailed presentation to the public of where the proposed $10.4 million bonding would go, so that we had adequate time to review and digest the information and be able to provide thoughtful opinions and input about whether all of these projects merited moving forward this year. I also asked why the $4.5 million proposed for the O'Connor Park improvements, Ordinance 2690-22, was not included in the capital budget. Council President declined to table the capital bond ordinance, but did instruct Mr. Gross to make details on the capital budget available to the public prior to its second and final reading. I didn't see any presentation or announcement on either the town website or social media about the capital bond ordinance, but I did search the Finance Department's webpage today and found this document, which interestingly is dated June 15th, 2022, which was nearly 2 weeks prior to the last council meeting. It's a spreadsheet that details all the requests for capital funding. I'll point out 2 things that jumped right out at me. First, the $4.5 million for the O'Connor Park improvements are actually included in this spreadsheet as part of a $14.9 million capital budget. And 2, the spreadsheet includes an additional $3.8 million that's allocated for improvements to other parks and recreation facilities, including Minish Park, Club Boulevard Park adjacent to Roosevelt Middle School, Colgate Field, and Ginny Dunkel Pool, bringing the proposed total for just Recreation Department capital improvements this year to a staggering $8.3 million, which, to put this into some perspective, is more than the average of the total West Orange municipal capital budget for the 5 years spanning 2015-2019. Now, please don't get me wrong. I've always been a big proponent of maintaining and enhancing our playgrounds, parks, and recreation. I've been a pool member since I've moved here. But in a year of ridiculous inflation and skyrocketing municipal debt, I would have to question how much we should be spending on artificial turf for 3 ball fields and interior pool lighting when many residents are seeing their tax bills surpass their monthly mortgage payment. Another recreation line item that caught my eye on the spreadsheet is something called, quote, Degnan/Rolling Green. And that's got an allocation of $1.5 million. No explanation provided at all. I think the public deserves more information on that proposal before the council approves something on that scale. There was something else that came up during the discussion at the last council meeting that really disturbed me. It was referred to by another speaker, that the council plans to approve doubling the municipal open space tax. It seemed common knowledge among members of the council and administration, and I noticed that it just made a last-minute appearance on tonight's agenda. But I sat through the hours-long budget workshop at the end of May, and I don't recall ever hearing any discussion about raising that tax. So could there please be a clear explanation of when and why that decision was made? And finally, I'd like to commend Council members Rutherford and Matute Brown for voting no on the bond ordinances on first reading. From what I see in this spreadsheet, it doesn't appear the concerns that the two of you raised at the last meeting have been adequately addressed for you to change your votes tonight. Councilman Rutherford, this capital budget is easily $5 to $6 million above the usual and ordinary capital requests of a township our size. So council members, I urge you to please maintain your convictions and defeat both bond ordinances tonight so that the administration will have to go back and make prudent reductions to the capital budget. Thank you. And I have 15 seconds. I just want to mention that prior to COVID, there were 2 microphones on this stand, and it usually picked up everybody's speech. Right now, with 1 microphone, you have to be speaking right into it for the public to hear. So maybe we could get the 2 mics back. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Oh, yes. Mr. Puglisi. Good evening.
Hi, Anthony Puglisi, representing County Executive Joe DiFincenzo. I'll just be very brief tonight. In the summertime, the county executive really kicks into gear our infrastructure improvement program, and part of that initiative this summer is the rehabilitation of the Lakeside Avenue Bridge. So within the next couple weeks, that project is going to start. There are going to be some traffic changes in that area, but it shouldn't be too detrimental to the downtown. We'll make you aware of when that project starts. We'll probably do a photo op there, but I just wanted to make you aware of that tonight. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Anthony. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, we're going to close public comment. And Anthony, only because this is so fresh in my mind, I remember seeing that infrastructure on Lakeside Avenue Bridge. And let me just, when we look at that address, a lot of it was in orange. So can you just check on that if it's actually in West Orange or in orange? Thank you. I am going to start with the cannabis questions that came out. I have quite a few of the same questions. I appreciate so many of the comments and individuals that came out to talk about that. I have on my agenda right here, it's circled with a question mark because I don't know what prompted this to be on our agenda. I didn't know. I was going to ask my colleague about that. And I did just hear her say that she was not supporting the suspension of this, so now I'm very confused on why this is on our agenda about temporarily suspending it. On first blush, reading this, I was in agreement with temporarily suspending this because we, yes, in fact, have sent letters of support for business owners to go to the state. We have, correct me if I'm wrong, we have not received anything back. So we have very little direction from the state. I thought that this might be a good idea to temporarily suspend this, and it would be temporary. Well, I thought that it would be a good idea because I did want to see some feedback from the state and for the businesses that we did approve in town. And that hasn't happened, so I thought that would be the reason. So that was one of the questions that I did have, how many applications are on file? What is the timeline? And my question really is, what happens to the applications that are on file, and where do they stand on that timeline? What I really appreciated listening this evening to the residents that did come out, I'm a small minority business owner myself, so I understand the time, and it sounds like you have already invested quite a bit of time and funds already in this business, so I really need to understand why this is on our agenda and why we are being asked to temporarily suspend this when we did in fact approve cannabis use in our town. So I have very similar questions.
Council President, can I just address that since we're on this?
Sure.
Thank you. And thank you for everyone who came out. I, too, had the question as to why it was on the agenda. I reached out to our attorney. And just to give everyone here a little bit of background information, we have submitted, the council supported on the recommendation of the Cannabis Task Force for micro businesses to move up to the state. Since that time, and it's on our agenda this evening, we rescinded one because we came to learn that that was a straw applicant. It's certainly not something that we are willing to support, so we rescinded that. There are 3 that have gone up to the state, 2 of which have been approved, which is Peace of Mind and West Orange Wellness. So a cultivator, micro business cultivator has been approved, and a dispensary has been approved, so we're waiting to hear back from the other micro business dispensary that we submitted. What the task force, and this is why I was confused that it was on there, as the council president sets the agenda, I thought that you would know as well. But I did not request that to be on there because what the task force had discussed last was to let's put a pause, but nothing in writing, to see what happened with the state. So when I contacted the state a few months ago, they told me around July they should be finished with all of this round of applications. So we were waiting until that time. I will tell you that when I called our attorney, our legal department, Mark Moon, did tell me that there are 3 pending applications, and we just got notice that 1 made it in today. It is not my intent to support that resolution. There are only 4 additional that we've received. Someone asked the question as to the total number of them. The total number of applications that were requested were 30 during our first round. 10 submitted applications. We submitted 4, rescinded 1, and currently we have 4 applications that we have received. I did, like I stated earlier in my liaison comments, was that I sent out an email to the task force members, just letting them know I'm going to be calling a meeting soon because we've got to get through these applications, and not just get through these applications, but there's also some restrictions that have been asked to be changed on the ordinance itself to include 200 feet for schools and 200 feet for houses of worship, which I have an issue with. I know that the task force did agree to the 200 feet from schools, property line, but not the 200 feet from houses of worship for the very same reasons that we are extremely limited in inventory, and we're just going to box ourselves out of the industry. I don't know if it was Mark, yes, we've been back and forth, and the issue is the reality, right? We're not zoned for it, and we can't spot zone. So the planning board decided to keep the industry out of the redevelopment, the downtown redevelopment area. That's a decision that the planning board made and this council supported. It is what it is. At some point down the road, I have asked that we consider making changes to the ordinance to include B1 districts for either manufacturers or cultivation, because cultivation today is not just ground. You can, hydroplane, not hydroplane, I'm talking about cars here. Hydroponic, I'm still learning clearly. The hydroponic, the ones that hang in the air. It's just a lot of different options. So we do have in helping other businesses that are currently existing. There's a lot of availability in buildings, not to mention that there's a need for testing facilities. So those conversations we have, had with our legal department and our cannabis task force. So I'm not supportive of, and perhaps there was a misunderstanding with the legal department, and I don't know, Mr. Gross, if you want to chime in here, but this is not something that I requested, and neither am I supporting.
Yeah, I can talk a little bit about it.
Please,
First, I
thank
can tell you that the intention was never to stop the process. It was to take a pause, may have been a better word than suspend, but a pause to allow the township and to frankly deal with the applications we had at hand before stacking up additional applications. So whether that was a good idea or not, that was the intention of it. We have 13 or 14 applications that we've received so far. We've acted, it appears that, it looks like we've acted on about 5 or 6 of those applications. So the rest the council has acted on. And so, the thought process was to not continue to bring in another 6, 8, 10, 12 applications without processing all the applications that we had forward, bringing them to fruition one way or the other, right or wrong. That was the intention. And so that's why it's on the agenda tonight for your consideration. Obviously, if council, feels differently about that, frankly, we were just looking at it from a workflow, not from an overall policy point of view. And so,
So Councilwoman
I
Matute
just
Brown,
wanna
that goes back to
clarify.
my question about applicants that are on, you're saying 13.
No, that's what I wanted to clarify. I'm
Let me
sorry.
just say, I just wanted to ask the question, that what happens to these applications? If we do temporarily suspend receiving any more, what happens to the individuals that are already on file?
the objective,
Do they stay on
the
file?
objective was to not to nullify any
Okay.
applicants that have come in. It was to clean up and to be able to administer those applications, get them done, and then reopen, so that, the anticipation is that there's going to be a lot more applications. So from a workflow point of view, again, right or wrong, the objective was just to put, again, a pause, not really to stop, just to give some time in between now and to get a handle on these other applications. Either approve them, deny them, tell them what they needed to do to solve whatever issues were, and just keep the process moving.
So, but that goes to the point about the gentleman that said that investors are looking, that we are temporarily suspending this in our township, and that's where their application is. How does that help them move forward?
So can I just
Please.
respond? Just for clarity's sake, because I don't want everybody to understand or believe that we have 13 or 14 applications pending. The total amount that came through was that number, but all of them have been adjudicated. What we have presently, according to Mark Moon, and this is at 5 this afternoon, I'm sorry, it wasn't 5 this afternoon, 3:05. Councilwoman, actually, it turns out there are 3 applications outstanding. So that's what we have to deal with. And from the task force perspective, 4, because I know that one just came this afternoon, from the task force's perspective, the way we deal with it is that we all have a number of applicants that we're reviewing, and then we come back together and we report, and then we make a decision after discussions are had. So there's only 4 applications that are outstanding.
I don't disagree with anything you said, except that the council has not dealt with
the
all
4.
of those applications.
With the 4, that
So there are
neither has the task
applications-
force.
There are applications that the task force made recommendations about, but the council hasn't acted on.
No, that's not correct. That's not correct. The council has supported, and that's why they're pending at the state. We've already had 2 approved that the council supported.
Then perhaps,
There are none pending.
Perhaps we have missed, but we went to search for resolutions from the council on all the applicants, which we did not find, so.
3 resolutions, 4 total, 1 rescinded, 1 that's on tonight because they need to break the
But
lease.
none dealing with the others that are, in other words, there's a memo on 10 that came from the task force,
Yes.
okay?
Of those 10,
Of the 4 were acted on, the other 6 have not been acted on by the council.
no, because they weren't recommended to the council. They were denied.
Okay, so the question then becomes,
Shouldn't we be handling
the
this
council be?
when we deal with the resolution and
Thank
not
you.
now during public
Thank you.
comment?
Thank
Yeah.
you.
That was what the administration was looking at.
Okay,
in
no.
terms of-
Perhaps
so-
we should have had better communication, because I could tell you that we have 4 outstanding.
But can we, as a point of order, just pause the conversation until we get to the
Yeah, 'cause
resolution?
I have a
Because
lot
we
to say
we
on
are, we
Still
we
public
are
comment.
in public comment. So just as a point of
Thank you.
order, can we table? Thank you. And so you were at public comment, and
Yeah,
you were
so, sir, public comment has been closed, and we're responding to the people that have responded. Okay, no more, right, no more.
Do you have any more comments?
Oh, I'm sorry. I really wanted to finish that conversation. I guess the other part why I wanted a temporary, I'm just going to finish my thought about why I was thinking to vote no on voting yes to temporarily suspend this, is because when we did start hearing the applications, I had requested, either from the task force or the applicants, educational information. I know that it's legal, but I believe that the community deserves information on the appropriate use, and that's what I was looking for, and we saw that just recently at the 4th of July, that yes, it may be legal, but there are still other statutes in place about public space, school property, and people need to be informed on what's appropriate. And if it means extra signage, I would like to see educational material being provided to the town. Other questions had to do with the budget, and I guess we'll get there when we get there.
Thank you. Can I get this one filled up?
And to Mr. Javerman, well, I just want to say your advocacy as a friend, your advocacy for the township is commendable. I think what you are dealing with sounds atrocious, and or just your friend's home, just to have that happened, and to have it cleaned, remediated, be put out of your home, and I'm hoping that lodging costs are also part of this, the process.
Thank you very much. I also appreciate the photos are filed, and aside from Jennifer.
Council President.
Thank you, sir. Okay. I know Mr. Gross will, there you go. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Any other comments? Oh, please. Okay.
And Mr. Jababram just left, but I wanted to tell him, so I'll start there in case they need to listen later. But Councilman Rutherford and I sit on the municipal JIF, and when there are claims made, anyone in town who makes a claim to the township, there's obviously processes that you have to go through. Your insurance company, a claim is made here, there's an investigation made, but there's also an appeals process that's made. And we have a hearing and bring the impacted residents in and try to mediate and ensure that, we've mitigated as much as we can legally, bound by our policies, insurance policies, to assist the residents. Clearly, what Mr. Jabbermam is speaking about is also something that's on our agenda this evening, because we have failing pumping stations, which unfortunately, happen with, time and use, and however long that they've been in use. So infrastructure is very important, and hopefully we're able to remedy that, not just to help and assist this resident, but hopefully, I know that the JIF has not met recently, so it has not come by way of appeal, but that should be something that comes to us, and once we have that information, then we can have a meeting and discuss that and listen to
Thank
proofs.
you. Councilwoman, I'm going to go back into alphabetical order. I said yes because we were talking about Mr. Jaberman, and I saw him getting up, so I didn't know that. I thought you wanted to respond to him, and unfortunately he did. Councilwoman Castellino.
Sure. First of all, Mr. Puglisi, thank you for the notice. If you could do me a favor and just send me that notice so I could share with our downtown director so she could get it out to all those affected in the area. So thank you for informing us of that tonight. I do have a lot to say. I am in support of us taking a pause this evening for that resolution. I know you guys are shaking your heads, and I'll explain why. And I do commend all of you for coming down and your passion, because I'll tell you, in full disclosure, I was never supportive of bringing this to the township, and but that's not why I'm putting a pause on it. But I have learned a lot about it, and I can't believe the amount of investing that you have to do prior to even just get a letter of support from us. It's just insane. So I do appreciate, and I have tried to be empathetic of the process and what you go through, and but I'll clear that up later on why, and so you could be understanding of my support for it. With that being said, my former colleague, always love to have all your questions, and great questions, and questions we've all had for, well, I know some that I've had from Mr. Gross. So, and with that, I look forward to his thorough presentation on the budget this evening, as well as capital improvements. And I just want to share, when you're looking at this, the capital improvement list. Again, there's two separate bonds on that, just so the public knows. You know, the projects listed on there do not have to, they could be changed or removed and replaced. So it's just passing the money so we can move forward with improvements and needs, not just, wants, but needs for the township. And that's something, years ago, I'll give you a perfect example. I know my colleagues, my former colleague in the audience, there was on there the big discussion about the marijuana put on bumper cars for the ice bumper cars, and it never came to fruition. So that's just an example of how things could be on that list and not actually move forward if the council or the administration changes their minds. So with that, I look forward to the presentation on the budget and get all those questions answered. And, okay, everybody else spoke about that other resolution. Oh, Mr. DeBovie, thank you for coming down. So, Downtown Alliance was not in, they were in compliance. So the paperwork wasn't approved. It was shown as pending on some site, but they're in compliance. I mean, we are on SAGE, where we have to input all our information to get our grants that the downtown gets. There was some report that wasn't even due to June 30th, so that's why it was showing as pending, but it was submitted, and that occurred, the question of us not being in compliance occurred prior to the date that it was due. So that has been cleared up by the accountant at downtown and squared away. As far as the community house and the $40,000, we support them tonight with other items in our budget. The community house gets full use of the township pool in the summertime, and they're not charged for that use of the pool. So there's other items, we have to reevaluate monies that we support going to these different community groups. And so that was the reason for the move. I believe the community house, if all goes well next month and the preschool program gets approved by the state, they will be a beneficiary of that with the school district. So we would never not give money to children in need and families in need. That's what we do. So I think there's been misinformation and miscommunication on that. So again, we just reallocate and we still help the community house. I've always supported them. I actually worked with them to create after-school programming at Liberty and Edison Middle School way back, and worked with Mr. Cito. And my kids didn't even utilize the program, but we saw a need for the children of the neighborhood to have a safe place to go after school, and we created that space. So again, that's part of our job. That's what we do. And so definitely misinformation on that. Everything else will be for discussions later with the budget and the resolution. But, thank you, everyone, for coming down tonight. And especially thank you also to learning about that issue with the GIF. And I look forward to hearing Mr. Gross detail with that. And Mr. Jaggerbaum, you are a good friend. And your friend is, Mr. Mandel is lucky to have you. Advocate for him, and hopefully they'll be able to, just listening to the whole scenario, just crazy. So, but thank you for bringing it to our attention. Council President, I'm
Thank you,
done.
Councilwoman. Councilwoman Matu Brown, please.
Thank you. We will get to the ordinance on the cannabis task force when we discuss it after public comment. I did just want to say, Mr. Chase, I am thinking about the future. 3 years ago, when I started discussing cannabis and held a cannabis town hall, many were of the opinion that I was committing political suicide when I was trying to educate the public and my colleagues, because this was going to be before us and we needed to learn how to make these decisions. And obviously, the revenue that is created helps reduce the tax burden on us. So absolutely always thinking about the future, yes. Mr. DeBovi, with respect to the $40,000 a community house and requesting us to move back the funds, I did see a video that was shared on social media and those comments. And I did have some consideration in requesting that be moved back, but also with the understanding that Mr. Cito is going to likely benefit, as are all the private pre-K programs who have applied for the funding from the state for those pre-K programs. So I do believe that they will be supported in that way. And to say that we're giving it to OSPAC, and I'll say OSPAC because I'm the liaison to the OSPAC board, and the board which I asked to be created for accountability, because then our former council colleague just wanted to wait and not fund them. However, they gave us an opportunity to be able to create community, and not only create community during a pandemic who no one anticipated, but they've also been able to volunteer their times, because they're all volunteers, to open up the space for school purposes. So it's not that we're not helping kids in need, because all of our kids are in need. So I do continue to support the funds going to OSPAC, because they are actually helping our students and community overall. I do also want to say, with respect to Mr. Cito's student population, if you will, he is also contracted with Orange or East Orange Board of Education, and he receives substantial funding to be able to provide those services as well. And it's not that our children are not provided for, because they are provided for here in West Orange. It's not a either or. It's we're making sure that A, he's in compliance, B, our students are taken care of, and they are, because they will be the beneficiaries of the state funding that is coming to to every pre-K program in New Jersey. You also asked about, and we'll discuss this later, I had the same questions about why Hendricks, why are we paying for the appraisal, the assumption agreement for Kemper, and we'll discuss that again, I believed was just with respect to the leases for the golf carts, but that'll be something that we discuss. And in reading the resolution, it actually said, If there is a termination of Kemper's contract with the township, then the township will assume that responsibility. Everybody else, I believe, spoke on the cannabis. Mr. Krikoviak, one thing I do want to say, especially since I see new faces to our town hall this evening, if you're looking at the budget, and I did earmark where our debt service is being paid down, you'll see many line items where we are not paying anything or we're making the final payments. So while, yes, we invest in our community because it's necessary to invest in our community, we also pay down our debt service, and that page is 173 followed by 174. So while you share half of half the information, I want residents to understand that you can look for yourselves on what we're doing with debt service. Can we do better? Absolutely. That's why we're here to discuss the budget. And also, for those who are listening, the township legally is not allowed to inventory property, if you will, real estate property. We can't just buy a property and take it off the tax revenues. There has to be a reason. You can't just stockpile it. So we don't take any properties off the roster, the tax revenues, without having a plan for it. So to say that we're taking, I can't even remember how much you said we were taking off our revenue rolls, that's completely incorrect. And the rest we'll discuss after the presentation, the budget presentation for capital improvement. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilman Rutherford, anything to add?
Thank you, Council President. To all of those that responded regarding the cannabis ordinance, I'm happy to have that full discussion when that ordinance comes up. Mr. Chase asked a question about the spotted lanternfly. I don't know the answer to that. I do know that it has been in the news, and we do need something. I wish Director Fonzino was still here. We do need something, some information to provide to residents, especially when they have a large number, so that they have some guidance. And I don't know what kills them or not, but whatever that is, I think we need to get that information posted to our website immediately. And I encourage residents to call the health department. I was obviously give them a day or two to kind of figure it out, but we should have a response.
It was on the website.
Yeah, but you can't stomp out 1,000 of them or 100 of them, right? Like, if there's a large number, there needs to be something that's safe that can address the issue. Mr. DeBovie, with regard to the $40,000 that I did not vote in, I voted to not give it to the community house. I still stand with that vote. And for 2 years, they had the opportunity to remedy the deficiency with regard to their financial statement. And it isn't that they can't do it because they have the capacity to do it themselves without even hiring an accountant outside. But certainly with the scope of that organization, they could have hired an accountant if they needed to. But honestly, it was such a simple form that they would not have even needed to do that. So the fact that they did not want to provide numbers to us, to me, is a red flag. And that's why I voted against it. Now, I did not support the money being split 2 ways and going half to Downtown Alliance, half going to OSPAC. We had multiple organizations in town that could have benefited from an increased allocation. And I would have preferred a more equitable allocation across those multiple organizations. But that does not change my vote for not providing the money to the community house. And if they really needed it, and this is the truth, they certainly would have complied. I share some of the same concerns with regard to the Hendricks appraisal. And I do request just a little clarification on the golf carts. I heard some conversation about that when I first came in, but certainly when we get to that, we'll have some additional conversation as well. Mr. Krikoviak had several questions, some of which have already been addressed, some of which I'm sure our CFO will address, specifically the scale and scope of the project with regard to the pumps. That one kind of stuck out to me as well. with regard to doubling the open space tax. That is an organic request that came initially. The conversation began in the Open Space Recreation Committee, and it started over multiple reasons. First is there is a significant need in town to preserve open space. As we are growing, we have almost 50,000 residents here, but everybody here wants to maintain the small town feel. And if we're going to do that, we've got to preserve our green spaces. Open Space Rec Committee has the ability to help in that regard. And because the number is so small, we felt it would be appropriate to increase it, given that I think the average would be like $20 per person in town with regard to their tax bill. And then the other part of it was within the Open Space Recreation Commission, we deal heavily with regard to open space and not as much with regard to recreation. And we have families in town that's been brought up in multiple public comments tonight as well as prior council meetings. We have multiple families in town that really do need those services. And this is one of the ways that we can be supportive of those endeavors. So because the increase, although it is a double from 0.5% to 1%, it is such a small number per household, and it provides such a significant boost to our ability to both preserve open space and also to address some of the recreation issues in town that I felt it was worth it. So did the Open Space Recreation Committee, which is why they recommended it to the town council. And I do encourage my colleagues to vote for that tonight because that will give us a tremendous bang for our buck with regard to where we're trying to take West Orange, even now as we've grown to almost 50,000 residents. Mr. Javerbaum, I don't know, this is my first time, although we do live in the same neighborhood. I'm glad to know we have such passionate neighbors. I don't know how much volunteer time you have, but I would certainly be interested in having Mr. Javerbaum advocate for me in any number of spaces. So please look for a phone call or an email from me to see how we can get you more involved in town. I certainly do appreciate your spirit and your energy. Specifically, though, with regard to the issue, I don't recall this particular one being brought before us.
It has not, and at this point, I've been involved with it, and we're working with the JIF to get them moving on it. Obviously, if that doesn't get resolved there, you probably look forward to seeing it, but as at this point, it's not.
Thank you, Mr. Gross. And that's generally, just for those that are still watching or will watch it down the road, that is generally the process. There is a tremendous amount of work that is done before it is brought before us. And so at some point in time, if we have to get involved, we certainly will. But if there's anything Mr. Gross or the resident requires of me, I'm happy to offer my assistance as well. Ms. Silvestri, I did not vote for the capital budget last time. I don't expect to vote for it tonight, and I'm going to leave it at that because we do have a full presentation coming from Mr. Gross, and I'm certainly open-minded, certainly persuadable, but I will reserve my decision until we get to that point. And again, finally, Mr. Puglisi, thank you as always for your timely and relevant updates. That's it for me, Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Rutherford, and I appreciate your comments about the open space and recreation tax because I think that is absolutely needed. And hopefully this can get resolved, the issue at Mount Pleasant Avenue with Mr. Javerbaum's friend before it gets to the JIF, or the Insurance Commission. So hopefully that will be resolved. Thank you. Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, Council President. Most of the commentary that I have has already been stated by my council colleagues, so thank you all for your responses, and I look forward to further robust discussion regarding the budget as we get to that point in the agenda, as well as with cannabis. Again, it's on our agenda, so I will reserve my additional comments to that time. I really don't have anything else to add until we address the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Review of the consent agenda, approval of minutes of previous meeting, June 28th, public meeting.
Consent.
Report of township officers, none. Reading of petitions and communications and bids, none. Bills, are there any questions on the bills?
Consent.
Resolutions, are any resolutions being pulled this evening?
Council President, the administration would like to withdraw 192, although we're certainly willing.
I'm sorry, say it again, please.
Would like to withdraw 192, although we're certainly willing to discuss the particulars of it if council likes. And also pull for a separate resolution, 172 and 187. Those are the two budget resolutions.
172.
It really,
172,
And
187, and then we are withdrawing 192.
172,
187,
187,
right, and they're withdrawing 192.
So you're pulling 172 and 187?
Correct.
And
We'll
you're
pull for
withdrawing 192?
separate, from conference agenda.
Right.
And we're withdrawing 192, that's correct.
Council President, I have,
please, thank you.
thank you. I would like to pull Resolution 17322, please. Also, I should just show them to you. 180, 181,
Are these being-
184.
These are being pulled, or you
I'm
have
pulling them.
questions? Okay.
184, 186, 187. Did you pull that one? That was
that's
pulled.
pulled,
Okay,
right.
yeah, that's what I thought. And 194, please.
I thought, did you want to pull,
Did I say one?
That was the rejection.
No, not that one.
You're not going to pull that one? Okay.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Castellino, anything to add, or any questions?
No, I'm good.
Councilman?
So, was 188 pulled?
No.
All right, I've got questions there, and
Are you going to pull it, or you
Yes.
just want to ask?
I want to pull it to have, ask some questions. Yeah, so I may vote no, that's why.
Oh, okay, so if you pull it, we vote on it separately. Is that what you want?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. And I've got a question on 194.
That one was pulled?
Oh, it was, okay.
Yes.
And I think that's it. I think all the other ones have already been addressed.
Okay.
I'd like to add 174.
Okay.
Oh,
To
yeah,
pull or
sorry.
ask a question?
To pull.
Okay.
And I'd like to recuse myself from 188.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other resolutions being pulled?
Not much left.
No.
It's like 3 left.
So there is a resolution here for an executive session. I know that is on. Either Mr. Gross or Mr. Trank will talk about the litigation on 184. And if there are any questions or if you need anything, it is a settlement agreement. It can be discussed in public. If you have questions about a timeline or anything else, we can still go into executive session.
Council President?
Yes, sir.
Standing because Mr. Trank would like to be here for the executive session, and he would like about 30 minutes' notice, so if somebody clues me in when that time comes, I'll send him a text.
He gave us both the same message. I guess he didn't
Thank
believe
you. Thank you, Mr. Kaiser.
Excuse me, Council President?
Yes.
Yeah, I think Mr. Trank should come.
He is
Should
going
have
to. No, he is
executive-
coming.
Yeah, I think we should have executive session on
I'm
that.
sorry.
I agree, especially since I'm pulling some of those resolutions,
so
and
I
I'd
would
like
tell
him
him
to
come now
answer.
by the
I would
time
say,
he-
yeah, I would say come now, if he can.
Okay, he's about 30 minutes away.
Yeah.
Okay,
We could-
thank you.
We could do those resolutions at the end.
Mm-hmm. Executive session as well. Did you have a question? Okay.
Are we ready to vote on the consent agenda?
Yeah, for what's left of the agenda.
Well, let's-
Is there anything else that needs to be
I'm just trying to
pulled?
see if we have any questions. My questions were on resolutions that are being pulled.
Did anybody pull 185?
Only if you want to discuss
No.
and vote separate.
No, that was the
185?
executive session.
No.
I would pull
No, that
that.
doesn't get pulled.
Yeah.
That
that's-
has to be approved so we can go into.
Okay, that's
yeah.
right, that's right.
Okay, Madam
Okay.
Clerk?
Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is implemented. Okay, so.
Well, I think you do everything else but the budget,
Okay.
and then I'll do the presentation, and then.
Okay. So the first resolution, Councilwoman Matute Brown, 173-22, resolution temporarily suspending the acceptance of applications for local support of proposed cannabis business.
Thank you. I pulled this resolution, as I stated earlier, because I am not supportive of putting a pause, a moratorium, or a hold. I believe that any conversation that the administration had was not inclusive of myself or the Cannabis Task Force to believe that there were 10, 13, 6, however many number of matters that we did not deal with as a task force, because we have dealt with them. The 6 that you did not find resolutions for is because those were not the ones that we recommended to the council for a resolution of support. They were just, they're in the actual compilation of what we reviewed, but also the reasons why we rejected them. They all received letters, so there was nothing outstanding with them. And like I said, last I checked, Mr. Moon, who is from the legal department, told me this afternoon that we only have 3. As far as the timeline is concerned, like I said, I emailed the members of the task force to advise them. I shared with them an ordinance with respect to the 200 feet boundaries from schools for us to discuss. However, I don't have a date where we're going to meet, but it is something I put on their radar. I know it's summertime, people are on vacations, but we meet via Zoom, so I'm sure I can get them collectively together on a Zoom call, hopefully within this month. I know your timelines are really sensitive, and I know how much time it takes to find actual inventory for you, which is why I'm very reluctant with the resolutions that we have in place restricting any cannabis business from the redevelopment area. That's already, one obstacle that prevents anyone from joining that area. But also, boundaries from schools, boundaries from houses of worship, just, may as well not have any. And yes, the fact of the matter is, the 2 that were approved, their pro formas do indicate that they're going to be able to generate revenue where we as tax payers can receive some relief from the burden of what we can tax them. It is my intention to recommend to the council that, particularly with cultivation and manufacturing, that we tax at the maximum extent that the state allows us to do so. So I am not, obviously we're going to have a discussion about this, but I pulled it to vote no.
Thank you very much. I do have a question, though. You're just mentioning about the 6 applications that have been rejected. So does that go hand in hand with Resolution 174? Will we also see resolutions that
No.
reject or deny?
So no, not at all. You
Okay.
did receive the packet as we were going through them. Council did receive the packet of the determination. It's also posted online. It wasn't just council that received them. But all of that information, everything we discussed it's presented online as to why we rejected them, and they received letters of rejections. What you're referring to, Council President, is the one that we did pull support from after having given them resolution support. And the reason they need a resolution that says reject on it is because they are trying to get out of the lease that they entered into, and that's a requirement from the landlord.
All right. Thank you for that clarification.
So just to be clear, and Councilwoman Matute Brown, it was not that we did not understand that the advisory board had acted on those 10, but there's at least a discussion, and which I had a long discussion with Mr. Moon today about this in particular, but there was discussion taking place whether or not that there would be a requirement of the governing body, since the task force is an advisory committee, that the governing body should take action on those or not. And there's mixed opinions about that. You know, it's sort of like, yes, it could, certainly the council could take action, but the fact that it didn't take action is an action, if you will. So could be interpreted that way. So that was the basis of which this ruminated and came to say, at some point in time, we were looking at there was action for the council to take. I personally think that would be advisable, but I don't know that it's necessary. Again, legal has opined that it could go either way. But that was the framework of the discussions that led to this question about the pause. So I just wanted to be clear. It was not that we didn't understand what the advisory board was doing or what the council was doing, but it was more about process. And frankly, this is a new area, and we want to make sure that we dot our I's and cross our T's. So that's where it came from.
Council President?
Yes,
I'm sorry,
Councilwoman Castellino.
Is my colleague done speaking?
Well, on that question, yes, thank you.
Okay, so just follow the emails, and just so the public knows, I am a member of the task force, so I see all the emails that come through. So I think along the way, there's, who answers these emails has got, I think we need to re-clarify the process of that, because from the emails I was reading, I feel people that were either applying or asking questions, they weren't getting responses, and I think that needs to be handled, because I think that maybe some administration thought the task force and you as chair or whatever the case, let me speak. And I'm not pointing fingers, I'm just saying, I just think it got a little muddy there. So with that being said, we did state at a couple meetings ago, when we did name the letters of support, that we were taking those 4 and that there would be a pause at that point in time. So I know from actually talking to the chief, because he had advocated for some kind of official resolution, was mainly to give clarity to business owners. Are we pausing? Are we not pausing? Because, again, I don't blame you for coming here and feeling frustrated. I would too, because you have to lay out a lot of money and do a lot of due diligence. Now, me personally, I would like to take a pause, because as we're going through with this process, and it's no fault of anyone here, I'm going up to the state level, because they took this whole process and, just kind of, didn't give us enough regulation and made it to each individual township. And so we've been trying to find our way as we go along with this. Now, someone mentioned why isn't in parts of the redevelopment zone, being on a liaison to the Downtown Alliance and working with the business owners there. A lot of them advocated they didn't want this in the zone on Main Street. So that's why we zoned out a part of Main Street from Torrey Corner on down. I was a big proponent for the schools to be the 200 feet. Was disappointed when I missed a meeting and it became 100 feet, but we were correcting that. Also, just for you that are here, we have a vaping license that you would have to apply for, and I put in with Mr. Moon to raise those fees, especially with the nicotine vaping. Even now, some of them, the Juuls, are being taken off the market. Various reasons. I truthfully, we prove 4. I know micro businesses scare me, because you could have multiples, not scare in the sense where it's the amount that you could have, the way it's crafted, the language is crafted. Of course, you need the letters of support, and the state have to approve it. So, I was one for minimal businesses in the township. So again, my colleagues think differently. I'm one person, but I'm just being honest with you. I like to see with the 4 that we have, if they are going to be 4, are they going to be 1 or 2? We now know there'll be 2 businesses. And I like to see how they start operating. A lot of things came up during the course with security, especially with the retail. Cultivation's a little different. I feel a little differently about cultivation than I do with retail. And again, I'm looking forward to another conversation with the task force, but I don't see a problem with taking a pause. But again, that's me. So I just want to be honest with you where I sit, and I definitely empathize with you, and we do have to give you clarity because you are investing a lot of money in this endeavor. With that, also the educational component. I mean, I spoke with my school board colleagues last week. They're trying to educate the students. The one gentleman, that's the coach, Mr. Dishman, I'd love to talk to you offline because we do have to get education out there with our young community. They need to know that this is, this actually, you have to be 21 and older. And again, in regards to smoking on school grounds, in our parks, when families are present. So there's a lot that we have to tackle, not to say that we can't handle it, but I'm just a lone vote, but I wish to move very slowly on this. But I think we do need to give them clarity. And I think that's all the chief was trying to do with the resolution tonight, was make us state whether we want to pause this or move forward. And I extremely recommend that we move slowly on this and see. Thank you, Council President.
Just to be clear, just so that everyone understands, and most of you have received responses, the chief is responding to all the emails.
I know, but it shouldn't be him.
It shouldn't be him.
No, it shouldn't be him.
Why shouldn't it be him? He's on the task force.
But no one designated the chief.
Yes,
the chief
we
got
did.
it by default. No, we know. He was not
We had a
designated that he was to respond
I had a
to all the
conversation with him.
emails.
I had a conversation. If the chief is having an issue
I think the chief
responding
has
to them,
enough to do than to respond to all these emails.
as do we all, but we're trying to get this
Whether it be
program
Mr.
off the
Moon
board.
or whatnot, but I
Just
think,
wanted to clarify that
Yeah.
I did have that conversation with the chief, and he said he would respond, because I offered to respond. That's all I wanted to clarify.
Okay, I wanted to ask a question about the 3 applications that are pending. Is there a reassurance that they will be heard, and when will they be heard?
As I stated earlier, I emailed the task force to let them know that we have to talk about, we
Okay.
have to meet, so as soon as we get a date together, hopefully before the end of this month, they will be addressed.
Thank you.
and
then
then, I'm
the-
sorry, I just have to ask one more question. So to my colleague on the task force, Councilwoman Tu Brown. So what you're recommending is that we listen to hear the 3 applications that are in, and then put pause on the rest?
No, I am not. Because
Okay,
we
I'm just
don't
getting
know,
clarity.
so like right now, the discussions with the task force was, let's not process anymore right now, but we didn't say, we're not gonna do it, we're not gonna put a pause.
No.
We wanted to understand, because we were told by the government affairs agent that they were going to be decided in July. So here we are, a couple more weeks till July, but always intended to review the ones that have been received.
Okay, because I thought we were going to wait to see how many we would wind up with and then move forward.
So we have, right now, we have 2. 1 is pending. No, 2 are pending. So,
And 2
and
are
those are, and just to be very clear to the public, I'm sorry, we're talking about micro businesses. And micro businesses don't count towards the ordinances, right? The 4 that we have.
I know, but we did
so-
state, we had one micro that we would like to see go to a regular license. So
Yes.
then we would be limited.
We would be at that time, but that, they'd have to go through that whole process, and it's not for another year. So really, we're talking about a year. They have 165 days once they get the conditional application to get everything else going for the state to become an annual license. So we're not, I mean, and I hear what you're saying, you want to see how they're doing. But
I like to see one open and see how it performs. But again, that's my opinion, and I'll obviously in the minority on it.
So I want to go back to the education because I have been bringing this up at each time as well. Is this a charge? It is, because it's going to affect my vote, because I want to hear from the task force or someone from the task force that I would like that to be the responsibility of the task force to provide information for all of our community to understand.
So we have a municipal alliance committee that has been working, and Councilwoman Williams is now the liaison. I know she did a lunch and learn about this. They're connected with the Essex County Task Force that is going into communities and doing that, but that's not the charge of the task force.
Okay.
Our ordinance in the task force was very clear as to what our obligations were.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'm looking for published materials or something that, okay. Thank you. Councilman Rutherford.
Thank you, Council President. So it's my understanding that we have applications that are in now, and is there a time frame with which we have communicated to folks that they will get a response?
No, because I don't have a time frame from my task force. As I stated earlier, I've reached out to them. Once I do.
No, that's not what I'm referencing. What I'm saying is.
Have I responded to them with that? No, I have not. The chief has given them information about the task force not having met.
That's not the
And-
question.
Go
So
ahead.
let me give you the question so that you can understand it, and then probably.
Go ahead and ask the question, Councilman.
I want to make sure you understand it because you were answering a different question.
Please
I'm
ask the
sure you
question.
would. That either.
Sir, let's ask the question.
Right, okay, it's my fault. The question is, when they make the application, what is the expectation that we have communicated to them about a response?
None. We have
So
not.
there's no communication?
There is no communication about a time frame for the response.
Okay.
The communication that was initially given was because of the March 15th deadline or the opening that was given. But since that time, and all of those were dealt with, as you all remember, in an expedient manner because we wanted to make sure that we got them in when they opened the applications. Outside of that, there isn't other timelines that are required by the state.
So at least one of the applicants referenced tonight in public comment, and another one directly to me prior to tonight's meeting, that the task force had communicated to them that it would be 2 weeks before they would get a response once they submitted their application.
So we are copied on all of the responses that the chief makes, and I haven't seen a timeline that he has provided.
So there's some miscommunication between West Orange and the applicants. I don't know where that miscommunication is coming from, but there is some miscommunication. And I think, when I first read this resolution, I was in support of it. I've listened closely to all of the commenters tonight, and so I am certainly considering their position. But I do think we've gotten out over our skis with regard to this. Councilwoman McCartney was speaking with regard to the education portion for schools. I think Councilwoman Castellino as well. I made multiple requests to mark off some space away from houses of worship, and your position seems to be 200 feet or zero. And so I think what we're doing is we're forcing things on folks, and that's led to some dysfunction in this approval process. And I think 174 is further proof of that. Fields of Greens was rejected after having been approved. I did not vote for them in the first place.
Absolutely it was.
But proper due diligence and more time probably could have revealed some of the issues that we faced with regard to that particular applicant. So my initial concern was we're going haphazardly, too quickly, in trying to get things done with cannabis and not considering all the other things. Now, in addition to that, We had, one of the complaints that I received from the July 4th fireworks display was the amount of cannabis that was smoked on site, and that there was no enforcement, and there really is no mechanism to enforce it, right? So we understand the issues that our police face with regard to the state attorney general and his guidance with regard to local ordinance. We don't have a health department that has people that can actually enforce. So, you know, a lot of these issues, we are going too fast for folks in town. And they are speaking to me. I'm sure they're speaking to some of you as well. So that is why I was initially supportive of this, and I still may be. So now that I've had those two questions answered, I'd like to know when this was considered, and this may be a question for you, Mr. Gross. When this pause was considered, one, did we think about what the amount of time that would be needed to kind of process through some of these other applications before we reopened for new applications?
While there was no specific time frame, had there been, we would have put that in the resolution. I would say, I'll speak for myself, I thought it was probably going to be a 30-day to 6 weeks type pause to get, you know, whatever needed to get done. Now, it could be short, it could be at any time. You know, if the council says pause, they can say restart at any time. So it certainly, if that is the council's desire to consider that, you could put a time frame into the resolution, or certainly, and if you don't, you can restart it at any time. So.
Yeah, I would, if we were to go forward with it, I would want to know two things with regard to a time frame. What is the amount of time needed by the task force to handle the current applications that have not been addressed, and how a time frame would affect those that are waiting to apply. And I don't know if it's appropriate to get feedback from them. I mean, they're here. I would like to know. But I would like to know how that would affect them, you know, if they had to wait 30 days.
So
Council
that
President,
would-
you could.
I addressed that in my public comments, that was my concern, and I did say that I did want to temporarily suspend when I read this, because it seemed like we needed to play catch-up, and we're trying to catch up. Well, okay, I'm going to finish my thought. I'm just going to finish my comment that I have the same questions. I thought the task force had this on the agenda. So now that I understand the administration has this on the agenda, that the administration is the one that is prompting this. But after listening to these applicants and business owners, I don't want to jeopardize their application as well. So we are looking for reassurances from the task force to get to the applications that are pending. I definitely would like to see something open in town so we could see the operation for ourselves. I know we have been invited to other municipalities. I know you've taken advantage of that. So I have not done that. I want to see what happens here. And when I say about education, it's not just for the kids, it's for the general public, and it's not the kind of, you know, it's impaired vision. It's a lot of things that are happening about, yes, it's legal, but there are parameters within that legal system. So,
My concern, excuse me,
Yep.
just let me finish. My concern is that if there is enough of a backlog, even if we had a 30-day wait, a 30-day pause, that might not, I mean, there's no date on the calendar now to get through the current applications that we have. So it could very easily be 30 days before any new applications are reviewed anyway. Is that not fair to say?
Council President, I think Task Force Chairman Matute Brown indicated that she was trying to pull a meeting together
She
before
did
the
say
end
that.
of July.
we've said that.
Right, but there's a period of time it takes to actually review the applications. Are you going to have a meeting, and then in one meeting, you're going to get through 3 applications, or however many that are backlogged?
Well, we saw the number of pages of what the application looks like. It's a lot.
Exactly. So is it fair to say, Councilwoman Matute Brown, that it could be 30 days before you reviewed any new applications anyway?
I can't tell you that.
Okay, that's disappointing.
That's very disappointing.
Well, it is because
Inasmuch
it's a
as
task
the
force.
fact that
and
I
it's-
just said, I'm sorry, Council President, but 3 or 4 times I've now said, it is summer vacation, people are away, I'm trying to get everyone together before the end of this month. So whether you're disappointed or not is of no consequence to me personally. However, we have gotten through tons of applications in advance of these 3 that are pending. So when we're using words like backlog, due diligence, I'm really glad that we have the process we have, because that is due diligence. We were able to pull back the application from someone. And haphazard, or whatever terminology you want to give, these are volunteers that are giving us their time, our residents.
Please don't put words in
who
my
are
mouth.
I just said, or whatever
Yeah,
word you
okay,
use.
so
That's
don't
what
put
I
words in my
said.
mouth. Thank you.
I just said whatever term you use. I will say it one last time. I've already reached out to the task force. Hopefully, we'll get to a meeting before the end of July. I'm not gonna.
Hope is not a plan,
Oh,
and I'm
well.
not here to
Well, you know,
in
I
any
don't know
way-
what else to
excuse-
tell you.
excuse me for a second.
I do not have everyone's calendar. Everyone is volunteering, and as soon as I am able to get them on a date, then I would. And Council President, can we just move on from this? Because
I'm
I
not
don't
done
know
with
what
my
else.
comment yet.
Well, I don't know what else you'd have to comment.
So, hope is not a plan, and this is not to, in any way, shape, or form, demean the task force or any member of the task force, including the chair. But it is meant to highlight how important it is for folks that have spent countless hours and countless dollars trying to get to this point. So, if it's not going to be more than 30 days before they see new applications anyway, then I think the resolution is moot, right? Because if they're not going to get to it anyway, there's just a de facto pause. If it is going to be more than 30 days, that also renders this resolution moot, because that's a de facto pause of longer than what I would like to consider as a reasonable time frame. But if they can get to it in 2 weeks, as the council president indicated in her commentary, then maybe a pause is still needed, because it will still take time to get through those applications. And because I don't have answers to any of those questions, it is very difficult to make an informed vote. Councilwoman Williams, or Council President, I'm sorry, that's it for me for right now.
Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, Council President. Deep breath, deep breath, deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. To the public of West Orange, micro businesses were designed by the state of New Jersey for social justice and equity for people in underserved, convicted felons, and veterans and minority-owned businesses. And just like this evening, earlier when we started this meeting and we had a debate on leadership being compliant with a request to wear masks, we have to understand the messaging that we as elected officials are sending to the general public. And if we initially set out and said, which I think the task force indicated, that micro businesses would be a rolling application process. So to this resolution, if we want to pause on accepting applications that are not micro businesses, that's our pleasure and completely understood. But for the micro businesses whose only focus is for social justice and equity, we just heard someone speak about generational wealth. While we may not agree, like, appreciate, have complete knowledge of how this is going to impact our community, we do know it is going to bring positive dollars and revenue into West Orange. To institute a pause is a financial hardship for those who are already disadvantaged in this space. I am appalled at the conversation from all of my colleagues. This isn't about how we feel. This is about what is best for this community, for the residents who live in this community. We have heard the task Force Chairwoman bring us up to speed on the fact that there are 3 applications that have not been heard. We did not identify that within 30 days we would be able to give a response because we had no idea of what the real expectation was. So we said less. So I understand people coming here and asking, when should we expect to get a response? But when should we expect to get a response does not equate to stopping a social justice and equity process. Please, my council colleagues, whether you are concerned about a cannabis industry on every corner or not, we have to be realistic and we have to understand that that's not going to happen. The process is, even if we give someone a letter of support, they still have to get certified from the state of New Jersey. They still have to come back to this body for final approval. Our letter of support, no one knows. They can run out of money, even with the letters of support to the industries, to the businesses that we have committed to and say, yes, you're welcome here. Anything can happen. And until we know that they're coming, why would we stop the application process? We're sitting here talking about how can we offset taxes. This is it. This is the gift horse in the mouth. And we want to say no, but we don't have anything open and operational. And until we do, to shut down this opportunity, to me, is us saying no to, I don't want to pay more taxes, but it's saying no to a solution to a problem, a viable solution. So I just urge my council colleagues to reject this resolution, to allow us to continue receiving applications. And once a business is open, if we then want to come back and say, okay, we don't want more right now, we want to see that, that's fine. But let somebody get approved, let somebody get opened, and the more applications that come in, we've got to help these people open. Not say no, not say no. We should be welcoming their support, welcoming their interest in West Orange. This is an opportunity to change West Orange. And we control the narrative. The people around this table, we control the narrative. But right now, there's no narrative. There's no narrative. Nothing is open. Nothing has been fully operationally approved. People still have to come back to us. And who's to say that they're going to have the financial resources to actually get to the home plate? We just don't know. So we don't shut down when we have nothing in front of us. To me, that's counterproductive. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Council President, can I just call the question, please?
Okay.
No, I have one more comment
Yes,
to
go
make.
ahead, go ahead.
Please.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Thank you. So, again, I talk about rushing the process. So we were to amend the ordinance to 200 feet from a school. My colleague supported 200 feet from houses of worship. But we didn't even get a chance to have that conversation yet because it hasn't been put on our agenda. So I'm asking administration, when is that going to be put on our agenda? I know Mr. Moon crafted it. He sent it to both Councilwoman and I. I'm not sure if you have, I don't understand why we don't have this on our agenda yet. So again, part of my, and I failed to mention that also to be considerate to the business owners who came here this evening. We're not even done amending the ordinance. Another reason why I wanted the pause, because you're going to come to the task force, and again, are any of these businesses within the 200 feet? Will they be affected? So when are we going to take care of that housekeeping? Because that needs to be done ASAP, and it has not been presented to us.
Councilwoman
Okay, I make a motion that we approve.
Before we do
I'm
that.
sorry,
I'm
that
sorry,
we
no,
reject
I don't
this.
think that,
Why can't I pull the question? We've had a half hour of discussion.
Why
on
can't I
this.
get an answer when we're
Yeah,
going to get
okay,
that
so-
amendment?
Thank
This
you.
is ridiculous.
So Councilwoman Castellino just raised now a legal question, because if we do have, this is a legal question, that if we do have pending applications, can we amend an ordinance in the middle of
Yeah.
pending applications? That doesn't sound like something we can do.
This amendment's been crafted for months now.
I know, but she's raising,
Because this has to do with the resolution. This is why I want to put on a pause, because we still don't have the ordinance.
Sorry, this resolution is calling for a pause. I'm making a motion that we deny this. Thank you.
I still think Councilwoman Castellino is entitled to an answer.
yes, I do too. I do too. There was a question posed.
Okay, but there's a motion on the floor.
Unfortunately, I was talking to Mr. Trank when you were
There's a motion on the floor.
discussing this, so I'm not sure what the issue is. If you can
So,
There is a motion on the floor.
Our question was asked legitimately though before.
yes, it
Yeah.
was.
But this has
You-
nothing to do with
But
this
you interrupted the
ordinance.
question. We're waiting for an
But
answer.
it doesn't have to do with this
I'm
ordinance.
sorry.
It doesn't
You
have to do.
interrupted the question. We're waiting for
It
an answer.
doesn't have to do with the ordinance. I'm just moving
Yeah,
Me,
to
it
it
the
does.
resolution.
It has to do with the vote.
So the question as I heard it was that there's a pending amendment potentially concerning the distance for school.
Oh, you have to use a microphone, please, Miss. Thank you.
Richard Trank, Township Attorney. So as I understood the question was whether or not if the ordinance was adopted that said you could not have one of these businesses within a certain amount of square footage, would it apply to the pending applications? And again, it always depends on the nature of the change and modification, but the commission has in the past evaluated all of these issues. So the answer is, again, at least at this point, I would say yes, it will apply. So even though the applications were filed before the change, there has been no action by the commission or more importantly by this council. And so therefore, if you change the law, then it's not like a zoning board or a planning board application where the record's sealed and they're grandfathered. There's no grandfathering here. So again, the council should act and do its business as it so chooses.
But in fairness to these business owners that are investing, they need to know what the ordinance is going to be.
Well, but again, we're at the gating process. Keep in mind, they are doing whatever business decision they're making based upon their own analysis. Yes, they would be well advised to let the process play out, let the commission act, let the council act, and then make those decisions. So as we know, this is all because this is step one. They end up coming back eventually. The rules this is all a whole new area. So all we can do is try to be as fair as possible, as transparent as possible, but we're all learning as we go. The whole state is learning. So while I respect Councilman Rutherford's point, it is not accurate to say that we're hiding anything from anyone. We're navigating the process together. And
I didn't say we were hiding.
No.
I'm sorry?
I didn't say we were hiding.
No, but you suggested we're changing the rules after the game is played. That's not what's happening. We're trying to do what's best for our community, recognizing, as Councilwoman Williams said, that we want to allow these businesses under the proper circumstances and the proper location. So again, all I would say is do your business, decide how you want, move as quickly as you can, and if you want to consider that ordinance on then consider it.
So
You'll have a public hearing, it's 2 readings, and
Okay,
we'll decide.
the history of that is that we did consider it. The majority of us said we were in support of it, and yet it has yet to appear on our desk.
Okay, so
So where is it?
we'll have
That's
it,
all.
again, if that's the case.
Yeah, it'll be on. There are a few points you'll probably need to debate, because I don't know that everything in the ordinances that's being proposed will be accepted by the entire council, but that's, you can
Any
do
other
that at the
ones?
next meeting.
And at the end of the day, whatever recommendation the task force makes, the council has the final say. And the task
Exactly.
force is not going to send, as we have not, send business applications to, the task force has not sent the council business applications for anything that was near even 180 feet. Ultimately, whether the the ordinance is passed or not, the council makes that final decision. And the task force has not, because they are members of this community as well, not recommended facilities that are close to schools. We just haven't.
Council President, I just want to clarify for the record. While I do agree that it is wrong to change the rules in the middle of the game, that was Councilwoman Castellino's point, not Councilman Rutherford's. And the point I was making about the time frame is, for those folks that are looking to put in an application, if the amount of time is going to be 30 days or more, and that's going to negatively affect you, you may face that anyway, without the pause, because of the amount of work that has to be done before we can even get to a new application. So the point that I'm trying to make is, we've got to figure out a process that's going to be fair for everybody, those that have already applied, those that are seeking to apply and have already identified that, and folks down the road that we don't even know about. And that's part of the problem that I was highlighting to Councilwoman Matute Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Rutherford. I wanted to follow up on what Councilwoman Williams said before. What I appreciate is differentiating between the micro businesses, because that is not in this ordinance. This ordinance says they seek to suspend consideration of all new applications.
Yeah.
So I appreciate the differentiation.
Thank you.
Differentiation.
And what I also wanted to say is there are just some issues that we need to make sure are separate as we move forward with trying to determine where our position is on this ordinance. The task force in their process is to review the applications, pre-screen them, and present the ones that they believe are best suited for our community to the council for a letter of support. The education component to cannabis is a separate issue. And yes, I do believe wholeheartedly that we need a much more robust education program or initiative in our community, especially after what we experienced at the high school at the 4th of July. But I think that also comes with enforcement. And what we also know from the Attorney General for the state of New Jersey is that they will not arrest, that they may confiscate, and there certainly are consequences for if you are under 21. So I think we just need, as a council, to stay very focused on what our issues and concerns are, not convolute them, because again, we are talking about business opportunities to our municipality and generational wealth opportunities. So no matter who comes to open this business, it is going to impact their children's children's children. So please do not deny people an opportunity to bring business to this community based on ideas that really don't impact them coming here. That's all I have. I think
Okay.
we can vote.
Council President, we have a
Council-
motion on the
we
floor.
do have a motion,
to
Council-
deny this resolution, so I'm going to take a vote now
The motion is to deny.
to deny.
So voting yes votes against the
Means we are
resolution.
not
If you
temporarily
vote yes,
suspending.
then you're going to vote to deny the resolution. Councilwoman Castellino?
No.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
It's a tough vote for me.
I'm sorry?
I would be happy to have a carve out for micros. Yes.
Okay. Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President
I
McCartney?
am voting yes to deny the suspension. I do not want to jeopardize the pending investments with the applicants. I do want to make a comment, though, that when we did receive the applications in the early part of the year, there were deadlines. They had to be heard. I remember it was March 13th, so I knew that we had to act. We don't have those deadlines right now. So the more I think about it, I think the point is moot to suspend, because you still have to go through the process, you still have applications pending, and you still have your investment here that we don't want to jeopardize, right? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Council President, I just want to remind everybody, we have 9 more resolutions that were pulled and 5 ordinances
don't mean
and
to
the
check
budget
them.
hearing, so. And an executive session, so.
All right, let's get through. COUNCIL, council@westorange.org. We can answer any questions.
Councilwoman Williams pulled 17422, resolution rejecting, denying the application submitted by Fields of Green seeking resolution of local support to operate a proposed cannabis business within the Township of West Orange.
I just wanted clarity. I understand the resolution. I think there's been some indication that this was a straw business.
Yes,
Any more?
thank you.
They're requesting this.
Richard Trank, I'm Township Attorney. So, Councilwoman Williams, where this originates from is they had, we'll call it, a contingent lease for a location. Without an affirmative decision by you, you've already, in actuality, turned this down. But without that, they don't have the, quote, legal out from their lease. So it's like me agreeing to lease your property subject to me getting a license to open a restaurant, and then I come before the applicable board, they say no, they need to act. And so basically, in our discussions with the applicant's counsel, they said not approving it isn't the same as rejecting it, since you've determined for the reasons that are already on the record not to approve it. Can the council just embody that in a resolution? So that's why we proposed it.
This is an example of what we were talking about before with the, the applications that were never acted on
No, that's
by
not
the
correct.
council.
This was active.
That's not correct.
No.
That's incorrect.
But it's a type of thing, in other words, where applicants who have made application, but we've taken no action on,
No, this-
may be in the same
No,
circumstance.
Cindy, I'm sorry, Councilwoman. What he's stating is this could happen for one of the other businesses that we did not even bring before us.
So it can't, because even though council has not acted, most of the lease agreements, the contracts that applicants include with their package, have a remedy for if they are not approved, right? And a lot of them simply have a requirement for a letter from the municipality, which they've all received. This particular landlord wants something that says reject.
Okay.
Councilwoman
Mr. Trank, you could stay right there because I'm sorry, do we have to vote on this
Correct.
because it was pulled? I'm sorry.
Okay, is there a motion to approve 174-22?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. So, Mr. Trank, I asked you to stay right there because Resolution 180 was pulled, and this was the conversation we had about the tax appeals from 2017 on Rooney Circle and Executive Drive.
Sure. Thank you very much, Richard Trank, Township Attorney. So,
I pulled
as you are
did.
aware, we've acquired, as part of the redevelopment, 10 Rooney, and I'm pleased to report that demolition is almost completed for what will be the new library. And again, under the leadership of the business administrator and Pete Smeraldo in particular, there are weekly reports, updates, and whatnot, and we're working closely with the other tenants of that building. So, when we closed, as you will recall, there were lots of tax appeals pending on 100 and 200 and Executive Drive and 10 Rooney. March 17th was the date when, 2017, when we'll call it I'm going to say it was Rexon or some entity they owned, sold to the people who did the redevelopment plan with BNE that led to us acquiring title of 10 Rooney for basically no money. So, the difficulty with a split year on a tax appeal is that it gets prorated among the two owners of the property. We would not resolve this whole complicated transaction unless we didn't have any further liability financially to what I'll call the old owner. So the new owner who basically gave us 10 Rooney, basically is backstopping any tax appeals. As a result, they have requested to hire certain professionals, and that's what's before you. We don't pay for this at all. But we are actually the client, because the town is the entity on the tax.
Property.
But we have
Council
no
President, I
exposure.
did pull this.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry?
No, I pulled it, so I had specific questions
Sure,
with.
absolutely, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. With respect to this one, because I do recall two questions. And I understand the difference with the minimal detail appraisal report, which is the restricted, and then just your traditional appraisal report. I wanted an explanation as to why do we need both, but also when we did close on 10 Rooney, I do recall the tax settlement appeal excluded 2017. That was not included in the settlement of all of those years of tax appeals. So I'm curious now, and that resolution was 30419 when we initially settled way back in 2019. And the settlement agreement then spoke to, and I'll just quote this, set forth in the attached settlement agreement, which includes dismissal of 2018 plus a waiver of any and all tax refunds for 2017 through 2019 based on the proposed assessments set forth in that settlement agreement. So I'm wondering why, if that was part of the 2019 settlement agreement, why are we doing this now when the settlement agreement language in Resolution 30419 specifically stated that they were waiving any and all?
They're waiving it against us, the township, but they, meaning the owner, the prior owner who owned it from January 1st to March 17th, so basically 2.5 months, has a right to get that adjustment, but they don't get it from us. We are backstopped. Unfortunately, I don't have that agreement in front of me, and I know you've read it correctly, but again, the quote prior owner is going to be paid back, if they're entitled to any adjustment, from the entity that transferred the building to us.
The prior owner. So we're the client, but we're not paying for it?
Correct.
No.
We're not paying any of this.
And not even if they come back and they say, well, you know, today's market value is X. We are still, according to the tax settlement of 2019, not liable for any refunds.
Correct.
Okay.
The 2.5 months at issue here has to be paid by the entity that transferred the title to. They're all called West Orange, something. West Orange, I guess, Office Executive Park
Yes,
LLC.
yeah.
They're the owner, the former owner that sold to us, but they're on the hook to the prior owner. Because you see in the resolution, the fourth whereas all fees for such services will be paid in full by West Orange Office Executive Park LLC, and they're liable and responsible, and that's why, in fact, they're retaining these experts. Hendricks happens to be the same one, as you know, we use, but the council is not. Mr. Renaud is not a council we use normally Blau. But the short answer is, and I'll be glad to verify this with you in writing tomorrow, but yes, you are absolutely correct, we're not liable, but that adjustment will be due to the former owner, because keep in mind, we weren't in privity with them. So when I demanded they withdraw the tax appeals, as you read it, they said, we can't control the past people, we're contractually bound to them to prosecute it. I said, well, then you're gonna be on both sides of this, and more importantly, you're paying everything. And so that's why this is before you tonight.
Thank you.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you. Mr. Trank, I think you need to stay there a little bit longer.
Sure.
Because I think Councilman Rutherford pulled
I'm just
Resolution
curious.
181.
I'm just curious, Mr. Trink, if, I understand that they are responsible for everything, why don't they just hire them themselves?
Well, because as the council, we're the client. You
By
can't
law.
hire a lawyer for somebody else.
This is an appraisal company.
This is a tax appeal that has not been settled yet. So it's in the courts. We are the town. They are the owners of the property. So they're basically indemnifying us in our defense of our assessment. And if we lose, they're going to pay whatever we would lose. So they've indemnified us.
And that requires us to hire the appraisal company?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, are we ready to?
Oh.
Okay. Is there a
I don't-
motion to approve 180-22?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes.
Okay. 181-22, resolution authorizing execution of professional services agreement with Renaud D. Apollonio. Councilwoman Matute Brown.
Thank you. Same, it's related to the previous, so if you could just, so now, who we used before was Hendricks. We're looking at now Renaud Diapolino to do an affirmative tax appeal? What do we,
No, I don't think that's.
services for certain pending litigation involving 2017, I'm sorry, Mr.
It's
Trank,
the
I'll give you
same
some time.
case.
181. So in 180, we're retaining Hendricks. In 181,
We're retaining Renaud.
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 to
And-
to represent the pending litigation.
To represent the township in the pending litigation against, we'll call it, the former owner with regard to it. And when you look at paragraph 1, legal service to be provided,
Yes.
it says, you agree the law firm will represent the township in tax year 2017 appeals regarding the premises known as 10 Rooney, 100 Executive, 200 Executive, and 300 Executive. So all 4 buildings are involved with that. And what's important is that it's clear that all the fees are being paid solely by, by West Orange Office Executive Park LLC. As
The
was-
last
You know-
sender.
It's
yeah,
the last
sentence.
now be it therefore resolved. It's second sentence from the bottom. Such services shall be paid solely by West Orange Office Executive Park LLC, former owner, the municipal, okay. That's where it says that they're going to fully pay it. And while the pending litigation involves all of the properties, we're asking them to appraise because, that's what I'm trying to get at, is it an affirmative tax appeal?
No. They claim, you remember, remember how all 4 of these buildings sold for, I can't remember,
15
you and I
million.
spent so many nights on $15 million
15
or
million.
whatnot. They were assessed at much higher. And so that really is the gravamen of the underlying complaint. So therefore, their position was, we pay taxes at a grossly higher assessment rate, so we're entitled to our sliver back, meaning January 1st to March 17th. And so the short answer is, our position has always been, this is, quote, your problem, meaning the people who got the redevelopment approved by
Yes.
you and who, as part of that, are giving us the dog park and 10 Rooney. So they have to pay this, because like you'll see here, there's a reference that there's been a retainer of $10,000 paid.
Yes, I saw
can
that.
assure you, they have not been paid by Mr. Gross. So we're not paying a nickel on this, so.
So if you think about it, this is for the entire year of 2017 that's under appeal still. And so you had 2 owners in there. So in theory, both owners would benefit from any appeal, but the one owner is on the hook. So even though it wins, it pays itself. And if the other side wins, they've got to pay the other owner because they're indemnifying us.
And I do want to point out for Ms. Carnival's, we're not even a signatory on this agreement. I insisted that they give it to us, but Ms. Carnival, don't send this over to the mayor to sign. Right, so this is all on the hook of them. I just said, since we're the quote client, at least as a premise, because of the nature of a tax appeal, everyone felt had to be obviously presented. So
This
that it
falls
was
into where I always say, in West Orange, you see everything. You'll never see this anywhere else. I don't know, you ever see, I've never seen anything like this in my career. I understand it, but you see so many things here because of its size that you don't see in other places. But this is a unique situation, and you have to bend your thinking, because usually we're on the other side of this. Now, this time, we're being indemnified.
So for me, I'm looking at this as something as a CYA for the municipality when you're saying that the West Orange office, Executive Park, is solely responsible for any refund,
Yes.
and that covers us for the 2017 adjudication of that
Yeah,
litigation.
I tried to wrap this up when we were going through all that, and the problem is, the former owner, again, I can't remember the name of the entity, they were trying to hold up the transaction because they were trying to get their piece. And then that's when I said to West Orange office, the entity, this is your problem, not ours. You bought the property for them, and you agreed to prosecute the tax appeal, because they were and are prosecuting the tax appeal. So therefore, they're gonna have to defend it, because now they have the incentive, again, not to get into the gory details, to minimize the amount, but it doesn't affect us at all, because we're not paying it. So how it
Okay.
works out, can't answer.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Is there a motion to approve 181-22?
So moved.
Second,
Councilwoman Castellino?
yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes.
Resolution 184-22, resolution approving settlement of litigation between Kevin Malanga versus Township of West Orange.
Thank you. And so I pulled this because, for several reasons. I certainly wanted to read something into the record because I don't want the public to look at this as it's already being disseminated and to look like it's just a litigation for, payment for a settlement of a litigation where the township was found at fault, because that is far from the truth. The reason for this settlement, and this is for the general public, is to ensure that we do not inherit or encumber any additional litigation fees. This is a dismissal with prejudice. And page 25 of the attachment reads, although, and this is the court's opinion, although we review the motion court's summary judgment order de novo, our function as an appellate court is to review the decision of the trial court, not to decide the motion tabula rasa. Therefore, with regard to the 25 emails for which the summary judgment record establishes defendants satisfied only the pre-decisional prong of the deliberative process privilege standard, we vacate the court orders granting defendant summary judgment, dismissing the plaintiff's claim, entitlement to those emails under OPRA, and the common law right of access, and remand for the court to separately consider each of the emails and make findings and conclusions of law as to whether the summary judgment record supports a determination the emails satisfy the second prong of the deliberative process privilege standard as a matter of law. So in layman's term, and Mr. Trank, correct me if I'm wrong, what the court found was not an evidence of guilt on behalf of the township for denying the OPRA request as privileged information, but they were not wholly convinced that that the lower court addressed each one of those emails. So it was recommended from legal, and this happens quite often, and I only speak from a perspective of being a former paralegal married to a trial attorney. As you may all well know, there are sometimes we take settlements in order to avoid any further litigation costs. But I just wanted to make sure that the public understood that this is not a finding of wrongdoing by the township, but a remand of question to the lower court from the appellate division. And Mr. Trank, if you can just go back to the mic, because I also want to ask you a question, since obviously you were involved in this. When I look at page 31 and 32, which is the invoice from the law office of Walter M. Lures, LLC, his total attorney fees and costs, inclusive of court filings and everything else lawyers will charge you for, is $8,775.89. I raise that as a concern because here we are asking this body to approve a settlement of $15,000. And I have an issue with that. My issue is, as I've had an issue in the past, when Mr. Trank, and I know that you're just doing your job, you have to make the representation to the governing body for the governing body to decide. However, if the litigant was interested in truth-telling, why settle? If the litigant is interested in truth-telling, why settle for $6,224.11, more than what the attorney fees have accumulated? I am really, at this point, this is, I think, my fourth year on the council, and this may be the third settlement that comes to me as a council member from the same litigant.
So could I just clarify?
Please, if I'm wrong, yes.
And again, it may well be my error in putting this together. What you're looking at on that particular invoice is only the appeal.
Oh, it's only the appeal?
Yeah, so,
okay.
so the total invoices, because as you can see, if you look back at the history of this litigation, this case started far before February 10th, 2020. So let's just look back, and I'm sure at the beginning they tell you this agony has been going on. So you'll see that the governing body, meaning you, acted in 2018, and then in November of 2018, the council approved the resolution to hire Gruel and Associates. Then so the litigation started. I'm sure it's going to tell us when it started. But the bottom line is the litigation's been going on since slightly before
2019.
Does it say? Because I see it says on page 2 of the opinion that we won the case below on December 27, 2019.
Okay, yes.
So again, my recollection, and I can certainly provide this, that the total legal fees incurred, and his rate's $4.50 an hour. His total legal fees incurred were close to $20,000.
Okay.
And therefore, he compromised to 15. And of course, as you properly know, the direct, going to your point about the page you read earlier, the opinion, it means we got to go another round. You see, that's why at some point you say,
stop the bleeding.
You know, stop the bleeding. And in the end, we have a legitimate disagreement. The appellate division, because they're so backed up, did not take oral argument. So some of the context I think was missing, but that's water under the bridge. And the problem is how far are we, and frankly, and again, all those emails I think have been provided to the council members in unredacted form. There's no there. I mean, they're literally, the resolution is going to be on the agenda on this date. One of the things you saw in this opinion they said is, well, but Mr. Trank, you represent the council, you don't represent the planning board, so therefore, is there really attorney-client privilege? Was it deliberative? There have to be more fact-finding. They thought the trial court pulled the trigger in our favor too soon. So again, at this point, especially in light of the other resolution on the agenda, it just was felt $15,000 to go and then go another round when the bills are 20-ish. Just didn't make sense in terms of the public fisc.
Yeah,
But I certainly respect your point, especially about this particular litigant, about the problem with this is, you know, you get so many emails every day. And many of you call me all the time and say, really, is this what we want to do? Is this how we want to handle it or whatnot? And this litigant refuses to ever have a discussion with us. They just look for, you know, constant, you know, I don't want to use the word nitpicking, but rather than sit down and say, hey, this would be important because it would help prove A or B or C, or that's my position, they just find the hole and just litigate, and we generally win. But you're absolutely right. We have sometimes on appeal had different determinations.
One last question having to do with this scenario with respect to the appellate division finding that you, Mr. Trank, as the township attorney, do not represent the planning board. You know, for me, it's a little hard to understand or grasp because by statute, a mayor in every municipality appoints the planning board. That's an extension of the mayor's office, I would argue. So in this case, they're saying no, you don't represent. That just, to me, it makes no sense. I know that the planning board has their own attorney, but their attorney is there to guide them on land use regulations and things.
Well, and to your point, they wouldn't draft a resolution for you.
No.
Like, I wouldn't draft a resolution for the planning board. I don't sit through their meetings. They don't know your procedures, so it's a disconnect. But,
Okay.
you know, that's why they wear the robes, and, you know, we just
You're
try
right.
to do the best we can.
I hear you. Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Is there a motion to approve 184-22?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. Madam Clerk, wait, before you go on, just going through this, on Resolution 182, not to be pulled, but it was a question. I'm sorry I didn't ask the question before. On this resolution, this is the one about the township has begun construction on a new public library with grant funds from the Lottery Bond Construction.
Oh,
Act.
are you on 182?
I am, so
And
it's
again,
just
I
that-
know Councilwoman Matute Brown has recused herself if I'm looking at the right one.
I'm just questioning lottery bond, lottery bond.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
It says the Lottery Bond Construction Act. This should be library.
Oh, it's a typo.
That's all. It's
But
just
again,
wordsmithing.
the record's clear, Councilwoman Matute Brown has recused herself, so if you're going to deliberate on this, she will
Oh,
step
on
down
the-
off the dais. But okay, if there's a typo,
This was just wordsmith,
yeah, no
yes.
problem. I'll fix the
Okay.
typo. Oh, it's the lottery. Well, it'd be nice if they gave us
Yeah.
one of the lottery proceeds.
Sorry.
Okay, my fault. That's
Okay.
all me.
Thank you.
Karen, will you just make sure tomorrow we get you the corrected version of this?
Yes, what was the number?
It's
182.
182-22 in the third whereas, just ask Joyce to change the lottery to library,
Bond should be library bond.
Was that in consent agenda, 182?
right here.
Yeah, so you actually voted for it.
It was on consent.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, she's made it clear, and Karen has, I think, a letter or an email. So
That we
please record in
understand.
the minutes that Councilwoman Matute Brown did not vote or deliberate on 182-22, because she's been pretty adamant.
I just voted on consent.
Right,
Correct.
okay.
Okay.
Can we go to 186-22?
Yes.
Yes, that's
Okay.
next.
Resolution authorizing execution of the addendum to the agreement of sale, Malanga.
Okay, so if you don't mind, if I can explain this, this has come together pretty quickly. So that particular litigant, you acted unanimously in April 26, 2022. You approved the sale of the existing library behind this building to a redeveloper who you had approved, who we all know as the Alpert Group. It's the entity, is an urban renewal entity, West Orange Senior Housing. And net, you approved it on the condition that under the Lands and Buildings Act, it would be deed restricted and only available to build 65 low and moderate income housing, because that's been, the administration, I think the council has joined the mayor, that we have a complex here. We're going to move the library up to 10 Rooney when it's completed, hopefully next spring, and therefore we'll have an empty building, and the concept was we need senior housing. So net, Mr. Malanga sued on that. He asserted that it was basically try to get an end around on the redevelopment designation. And keep in mind that in March of this year, the New Jersey Supreme Court, after the appellate division and the trial court, they took certification, as I've indicated to you in prior meetings, on a question that we contend is not even in the case, which is whether or not we were trying to use redevelopment to sell or convey property that would not otherwise fit the criteria. And I obviously always have to remind everybody in this council, as they know, that building had the entire facade collapse. And the chief has time-released video that 20 seconds one way or the other, somebody would have been killed. It would happen in the middle of a day, and the year is in. So net, if there's ever a building that's 50, 60, 75 years, obviously we're in a position where we're gonna have a new library, we're gonna have a dog park, Executive Drive is gonna get developed, that building's gonna be fallow, and we can meet the need, and we committed under our affordable housing settlement. I know the council president is involved, that we spent years on that we would make that affordable senior housing. So, because there's a specific exemption, and we're doing this on Tompkins. We're building those 17 units on Tompkins. That was property the town owned. We conveyed it to Mr. Albert. because it's gonna be permanently deed restricted. Net, he filed this action. I immediately asked Judge Gardner to have a conference. We started to have discussions. I sent, and I think I copied his counsel, a rule, what's called a frivolous litigation letter to Mr. Malanga's counsel saying, this litigation has no merit under a specific statute. His counsel and I spoke to him on the way down here because I wanted to make sure that we were done and in agreement. His counsel pointed out there was a couple inconsistencies. Again, would have been nice if somebody picked the phone and called us, but okay. There was a couple inconsistencies as to the duration. Some affordable housing restrictions are only 30 years or 40 years or 20 years. In the statute, and our intent, certainly the mayor's intent, is in perpetuity. We're not looking to have this burn off for the next generation. So what the addendum does, and you have it here, it's not a very long addendum, but what the addendum specifically does is make it clear that it will be permanently deed restricted. It also points a couple of other issues that are clear that we would have dealt with in what's called a developer's agreement. So of course the question was, as you know, we're reserving 7,500 square feet for public space, whatever that need is by the town. So they pointed out that we didn't have a specific provision in the earlier agreement that said we'd have an easement, meaning a right to, as you know, to get in and out of the building. Okay, you would normally do that when you're ready to develop. You wouldn't do that in the initial agreement. But having said that, we're putting that into this addendum so that it is clear and unequivocal. The other points that are in here, well, the biggest thing, if you take it from the township's point of view, is we're getting a covenant not to sue, so that we are done with more challenges to our attempt to do what we have all committed to do. So basically, the addendum that we are presenting you here tonight, the only other thing that's important to put in here is we have a reversionary interest. So if within 5 years he hasn't gotten that project done, we get, it's over, we get the property back. Again, we certainly believe it can be done much quicker, but if he loses a 9% tax credit, as you know, those are critical to financing, and if he can't figure out a workaround, the project doesn't financially work, and Mr. Albert will probably, walk away from it earlier. Don't forget, as you know, the reason this is also important is as part of this transaction, he's going to pay us $1 million. That's going to go towards the $6.3 million new library to be part of our match for the new library. So this is a proposed full settlement of that litigation. Now, I will tell you one other, update. Last Friday, on their own, the New Jersey Supreme Court issued a letter order saying they had learned about your action in April, directing the parties to report back why that litigation, meaning the first one, is now moved, which is what was our position all along. So do I feel good? Did I always feel good? Do I believe that we would prevail in the end of that litigation? Yes. This will kind of moot that out because this will accomplish the same goals. We will, as part of this, agree that when we do close title with Mr. Albert, we will not need the redevelopment designation. So we'll withdraw the redevelopment designation. He will have the pilot, which is a statutory pilot. And basically that is what is presented in this proposed amendment.
Mr. Trenk, I just wanted to point out for the public, because I did go back and look at the April settlement agreement, and really the distinctions are what you pointed out, just the 99 years of the deed restriction. There was deed restrictions in the initial agreement and sale purchase, which is Resolution 12422, but it was for, as you said, the 30 years as opposed to the 99. And there was a deed restriction on the 7,500 square foot public use / library. But what was missing from that was the easement that you just spoke about. So I just wanted to put that on the record as well, that those things were included, but I guess this settlement just delineates and extends the time frame within which the deed restriction.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And just, I want to point out, so the version that Ms. Carnival put in the packet, because I'm looking at the packet version versus, it's been updated. Even where you see that it says 99 years, that over the weekend I sent you one that says perpetual. So it doesn't expire even,
Okay.
we'll all be around in 99 years, but
Oh, no.
whoever won't be, it'll still be here hundreds of years from now. So,
And Mr. Trink, how about the provision about the superintendent unit? Was that was part of this agreement also to add
well,
that?
Mr. Alpert, when we were structuring it, said, hold it now, even in affordable, you need to have a superintendent on site, and therefore that person does not necessarily have to meet the low
Right,
and
okay.
moderate income. And
That-
everybody agreed that's just normal, there's nothing cute about that. It's just, you can say you're constructing
doesn't
65,
comply.
but in the end, only 64 are rented, the other one is part of the compensation.
It's good to stipulate. Councilwoman Williams, did you have a question?
Is
So
there- oh.
if you adopt this, there's no reason to go into executive session on this, because I've put everything on the record in public.
Right. Is there a motion to approve 186?
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Trink.
188-22, resolution authorizing a professional services contract to PS&S to provide professional land surveying services for Ginny Dunkel Pool improvements in the amount of $10,300. Councilman Rutherford, you pulled this, and please let
I'm
the record
so
show that Councilwoman Williams will recuse herself from
I'm
this.
so sorry. Mr. Trink, there is one more resolution that was pulled, so after,
We're not done with you.
it's just 196 for me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, this, I didn't, as I said before, I'm not necessarily gonna vote no. I just wanted to know, we got one response, and I'm curious as to how we are writing these.
We actually
This is on
solicited,
188.
about 5 different, and this is a very specific thing, and that most of them either had no experience or just didn't want to do the work. This particular firm does have experience with pools, doing this type of work, so.
I mean, I understand. I just find it odd. I know all of these are New Jersey firms. I don't know if we've considered outside of New Jersey. I don't know if that's even cost, if that's feasible for a firm outside of New Jersey for a $10,000 contract. But whenever we get one response, it sticks and, it bugs me. But that's it. That's all I wanted to
Understood.
say.
Madam Clerk?
Is there a motion to approve 188-22?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes.
Okay. Resolution 194-22, resolution authorizing an award of contract to Mobility Coach with a base bid in the amount of $399,516 for a 12-month period beginning August 1st, 2022 and ending July 31st, 2023. Councilwoman Matute Brown, you pulled this.
Thank you. And Mr. Gross, this one is for you. I know that there were a couple bids. It just didn't, I just did not understand why we were going with the bids that we were going with, particularly since I've read on the Jitney page on social media that there is continuously disruption on the lines because of the maintenance of the vehicle. So in looking at this contract, I'm wondering how are we going to issue this contract when we have unreliable vehicles?
Well, this is not about the vehicles.
No,
The vehicles
I
are
know.
ours, and
I know.
whether the vehicles are unreliable or whether we should be, better maintained, certainly there's an argument about that. It is not that the vehicles are not operational and functional and have the ability to use them. Having said that, this is about getting drivers to drive those vehicles. This is basically an employment service. They go out and they do the vetting and they do the hiring and then they charge us. I frankly, we're looking to do this for a 1-year contract. Historically, we've done it for 3 to 5 years. I want to look at other alternatives.
Yeah.
There are things that we're not happy about, internally and externally with this. Having said that, we're looking at new technology. We're about to make an award for a different technology for communicating with our riders and to improve the level of satisfaction of the service and the communication with the individual riders. So we're taking steps to make improvements to the service and to be sure that this is our service and not, I think, it has been looked by some as perhaps not a regular service that we provide, or maybe people felt that it was only serving a limited group of people. We're going to provide this service, going to provide to everybody that wants it, and it's going to be a major service for us, and it's going to be treated like that. So moving forward, it's going to get some different attention than it's gotten in the past. This is only, to me, this is a midway step. This step allows us to have extra drivers on duty at all time, an extra driver on duty at all time. So, what has happened in the past is if a driver didn't show up, the route didn't go, and that's not very good for people waiting to go to work. In addition to that, we've informed all of our drivers that we employ for our senior program that they will be required to come in early and do these routes if we need them as well. So we're making sure that we're dedicating the resources to make this project, this service work. We know we've got work to do, and we're working on it.
Councilwoman Castellino.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman, were you done? So, we've had conversations about before with charging for services for this. And so this is for, in 1 year, we could reevaluate. Obviously, you will do the due diligence before that. So if, I don't see gas prices getting much better, I don't see more drivers being available, so I think for the next year, it's going to be pretty tough, and it may become a situation where we want to provide a free service, but maybe we can't if the cost is going to continually to increase. So I'm going to support this tonight. My recommendation is to, as you're looking at it closely this year, some kind of contribution, and what would that look like? What would that mean for residents? I mean,
Yeah.
I've always been one to provide the free service, but again, things are getting out of our control, and they're going places where we never thought they would go. So I think we have to look at we have to examine all alternatives.
Yeah, I have some experience with this, and I've done the calculations, and I mean, you can raise some funds with this,
Yeah.
but it's just like anything else, the devil's in the details. When you
And
start
we looked
charging,
at advertising
when you
to
st-
pay
when you-
for it, and that
when you
was
start
minimal.
charging, you may or may not lose some ridership because there's a certain
Yeah.
price sensitivity to service. Now, obviously, the smaller amount you charge, the less price sensitivity is, and also the smaller amount you charge, the less you raise to make it worth your while. Additionally, when you start charging, you have to meet a different maintenance standard.
No,
That wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing, but it's a much more expensive because it's a DOT standard, and there's inspections that have to be done by the DOT, and so it's more expensive. So that eats away at some of your revenues that you would get with the charging. Having
But
said that,
this is a big service. We do provide our seniors in the township as well, and it's important that we keep it in place.
we can provide that.
Okay, I'm good.
Madam Clerk?
Is there a motion, I'm sorry, I lost my place. Is there a motion to approve 194-22?
So move.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes.
Resolution 196-22, resolution authorizing the execution of a purchase and sale agreement with Estate of Donald J. Carroll for property designated as Block 64, Lots 3, 25, and 27. Councilwoman Matute Brown, you pulled this.
Thank you. Mr. Trank, if you can just rejoin us and walk us through this resolution, please.
Okay, sure. So as you know, this is part of our effort with regard to the downtown corridor to amass a certain nucleus of properties that will assist us with regard to what I'll call the Fourth Amended redevelopment plan, which was approved, and now it's September of last year. And we're continuing the effort. So basically, this is a consensual agreement to purchase this property known as 28-32 Ashland Avenue for $725,000. We have completed the environmental, and it's my understanding that there is no significant environmental issues on this site, unlike some of the other sites we're aware of. And so basically, at this point, the mayor's position is we should acquire this property. You have already allocated the money for this, among other transactions, and this is this will assist the process of accumulating the properties needed. This actual property, from what we understand, will not be in the core area of phase 1 of the potential studio redevelopment project, but would be needed either as an ancillary use or in future phases, potentially.
So during public comment, one of the comments that were made is that you're taking off, and I forgot what the amount of the revenue. 800. It was about 800,000 off.
I didn't. What revenue?
Tax revenues.
Mr. Gross.
Assessed value, whatever the, I don't have.
No, this property was not appraised and is not taxed based upon 725.
No.
But whatever it is, I mean, again, assume, I'm sure you could easily tell us what the tax are.
Yeah, we can look it up, but the bottom line, it's not wrong. It is going to come off of the tax rolls.
Yes.
And it's going to be used for a public purpose. Just like, that is the design of what you're trying to accomplish down there, is to begin the process of building an entertainment zone, which will have its own fruit that will come to the town through the economic boost that'll come from revitalizing that area. So it is not inaccurate, but it is also not necessarily mean that it's bad or that it's wrong. In fact,
No.
it'll be a very good, I think, move for the township in terms of consolidating these properties in order to provide the basis for what we need to do this shift in the downtown economics.
Thank you. And I wanted you to clarify that just in your terms, so that the residents who are listening to this or will be listening to this understand that this is not a matter of just amassing land because we want to take it off the tax revenue rolls, but this is part of what we've discussed for quite some time now, the council with the mayor and the administration and our township attorney, about being able to reimagine what downtown West Orange looks like. And as we all know, if we, those of us who own homes, or even if we have apartments, when we want something that looks nice, we have to do something about it. And this is part of that process. So I'm looking forward to next steps in this area. So I certainly appreciate the effort that has been made. I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve 196-22?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. I have Resolution 193 circled. Did someone pull that, and did we skip over?
That was not pulled.
Okay, good.
No, it was. I'm sorry.
193?
193?
The pump station.
Yeah,
No,
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 193
Kemper,
is the
golf
Kemper
carts.
Sports,
Oh, the
the
golf
golf
carts.
carts. That was
I had that circled.
pulled it.
I don't.
There was a question.
Yeah, there may have been a question, but I
don't
didn't
have-
have it as pulled.
Okay, well then we're fine.
Okay, good.
So was it?
But we can
amended?
entertain your questions on that.
93 or?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty straightforward, I think. I mean, there was a contract to rent golf carts from the current operator, which has an agreement with us. If we don't re-up that agreement, then the responsibility for those carts is ours. It's not theirs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in our original agreement. And basically, if you think about it, these are the carts. If the lease on the carts doesn't end when their lease ends, the next group that's come in to run it, whether it's us or somebody else that we hire like Kemper, are gonna need carts. And it becomes part of the new deal. So there's really very little risk. And if for some reason we're not gonna run it as a golf course anymore, the provisions of the contract allow us to say, no, we're not taking them. You got to pay for them, but then they get to then include that as legitimate cost for that year because they've incurred a cost that has to be attributed within the profit structures that we've worked out for. So there's really very little risk. In fact, I would say there's no risk. So.
There was a recent resolution that did delineate what the responsibilities would be between the township and Kemper. Right, that was very recent.
The other two resolutions that were pulled have to do with the budget.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Are we ready for that?
Mr. Gross?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't we do, we'll ask Mr. Prokilo to go to the
Council President.
dais and.
Council President. Yeah, I need a bio break. Yeah.
As I think you'll all recall, earlier this year, we had our budget workshops and introduction of the budget. What you see, or what we're about to hear, is an amendment to the budget that was introduced. The budget that, as amended, will represent basically some suggestions or requirements from the state after doing their review of the budget, and also some additional grants, but no substantive change in the amount to be raised by taxation. And we'll talk a little bit later about where it all ends up. But as part of that process, you saw tonight, you adopted a resolution that allows you to read the budget into the record by title, as opposed to reading each and every number on each and every page. So the legislature was fortunate to give us that option. What it did not do is give us that option with amendments. So tonight, Nick is here for his first time, and
Poor Nick.
I was reluctant to do so, but I told him that he could actually read the amendment into the record. I will tell you, usually it's about 6 or 7 pages. Tonight it's 1. So on your, it says maiden voyage. No, Nick, if you can read that into the record, and then the process after that, if there's discussion and/or then a vote on the amendment. So.
Welcome, Nick.
Thank you. Resolution 18722, Budget Amendment Number 1. Be it resolved that the Township Council of the Township of West Orange on this 19th day of July 2022, that Budget Amendment Number 1 of the 2022 local municipal budget of the Township of West Orange is hereby read on first reading, and the Township Clerk is directed to read the title here in full. According to NJSA 40A 4-1, since Amendment Number 1 does not add a new item of appropriation in amount of in excess of 1% of the total appropriations, increase or decrease any item of appropriation by more than 10%, or increase the amount to be raised by taxes by more than 5%, the amendment does not require advertisement or a new public hearing. Copies of Amendment Number 1 are available in the office of the business administrator at the municipal building, 66 Main Street, during the hours of 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. And choose budget. In the current fund, general revenues, current fund surplus anticipated, the introduced was $3,007,431.72. The amendment is $3,024,764.40, for a change of $17,332.68. Miscellaneous revenues, Section A, local revenues. Sewer user charges changed from an introduced number of $7,251,359.33 to $7,217,055.31, for a decrease of $34,304.02. The miscellaneous revenues, Section F, special items of general revenue anticipated. The Essex Cares Grant went from $2,529,545.88 to $15,370.65, for a decrease of $2,514,175.23. And ARP, the ARP grant was inserted for, it wasn't in the introduced budget, but it's in the amendment for $2,514,175.23 for an increase of that amount. Miscellaneous revenues, Section G, special items of general revenue anticipated with prior consent of the director of DLGS. Other special items, the Comcast cable TV revenue changed from $628,208.38 to $624,072.60, for a decrease of $4,135.78. Supplemental sewer fees went from $62,032.52 to $59,941.73, for a decrease of $2,360.79. And the Uniform Fire Safety Act revenue went from $85,510.34 to $83,811.84, for a decrease of $1,698.50. The total, Section G, was went from $11,026,048.16 to $11,017,853.09, for a total decrease of $8,195.07. In the summary of revenues section, there was a total change from $3,007,431.72 to $3,024,764.40, for a total change of $17,332.68. Miscellaneous revenues, it's a summary of the above. Total Section A is change of $11,136,631.90 to $11,102,327.88, for a decrease of $34,304.02. Total Section G went from $11,026,048.16 to $11,017,853.09, for a decrease of $8,195.07. Total miscellaneous revenues went from $33,742,798.01 to $33,700,298.92, for a decrease of $42,499.09. And the subtotal of general revenues went from $38,705,401.45 to $38,680,235.04, for a decrease of $25,166.41. And the total general revenues went from, 101,764,838.10 to 101,739,671.69 for a decrease of 25,166.41. The current fund appropriations, under the general government section, Department of Police, salary and wages went from 14,169,244 to 9,165,727.13 for a decrease of 5,003,516.87. A new line, salary, wages, and ARP was inserted. Wasn't in the introduced, but it was put in the amended for 4,978,350.46 for an increase of that amount, and total operations within caps went from 66,184,553.51 to 66,159,387.10 for a decrease of 25,166. 41. Total operations, including contingent within caps, is the same numbers as above. The total, says salary and wages went from 34,882, 286 to 34,857, 119.59 for a decrease of 25,166.41. Total general appropriations for municipal purposes within caps went from 74,804,537.51 to 74,779,371.10 for a decrease of 25,166.41. And then there was under the grants, Essex County Cares went from 2,259,545.88 to 15,370.65 for a decrease of 2,215,175.53. Then the grant, the ARP grant was inserted, where it wasn't in the introduced, but it was, the amended amount was 2,215,175.23 for an increase of that amount. The total public and private programs offset by revenues went from 5,733,106.31 to 5,748,476.96 for a change of 15,370.65. Total operations excluded from caps went from 13,421,063.35 to 13,436,434 for an increase of 15,370.65. And other, a subtotal on that line, other expenses went from 11,694,143 to 11,709,513.65 for an increase of 15,370.65. Total H2, total general appropriations for municipal purposes excluded from caps went from 24,834,419.58 to 24,849,790.23 for an increase of 15,370.65. The subtotal of appropriations, items H1 and O, went from 99,638,957.09 to 99,629,161.33 for a decrease of 9,795.76. Item 9, total general appropriations went from I'm sorry, 101, 764, 838.10 to 101, 755, 042, 34, for a decrease of 9,795.76. Total general appropriations for public and private offsets revenues went from 5,733,106.31 to 5,748,476.96, for an increase of 15,370.65. And the total operations excluded from caps went from 13,421,063.35 to 13,436,434, for an increase of 15,370.65. And total general appropriations went from 101, 764, 838.10 to 101, 755, 042.34, for a decrease of 9,795 and 76 cents.
Dreadful.
Okay. Is there any discussion?
Just a quick question. Was this, I'm looking at the form we originally got, I didn't bring the hard copy. Was there an updated form provided?
Yes.
Yes. I gave it to you. It was all paper clipped together.
Okay,
All the
'cause
new.
There's some slight
No,
differences.
I
Yeah,
don't
there were
have
some
that,
changes
yeah.
today that the state gave us.
I have a question. Council President?
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Williams?
Are you done?
No, well, so then, even with this, so it's just a couple of minor things, I think, I can see it better on mine.
Mm-hmm.
So, just, it just wasn't, a couple of, I understand you're probably nervous, a couple of items, the numbers weren't quite read accurately, and one line was skipped. Sorry, that's okay, it happens, all right, it's the first time for everything. Total operations, I'm looking at, under current fund appropriations, skip down to the 5th line, total operations, item 8A, within caps. Oh, sorry. Total operations, item 8A, within caps, was read as, the amended number was read as $66,159,387.10, for a decrease of $25,166.41. The next line is operations including contingent within caps, $66,185,553.51, and I think he read into the record the same 159. I could be wrong, but I think he read into the record $66,159,387.10 for the same $25,166.41. And then line H1, total general appropriations. That line wasn't read into the record. $74,804,537.51 is the introduced number. The amended number, $74,779,371.10 for a decrease of $25,166.41. Just to be accurate. Yeah, that's all right, no apology needed, yeah, it's all good. But it's in the record, so,
There you go.
there we go.
So any questions?
My question,
Councilwoman Williams?
looking at the salaries and wages under Department of Police, went from 14 million to 9, a $5 million difference. I was just wondering, how did that happen?
So if you look at the next line down, it went up 5 million. So the state, in its wisdom or its desires to categorize certain expenses, it gave us direction to amend that. It's really of no consequence to the budget itself. It is just a matter of what line we're going to create and what we're going to draw from. And there, it's basic to offset other aid that we got. They want to see that where we're offsetting it, but it is, from a practical point of view, it's meaningless.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, is there, I need the number.
187?
Lost my spot.
187.
Oh, okay, thank you. Is there a motion to approve 187-22?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so our next thing is a PowerPoint presentation that we put together for this evening. I'm going to go through it pretty fast. If there's something you want me to slow down on, I will, or we can come back to however you want. But in the essence, being that it's 11:10, I'm going to try to. And if I skip something, it's not because it's not important, but maybe it's just less important than getting to the meat of it.
Well, excuse me, Mr. Gross, being that this will be on TV and people will be watching it, I wouldn't rush through it, just, so
Okay.
people could see.
Oh, and keep in mind, this also will be online.
Yeah.
So anyone that wants to actually look at and to see, I mean, I'm not going to go dick, but I mean, I'm not going to read every word
Yeah,
on
got it.
on every screen.
Gotcha.
So I'm going to talk to you about the things that are important and then. Okay, municipal government, this is what we do. It's a balancing act. We provide services at certain costs, and our constituents are interested in the services, and they're also interested in the cost. And so we try to provide high-quality services for the money that we have, always doing more with less, and juggling conflicting demands. As you all know, the level of services that we provide, there are some people that appreciate all the services, or people that appreciate some and not others. And that doesn't mean we don't have to, because we don't have to provide it because others don't appreciate it, because there are other people that do. So it's the juggling act you see over here on the right. And this is just another screen that talks about the level of services. This goes back to what I said earlier about it being in West Orange. You see everything. We have 47,000 residents, 14,000 households, 100 miles of roadway. You see it here. It's going to happen, and we provide so wide array of services compared to other municipalities because of our size. So our objectives is stabilize taxes, provide quality services, and going back to the stabilizing time, making sure that it remains affordable, that we can continue to provide the services in an efficient manner. Our challenges are government mandates that make us spend money when we don't want to. Our employee contractual obligations continue to rise, substantial decreases in revenue over the years, and we'll talk about a little bit of that. We have yearly appropriation increases, yet we try to promise no increase in taxes if possible. It's a formula. It's formulas that don't work. Somehow or another, we manage to make them work relatively. And all doing that all the time, we're trying to maintain high quality services. So where do our tax dollars go? This year's total levy is going to be $212,220. That goes to 61% of that. $150 million goes to the Board of Ed. 14% goes to the county, and only 25% pays for the services that the municipality provides. And when you think about that, the services that the municipality provides, it's the library, it's garbage collection, it's street cleaning, it's snow removal, and it's really. When you look at just that portion and the services, we make the case that it's the most efficient use of your tax dollars of anywhere, whether it be from local, state, county, or federal. In the local level, we provide an awful lot of services for the money that we spend. Now, the municipal budget this year, our portion, that the municipal portion, is $101,755,042. And no surprise, 58% of that, or $59 million, is personnel costs. And fixed costs, about $31 million. The really interesting part of this slide, other than the fact that should say 2022 and not 2020, and the really interesting part of this slide, two things. Number one, the fact that 58% is personnel costs, not unexpected. The 5% of all other expenses, it's really, if you think about it, it's the only portion that we have any control over in terms on a day-to-day basis. You know, your fixed costs are just that. They're fixed. Your grants, you have money coming and going with that. And your salary and wages are all based on the number of employees that you have and the level of service agreement. So in terms of the impact that we have on the budget, in terms of, it's really a very small percentage, about 5%. One of the way we control our employee expenses is to try to maintain a level workforce. We've had as many as 375 employees back in the early or mid part of 2006, to be exact. You can see that we've run from 304, 36, 38, up to 39, relatively even amount. Yet our personnel costs have gone up regularly. Why? Part of it, active employee medical benefit payments, retiree medical benefit payments, annual clothing allowances that we pay. And that's not to say we shouldn't be paying these, but these are all the factors that really go into what costs government in order to provide the services. Annual paid sick time off, payouts at retirement. Our employee cost breakdown, again, 59% is salary and wages. Then you have, in red, you have your taxes and insurance, then employee health benefits, then retiree health benefits, and pension costs. So, and these continue to grow, the percentages, and really, at some point in time, you're going to probably get to be about 50%, 50-50, so that if whatever you're paying your employees in terms of a salary and wage, you're giving in benefits. And that's the trend, and that's what we expect to see. Again, just a chart showing you the difference in employee medical benefits. The dark is the employee contribution, and you can see how that has gone up over the last 10 years or so, 10, 12 years. And then the next is the mid green is the employee cost for active employees, and then retiree costs. And you can see that the retiree cost has gone up. And you saw last year it went down, and then of course it's popped back up again this year. That's a function of COVID. And you know, with COVID, a lot of people didn't go to the doctors, and we're seeing they're now going back. Employee pension charts, that's just to show you a chart there. Back around 2010, there was a reduction that we saw, but here we are right back up higher than ever was, and these costs are going to continue. There's no reason to think these costs are not going to continue to expand. In this particular budget, this just outlines 5.3 million of the increase. We went through all this at the budget workshops, but salary and wages up 1.57, pension costs up 200,000, health benefits up $1.5 million. Shade tree maintenance, we're spending another 200,000 that we didn't previously, another 100,000 in fuel, library up $260,000, and joint meeting, library and joint meeting together. Debt service up $300,000, and we this year can't forget the issues we had with Hurricane Iris last year that we have to pay for this year, $1.3 million. Our revenues, match exactly our budget. It's $101,755,042. And this just gives you a breakdown of how much comes from surplus. And again, the lion's share of it comes from taxes, 62%. And that's pretty common, that's pretty standard for us over the years. Grants fluctuate based on the years, some years higher than others. State aid, we'll talk about in a minute as well, and as well as delinquent taxes. The blue line is your total budget, and the red line the taxes. And you can see sometimes they're close together, and when they're close together, there's very little miscellaneous revenue, from outside sources. When they're wider, then that means they're getting a lot of additional income from outside sources. Now that could be really good, unless it's not repeating revenues. So when they're not repeating revenues, that's a sign of potential problems. So these charts do more than just inform you. We use them from a management perspective to do analysis to figure out, what's going to happen in the future and where do we go, so we can plan better today. Again, miscellaneous revenues of this if you took this chart and put it back to the other one, you'd see they pretty much match. And you can see that we've done a pretty good job in the past couple of years of getting more miscellaneous revenues. State aid, 19-year comparison. We're down about $2 million. You can see since 2010 has been basically the same, has been identical. In fact, it's been to the penny. And then just this year, not in time to get into this budget, but the legislature came and they awarded us what's going to be about $250,000. So it's not $2 million, but we're appreciative of any additional aid that we get, and hopefully maybe it's just the beginning of getting back to where we once were. What we have here, this is the tax levy screen. It talks about the requirements to stay within the 2%. This year's budget is a 1.96% increase, so we're within the 2% cap. And it includes everything we've talked about. And we think that this makes sense with the budget and the needs that we have now. This is our 12-year tax history chart. This is the list that's good to be at the bottom of. If you look at the towns to the left, it's the percentage increase in taxes in the last 12 years versus all the way to the right, West Orange, our increase in taxes in the last 10 years. Like I said, it's good to be at the bottom of that list. So what does this all mean to me? If your home is valued at $300,000, your taxes this year, your municipal taxes are going to go up $6.34 a month. If it's $325,000, you're going to go up $6.87 a month. So this gives you some perspective of what this 2% tax increase really means to the residents of the town. So if we go to the next, even you get up into the high-end properties or have higher assessed values at $500,000, you're talking about $10.57 a month. So it is not to minimize the impact of a 2% increase, but also to going back to what we talked about earlier, is that we need to try to make sure we keep these increased costs affordable, and I think this does. Thank you for your time and attention, and entertain any questions you may have.
Question.
Yes.
I know we talked about it at a prior meeting, but Green Acres application, we hope to do that in 20 23?
Yeah, I had a conversation with the mayor last week about engaging a firm to come out and delineate areas of Rock Spring.
Yeah.
And to see if we can figure out a way to carve off some of the, part of the problem is that whatever you're gonna carve off can't be used for recreation. So one of the things we may be faced with is how realistic it is to do a carve off, and that'll be a decision to make. Certainly we can do a carve off, but the question is, what's the impact and what's the appetite for whatever that impact is. So I would expect that what we'll do is we're going to put together a list of alternatives for the council to consider and come back and talk to the council about it.
So obviously that gets that debt service number down. Also, if we hopefully have a transaction in the near future for the properties we bought to hopefully,
Yeah.
turn over.
Yeah, I actually deal with this in the next presentation on capital.
Okay.
I talk about, I have a slide that reviews all of those types of issues and, their contributions to our debt and to solving our debt, so.
Yeah, and to solve that. Okay, great. Then I look forward to hearing that.
So to Councilwoman Castellino, though, I'm puzzled if we're talking about Green Acres without a plan in place. So how do we carve off an amount acreage-wise without a plan?
Therein lies the challenge, right? Because
Okay.
you've got to try to project and actually act, because it can't be used for recreational purposes. So you have to look at what, like, I'll tell you the easy thing is carving off the area by the quarry, right? Because that's never going to be used for the golf course. Now, the question is then, is what are you going to do with it?
Mhm.
And that's a question that council's going to have to, if they want to carve that off, is there a desire to do anything with that? There may or may not be. And I'm just using that as an example of the consequences of looking at this issue and deciding ultimately what the appetite is to do anything with the property. One of the options is to do no carve-offs, right? That's an option.
Yeah.
And, it's not, obviously not what we're looking to do, but,
But to do something like that preserves the integrity of the golf course, keeping it at 18 holes.
Right.
Which is what we have already talked about.
So, but there are other parcels of land or parts of it, of the land that's not being used currently that could be some type of
Right.
other use. Again, what the administration, I think, needs to do is to identify them, come back and talk to the council about what the potential uses are, what the potential consequences are, and make some decision. Because at some point in time, the council,
We have to decide.
a decision is going to have to be made. Because we can and should and need to move forward and start to recoup some of the monies from Green Acres.
I've already decided that I don't want to see a road through the middle of the golf course. Any other
Council
questions?
President?
Yes, Councilman Rutherford.
I read an article recently about there's some push, I don't know by whom, to change how municipalities pay out comp time at retirement and, at other times too. And I know we made some changes recently here, but one, would that affect, if that was to go through, would that just affect going forward, or would that affect people behind? I mean, how do we, because the numbers are huge.
If we're rearranging chairs, on the, deck chairs on the Titanic, it doesn't matter. This is where we're paying you now, but now we're going to pay you a different way. Ultimately, that doesn't do too much. But it depends on really what the solutions are. At one point in time, we solicited to the state and asked them to give us permission to pay everybody off, pay it all out, borrow the money, pay it out, and then not accumulate any more. And the state wouldn't let us do it. We couldn't get approval to do it. And it would have saved us a lot of money. So that kind of thing, yeah, if they change fundamentally the way it's approached, they'd also have to give us the ability to do it, the legal ability to do it, because we have collective bargaining agreements that we'd have to be concerned about. So we certainly would welcome and entertain the ideas, but historically, the implementation has never really, gone as far as it would need to in order to have any serious impact on it.
I know you're going to get to the downtown stuff in the next presentation, but on the Green Acres, if we are, do we make a decision soon to say, okay, let's look at just, because we know what we're going to do with Crestmont, or at least we have a better idea of what we're going to do with Crestmont? Do we put that in the pipeline before Rock Spring, or?
You can't do anything before Rock Spring because.
Is that, tell me about that.
Because when you take $1 of Green Acres money, you have to, at that time, dedicate any land that you're using for recreation to recreation in perpetuity, which means, you could, but then you'd basically be saying that Rock Spring you're not going to carve off anything. Because it would.
So it's a chronological thing based on when you actually conduct the transaction?
It's actually when you take the dollar. It isn't even when you get the award. Like, we can go and pursue it and get down to it, but we can't apply to get the money until we get that resolved.
But that is, so those are two separate applications, correct? Like, we're not going to apply for.
In theory, yes. But it's not an unlimited well of money.
Right.
So
you want to do the larger one
The amount of
first?
money we're talking about, you're going to take, it's going to take X number of years, whatever it is, to get the money for Rock Spring, because you'll never get it all in 1 year.
Right.
It depends on how much they allocate and whether they're on 1-year cycles or 2-year cycles. So how long it takes you to draw down, let's say, Rock Spring first, then you can go to Crestmont.
But if we did it in reverse, it would jeopardize.
You'd be making a decision, a de facto decision on Rock Spring. So there's no economic advantage.
Okay.
One over the other. One over the other. The timeline advantage is the idea of trying to make a decision about the carve off. Because we're not considering a carve off of Crestmont, so that's off the discussion. It is a discussion with Rock Spring, and that's why I got to deal with Rock Spring first. You don't have to. If you decide to keep the whole thing, or even do a carve off, you don't have to do Rock Spring. But I don't know why you wouldn't, but I guess it'd be 6 of one, half dozen of the other, because you want to get as much money in as possible.
So just so that I understand clearly, and it is. I don't understand clearly. I don't understand why we couldn't
That's because it's 11:30 at night.
process, apply for. So if we're going to have multiple years where we're making applications, we're not exactly sure we're going to, and I'm not pushing to do it. I just want to understand the logic behind it.
Okay. I'm going to make this really simple. If we want to build a tennis court and buy a little piece of property, and build a tennis court anywhere else in town, and we want to get Green Acres money to do that, the moment we take $1 of that, Rock Spring is 100% recreation forever. That's the trigger. It's a trigger that goes back to that. That's why Rock Spring has to be first. Because you can no longer do a carve out if that's what your intention to do.
Well, even if we only carved out the existing footprint of the current building? Yeah? Okay.
I'm listening.
So if all we carved out of Rock Spring was the existing footprint of the building that's there now that houses all of the stuff that's there, even if that's all we carved out.
Well, if you make that decision, you carve it out, And then you can do anything you want.
Okay.
Once you.
But if we
but you're-
don't, then
but
we
you're-
would have to get rid of the clubhouse.
You don't have to get rid of it. You'll never get rid of it. You'll never be able to use it
For anything
The
else.
carve-out is about some type of development, potentially. All right, that was originally the idea. When it was going to be 9 holes instead of 18, there was going to be, some type of a development. It was, shared, some other type of a recreation use, and then the 9 holes. And then when it became apparent that it was going to be 18, or, and there was,
Right.
that wasn't going to happen. So now the development portion becomes that much more tricky or possible or what. So it's still the same decision. You got to make that decision of carve off before you take another dollar in this town. Not another dollar on that property. You can't take another dollar anywhere in town without dedicating all of that land now that you haven't carved off to recreation. So that's why it's an important issue, because there is some anticipation of doing a carve off. And that's where when I say we really need to come back and talk about the different options and see what the appetite is for carving off and what the uses are, so we can move forward. 'Cause we need to do that.
Understood.
John, there was in one of the slides about the employee contributions to their medical benefits. Is that a set percentage of their salary? Is everyone doing?
I'm sorry?
Is that a percentage of their salaries? Everyone has the same percentage?
It's formulaic. It is based on their salary level and the cost or the type of benefits they select. So it's two-pronged. So, for instance, your higher earners are paying 35% of the cost of whatever they select.
Sorry.
Sure.
Thank you.
Higher earners contribute 35% of the cost of their benefits, whatever it is, whether it's single, family, husband and wife, parent and child. If you're making on the lower end, maybe it's 8 to 10% of that cost. So it is basically it's means tested, and it also gives an employee reason to select well, because if you select a lower cost policy or premium, the town saves and the employee saves.
Did you want to comment on that, Councilwoman?
Just wanted to, along the lines of the employee contribution, the new line item of $149,771 for 457 contribution plan, is that the new contribution plan that the employees, came about through the contractual?
Yes, it's
new-
all,
Okay.
yeah,
Mhm.
it's
And
that.
so our contribution is 14% of their, or 13%?
For new employees, it's 10.5%.
So we contribute, for new employees, 10.5. And then for existing employees, there's no contribution?
Only people that are included there if they have a contractual requirements. So, but otherwise, the other existing employees are not involved in that at all.
And this is in addition to the contribution of pension payments that we make
Yes.
as well?
Yes.
Okay. So this line item is going to exist?
Yeah, that's going to grow. That's going to grow.
And then I also had a question, it's page 161, the reorganization plan is also a new line item, it's $58,593.94. That new line item for the reorganization plan, is that, that's obviously going to be there year after year? Or is this?
Yes, yeah, it's in this year's budget as a reorganization plan, because we asked you to consider it in total. it will then flow to the next year it'll flow into the departments where those employees are.
Okay.
Because it's spread out for 10
Yeah,
years, so,
yeah.
right, it would be
No,
each
but it's spread out for what?
10 years.
The 58,000?
Isn't that what we're talking about? The
Yeah,
Their
organizational
salaries,
plan?
their
The
salaries
salary.
will show up
Mhm.
in their lines. Right
Yeah.
now, for instance,
This
it's,
is all-
it's
this is the
all,
org.
in other words, no matter what department it's impacted in, it's all right there. Moving forward, it'll actually show in their departments.
Okay, I don't have any more questions.
Mhm. Mr. Rutherford? No?
Public hearing.
Yeah.
Do we have to read this?
Yeah,
You
we
did it.
both have a part in our play.
Right.
You
Okay.
have to call the meeting to order.
All right. So, the meeting will come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown.
We just taking.
This is a procedure for public hearing.
This is to, I have to take the roll call for the budget hearing.
Oh, just for the budget hearing?
Yes.
Yes.
You're
Present.
not voting on anything
Okay,
yet.
present.
Councilman Rutherford,
Here.
Councilwoman Williams,
Present.
Council President McCartney.
Present.
This is the time fixed for the public hearing on the municipal budget and tax resolution for 2022. The budget was introduced on first reading by the Township Council on June 14th, 2022, was advertised as required on June 23rd, 2022, together with notice of hearing for this time. Copies were made available to the public during the past week, and a supply is here for anyone desiring a copy this evening. Council President.
Okay. Before opening this hearing, I wish to outline the procedure. Just like public comment, each person desiring to be heard will rise, give his name, his or her name, and to address before speaking, recognizing one speaker at a time in order of rising as nearly as I can determine. Address all questions to the chair. Where necessary, they will be referred to individual members of the governing body or municipal officials. Questions must be confined solely to the municipal budget. Before us, school or county matters are not proper subjects of this hearing and cannot be discussed or answered here tonight. I will entertain a motion to open the public hearing on the municipal budget and tax resolution of 2022.
Is there a motion to open the budget hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President McCartney.
Yes. Okay. Public comment? Questions or comment? Yes, sir.
Good evening, soon to be good morning.
Yep.
The budget increases revenues and offset by spending by about $7.65 million this year. That's up about 8%. And the budget itself is almost 102 million. First time it's gone over 100 million. My question is, or my request is, could you please detail every step that the council took to reduce the expenditures from the point of the budget being presented by the mayor? My second question is, with spending going up and the revenues going up by 8%, 7.65 million, was there any consideration to not spend some of that money, the extra money, and returning it to taxpayers in the form of lower taxes, property taxes? The next question, or it's not actually a question, but I thought this would be your last chance to reverse your decision about taking the $40,000 away from the community house. And once you did that, you have refused requests to reconsider. One of them was from me, but It sounds like you're hearing from a lot of people about this. And some of the reasoning or rationalizations that I heard tonight seemed just that. And if you really want to absolve yourself of taking that $40,000, you should vote tonight to return it to the community house. And Councilman Rutherford, you, if I understand correctly, you keep talking about Mr. Cito didn't provide financials. When I was on the council, the recipients of these grants only had to provide a narrative of what was the impact of the money that they spent. So there was no requirement to provide financials. So if I've missed something, or if you've changed the process to require financials, I would appreciate somebody making that public. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, should I answer?
Wait,
Oh,
because
we're gonna have more
we may
public
have
comment.
other people who.
Claire Silvestri, 20 Grandview Avenue. I just wanted to ask where the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee is in this process. I know that in years past, there'd be someone from representing the Citizen Advisory Board who would comment on their assessment of the budget. I did not see anyone at the budget workshop, and I don't see anyone here tonight, and I just wondered if they were part of the process. Thank you.
And yes, sir. Good evening.
Ron Charles, Colonial Woods Drive. Still good evening. On one of the slides, you spoke about the cost of Hurricane Iris. Did we get any FEMA money on that? Was anything? And then I seen that the CARES Act was significantly reduced, obviously, from $2 million to about 15,000 on one of the slides, or what Nick spoke about. I guess that was because that was the COVID money that came from the federal government, right? That's my two questions.
Thank you, Mr. Charles. So, John, the response that you just, I'm sorry, any other comments or questions? Oh, okay. Observing no further applicants from the floor, entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. The motion is carried.
I'm getting delirious now. I'm going to forget my question. Oh, you just said that about the FEMA and Hurricane Iris, because I made a note about FEMA as well, and you said that we will receive that, so that's not going to help us.
That was Ida?
Hurricane Ida?
It's Iris.
Just note,
Iris.
Iris?
When was that?
It was Iris on the,
Iris.
The one
When
from
was-
last year?
October, it was called Ida, Hurricane Ida, not
I
Iris.
apologize. You're right. Iris was the one before.
regardless, we still don't have the FEMA money.
Yeah, aye.
And how does that, what is that process and how does that work?
What is the process?
Yeah.
Oh, we've submitted everything to the state. The state does the administration on behalf of FEMA. So we've submitted everything to the state, and we're waiting to hear. They may send us a check tomorrow, or, a payment tomorrow, or they may come back and say, well, we want more information about this or that or the other thing. It's always a process with them, so. Wasn't that long ago that we got a payment on Sandy, so.
Look how many years that was.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
And when you get that payment, what are you doing with the money?
Goes to surplus.
Huh?
Goes to surplus.
Yeah.
And so it's there to give back to the taxpayers, And I do want to address that issue. The question was raised about, the $8 million difference. that, in this year, and was there any consideration of giving money back to the taxpayer? And the truth of the matter is, we give that consideration every day and every year, and certainly last year, we had 0 increase in budget. And while that's not a giving money back, but that's certainly not taking money out of their pockets, at a time when it was really important not to do that. So it is a consideration. And of the 8 million you're looking at this year, I guess the question is, how much of it is, I'm looking at it now, how much of it is discretionary? And you have to make a decision. If you want to make cuts, it's in bodies, it's in personnel.
Mhm.
That's where all the money is. I think we showed that in the thing. The $8 million that were up, almost $3 million of it was new grants, right? So that's not, you're not going to cut that. And we got the Hurricane Ida is $1.3 million. You have to pay that. You've got debt service increase. You have to pay that. The library and joint meeting, you have to pay that. Fuel, the only way you're going to cut fuel is if you cut back on services, so you'd have to consider cutting back on services if, wanted to try to save that money. Shade tree, that's an area where you probably could think of that as a couple $100,000. Health benefits, short of what we've done to date, there's really no savings to be had there, certainly in the short run for that. Pension costs you have to pay, and that's contractual salary and wages. So I just went through the $8 million. Where are you making an impact there? You're not. You're just not.
Well, during the presentation, we even talked about things that we can control, and it was 5%. And it was really controlling the number of employees, and the whole graph about 1995, there's 367, and now 2022, so reduced. And we saw how many vacancies are in the budget, and we're not. The question just now, steps to reduce the budget, not hiring and not filling those positions. Changing job titles because people are doing different, we made steps in that budget.
Council President, if I may.
Councilwoman Matupra.
Thank you. I'm just going to address the one question that former Councilman Kukorviak asked us about detailing what we've done to reduce the amount of this budget. And I can only speak for myself. I don't wait until budget season to do anything. I do it as we're meeting every month. I make decisions with respect to the financial and fiscal impact information that I receive from the administration. Being a labor person and a union person, I voted no for the labor contracts because they were excessive and we did not have financial impact information given to us before we made that decision. I give you that as an example. The reorganization that's on here, that's increased by $53,000 this budget. That's another example. I didn't support that. So I don't wait to come to receive this budget to see where I can cut. I make those decisions along the way by being conscious of my fiduciary obligation. I hope that answers your question.
So I wanted to just say I respectfully disagreed with the vote on the reorganization plan. I did approve that because I felt it was arbitrary and very uncomfortable, really, to have the special requests presented to us, and I felt that this was more fair and equitable to reorganize. Councilman Castellino, did you have your hand raised? Thank you.
Yeah, and I think we all sit up here and look at each expenditure and, do our best all year long. As far as the impacts that were just mentioned, I know I sat with Mr. Gross and asked numerous questions to see how that would impact us in the future before I made that decision, like I always do. In regards to the comments about the community house, again, we stated a few things prior, but just a reminder to my former colleague, so there was years that did go by that we sometimes didn't get that information from all the parties. And, we said about a year or two before that, we want to make sure we get that information. And a couple years ago, Mr. Keogh sends out a form for all the entities to fill out, and that is the form that has not been returned by the community house. And again, it's information they could easily provide. And for whatever reason, maybe it's because of the revenue that they receive from other sources, they don't want to disclose that. I don't know what the full answer is, but it hasn't been provided back. Now, is that a reason for them not to receive any additional monies from us in this budget? Again, that's discretionary amongst us. But, the very simple form that the PAL and the Mountaintop League can provide the council, it's disappointing that the community house does not. Again, they do receive other funding from us in other ways, and we've already been supportive, but I'm not going to keep beating that drum there. Mr. Gross, I do have a question for you, because now, we see Essex Green coming online with all their new renovations, their COs. Primo Hoagies is opening up next week. I've been in contact with them up there, so a lot of great things are going on with phase one of their project. So how does them coming online with their COs for their new retail, how does that impact us revenue-wise?
Good point, yeah.
It is, the assessor will make an evaluation every year based on those COs, and to the extent he can get the information. Usually, and I would expect that Essex Green will be the same way at some point in time, certainly by 2025, with the reval coming. That's when we'll see the most impact of that, when we're doing a complete reval. The individual stores, he might be able to get some information from, because it's all based in profit and loss. It's not like a residential property where you measure it up against the 10 or 15 houses and come up with a value. It's all based on profits and loss. So, these businesses are going to have to get in and get opened and have some experience and start seeing profits before we're going to see anything substantive. Certainly, but at the reval, that's when we'll really see. Number one, by then it should be pretty far along the way for where they want to go, and so we're going to get full value at that point.
I know they're planning to renovate the movie theater as well, and they'll be moving into phase two, so. All right, great. Thank you, Council President.
Any comments on the Citizen Advisory Board? And I had my appointment, it just never materialized. I don't really have an answer for that.
The question was rhetorical. It's obvious they didn't play a part this year. But before we close, I still wanted to address one other thing, Council President.
Of course.
So, I'm a little disappointed at the commentary around the community house, because it kind of makes it seem like council members, and I'm speaking for myself primarily, but I think it would characterize all of us, don't care about kids and don't care about providing a service to kids, and it's a $40,000 expenditure. A couple of things on that. Number one, it does not affect the budget. $40,000 doesn't affect the budget at all, one way or the other. The municipal budget. And number two, the form that Councilwoman Castellino referenced is a very basic form. It was not difficult to complete. It did not require detailed information. And it was requested for 2 years in a row with no response. I think to allow that sets a precedent for other organizations, institutions, or recipients of tax dollars that council can make a request of information and you can ignore it and still get funded. I find that to be problematic. And I think if we're going to be consistent, if we're going to be fair, when we make a request, it should be honored. It should be addressed. If there's a reason why, there should be some that it can't be adhered to. There should be some communication. Hey, this is a challenge for us for whatever reason. But none of that happened, and no reasoning was given. But we're looking at a $100 million budget roughly, and we're talking about a $40,000 expense. I don't think that is going to move the needle. But to your broader question about the steps that we took to lower the budget, as I sat there and looked at the presentation, first, as I went through the budget when we first got it, most of what we spend is contractually obligated. And when you talk to or look at the various departments in town, it is very difficult to cut headcount. We just don't have the people. And I'm not going to go down the list of departments that really do need support, but there are multiple departments in town that require support. And without the ability to raise revenue, it's going to be very difficult to provide that support. But the last thing they need and the last thing residents need is to actually cut it. We're at an interesting point, and I take this job seriously, and politically it would be great to just, jump all over the CFO and make some headlines, right? But that's not what we're doing here. We have rising inflation. We have higher interest rates. We may be in a recession. So we take these things seriously, but at the end of the day, we've got to provide a safe and clean community. We've got to support the institutions that make West Orange beautiful. And this budget, whether you like it or not, or disagree or not, most of this stuff is really required to provide that. So it is very difficult to find places to cut. Now, there may be something going on behind the scenes that I don't know of. There may be some jobs that don't get filled or money that gets moved to another account somewhere. I can't speak to that, and I'm not accusing anyone of that. I want to be clear. I'm just saying, there may be some stuff that I don't see that'll happen throughout the course of the year, but based on what I've seen and what I understand from running the township, we've got a job to do to provide a safe and clean town. We've got to provide services to folks that are paying high property taxes, and in exchange for that, we need support from Town Hall, we need support from all around town, and this budget kind of reflects that. So that's the end of my commentary. Thank you, Council President.
I appreciate your commentary, because when Joe Krakowiak was speaking, just making notes for myself, I had written down the word plead, and no one did come to advocate for the community house. We did not hear that they were seeking those funds. We did not get that same message. So I do appreciate what you're saying. I feel by reallocating it, we're putting it to good use. And I wanted to thank Mr. Gross. I really appreciated you expanding the assessments of what we would see on different homes, on the levels of different homes. I had only seen one that was published in the paper at $325,000. It was $6. So just to expand it so people can see it's not exorbitant and still difficult. This is a difficult budget, but it is not exorbitant. So I think you, Nick, have done a good job. We've done a good job to control what we can.
Council President, can I just make a statement?
Yes, Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to make the statement and just to make sure the public is aware that we are not discounting the fact that we are potentially in a recession, that interest rates are high, and that there are several residents who do need to age in place. So when we say that it is just a $10 increase or just a $6 increase, we are not being dismissive or irregarding the fact that these are hard times for everyone. We are still in the midst of a pandemic and we don't know where it is going to go. There are still people who are unemployed, and that is impacting their lifestyle. So we are extremely sensitive to the increase, but we also want to acknowledge that it is not as significant as it could perhaps be. And we all like our services. I think what we also need to focus on as a municipality is the services that we do pay for to make sure they're superior services. So we do hear the complaints about some of the services that you do receive, but understand these come from third-party vendors, and we must take those deficiencies into consideration when we renew contracts. And I certainly commit to doing that whenever a contract comes before us. Thank you.
Good. Appreciate it.
Is there a motion to approve 172-22?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes.
Okay. On to ordinances on second and final reading. Ordinance 2687-22. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I can proceed with this one.
You're doing the salary ordinance?
Yeah.
Do the salary ordinance.
Do
by
the
that.
salary one first?
Yeah,
Okay,
and
sorry.
Then I'll do the presentation on the capital before you do the capital ordinance.
Okay. All right, so 2688-22, an ordinance creating a reclassification and salary schedule of certain Township of West Orange employees, setting forth their titles, classification, and salary ranges, and adopting a salary guide and establishing the employee's status as a Township employee and under the guidelines of the New Jersey Department of Personnel. Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
So moved. Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
No.
Councilman Rutherford?
No.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes.
Public hearing.
Any comments on ordinance 2688, reclassification and salary schedule? Seeing none?
Comments?
Council colleagues, comments?
Oh, sorry.
I have a
I
comment.
move.
Councilwoman Matute Brown.
Thank you. I'm just going to put on the record what I've stated previously when we discussed this. I don't support this reorganization or reclassification because it does add additional $53,000 to our budget annually. And whether it's uncomfortable to have those recommendations that the mayor has had generally is just a part of being and doing our work here. I just don't feel that with all of the expenditures that we have had to make to invest, and I'm not saying that they weren't good investments, they're good investments to our municipality. I just do not feel that there is equity when we are focused just on upper management and trying to put them on a salary guide the way every other employee that is in a union is really just not fair to everyone else because they are not considered in this reorganization. This is just management and those who are not in union. So I am not supporting this ordinance.
Thank you. Councilman Rutherford.
Thank you, Council President. For similar reasons, I don't support it. I think we have real pay inequity issues. I've brought that to the attention. I raised that issue at the last hearing. I think given where we are in the economic cycle now, pain is felt more at the bottom of the scale than at the top. And we really don't know how long this will last, especially since we can't predict COVID at all. And the last time we were in an economic environment like this with regard to inflation and interest rates was in the 80s, and that problem was not solved easily or quickly. And so I think it is more important for us to focus on the bottom end of the scale, the middle of the scale, than the top end. And for that reason, and others, and it's already after midnight, so I won't keep going, I can't support this, and I hope my council colleagues don't either. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rutherford. And Councilwoman, I know we had this conversation during our budget workshop, and it was not a contract negotiation session. It was for non-contractual employees. And as I stated before, I felt that it was being fair and equitable for the non-contractual employees. We all agreed during our budget workshop about the salary guide for the new employees or the lower salary employees. We all agreed that we would like to see that, but this budget was not for contract negotiations on that. Councilwoman Castellino.
Yeah, and to that point, you know, it's getting late, so I don't want to get in a whole big debate. I respect my colleagues' decisions. But the other, when they go to their union, you know, their unions need to negotiate their steps for them. That wants to be renegotiated. That will be done at that time. And we will show our support if we agree to a new guide. So with that being said, that is what needs to be done to lower the bottom end of the salary guide for those employees. So with that, I'll support this tonight.
Any other comments? Madam Clerk?
Is there a motion to approve 2688-22 on second and final reading?
So moved.
Second,
Councilwoman Castellino?
yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
No.
Councilman Rutherford?
No.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, you're going to do that now? Okay.
So I put together a slide on the capital budget ordinances. I will try to go through them as thoroughly and quickly as possible.
Thank you.
This is the 2022 capital budget ordinances. There are three. There is one for $4,865,000, authorizing the flood mitigation project for the joint meeting. There is one for $4.5 million, authorizing various improvements to the parks. And there is one for $10,488,104, providing for various improvements appropriating that amount in authorizing $9,950,572 in bonds or notes. Try to do these in some fashion of order. This is the joint meeting, Phase 3 flood mitigation project. I think we've talked about numerous times before. This is ordinance number 269122. Hazard mitigation, 90% will be reimbursed by FEMA. So the second one is the $4.5 million, which is various improvements to the parks, and that's $4.5 million. Debt authorized 4.285714 with a down payment from the Open Space Fund. The useful life of these improvements as 15 years. The ordinance will cover the 2022 capital needs, and the debt will likely be financed next year, payable in 2024. This money is designated for the installation of turf fields in O'Connor Park, and this is a breakdown of the cost of the fields by location and the lighting and obvious plan specs and site preparation work. So it's the bottom line to it is it's $4.5 million spread over these 2 sites and the soft cost that goes into that. And this is a narrative, I'm not going to read it, this will all be online, but it talks about O'Connor Park and about its history and its usage, and you know, why this is advisable to move forward with the renovations of the park and the putting the turf field. This is the benefits, you know, what we believe are the benefits of turf field and the lighting for the fields. Again, I'm not going to read each and every one. I'll give you a couple minutes to look it over, and then again, it'll be available online. We'll move forward. This is the last ordinance. This is the $10,488,000. This is our general bond ordinance that we do every year, which has expenses and improvements for various areas. $10,488,000 authorizes $9,950,000 in debt, with approximately $500,000 down payment from the Capital Improvement Fund. The useful life for the combined authorizations is 13.44 years. Ordinance will cover our needs for 2022. Debt will likely be financed next year in 2023, payable in 2024. And this is a breakdown. Capital equipment, $108,000. Indoor facility improvements, $2,175,000. Information technology, capital, $799,500. Outdoor facility improvements, $4.275. Capital vehicle acquisition, $1,415,000. Streets, sidewalks, and sewer improvements, $1,675,000, for a total of the $10,488,104. I'm not going to read this. This is exactly what's in the ordinance for the different categories, and it basically outlines the items themselves that I just spoke to you about before. This is a list by the same categories of the actual items. And I had sent you a spreadsheet of this again, so I'm not going to read all these, but this will be available online for anyone that wants to see. But basically, it's the amount, the individual items and the amounts. Road program listing. Again, this is the same exact detail that we provided to you earlier. Let's see.
You gotta go a little slower.
Wait a minute.
People watching on
Can I go
TV.
backwards? It's not letting me go backwards.
Some people are just gonna watch us on TV, they don't have access to the internet. Yeah, may not be able to have access.
Can you, it's
You
not.
should have complete control.
Just
You
trying.
should be able to scroll back to slides.
Can you,
Which slide do you want to go back to?
I'll tell you when to stop. Okay, that's good. That's good. Again, these are all the things that are listed in the ordinance, or the sheets that we provided. This is a little more detail of, you know, the big part here obviously is public spaces that's in these ordinances. These are 5 of the projects that is, and the justifications for them and what is planned to do with them, with the pool lighting, the Club Boulevard, Minish Park, the Kitty Park, Colgate Futsal Park. Same thing, Degnan, the pickleball court. There's an explanation of the Degnan Park Rolling Green Hills tennis courts, and Degnan Park Pathway, and Rock Spring Golf Club traps. So one of the things that council had asked was, what have we done with previous year's capital? So this is a similar listing this was $2.7 million of interior facility improvements. Some of the specifics of it, underway the design of the fire station number 3 is in process, and anticipating construction in the spring of '23. We have completed the paving for firehouse number 3, and there is work that is in progress, actually getting quotes for interior renovations at 3 and 4. Rock Spring Golf Club. This is interior. There's ventilation, HVAC, and we've identified, this is just in there, that there is more work that needs to be done for future plans. We're certainly going to have to deal with the roof at Rock Spring. We think that's going to cost close to $750,000. Information technology, again, this is the same list from the ordinance. Radio system and the fire department, the fire department PC deployment, and the radio system project for the police department. They're in progress. The radio system is about close to being done. Secure key control for the fire department and a security upgrade is in process. We are looking at expanded video surveillance cameras, and that's in the procurement process. Just to give you some upgrade of mobile video antennas and mobile video recorders. We're in the second phase of the radio system project and the fire department's PC deployment. And these are just a few pictures of examples of the types of things that we've invested in. Outdoor, $2 million in outdoor improvements. Again, this was between Rock Spring and the replacement of the services at Liberty and Bolin. The O'Connor, we had planned on the O'Connor handball court, but you'll see that this is a listing of and details of that. The lead detection systems. Replacement of the pool plaster. Again, you authorize that design tonight, and that should start in the fall. Cart paths in process. We're trying to get a federal grant on the handball courts. And as mentioned before, the shade tree, DPW is working on the plan with a deployment to get the more shade trees out. Vehicles, you recall last year we went with the enterprise system when we've ordered 26 vehicles, and because of supply chain issues, we've actually only received and put one of them into play. Now there's maybe about half of them actually have been delivered, but because the equipment's not available for them, they can't be put on the road. This is an area where the supply chain has really, it is focused, and you can see what the impact of not being able to get various small bits and pieces of a vehicle means to actually getting them on the road. Last year, $685,000 in capital equipment. In general, loader, backhoes, same thing. We're having issues getting them delivered, even getting them ordered, getting the places that will actually accept the orders. Some of the things that we've worked on, we've got the Knox-Box key safes, that's pending production, installation delays. Extrication equipment, same thing. The PPE, they're doing an evaluation because the originals they couldn't find, so now they're looking at testing out others. Same issues with the stage equipment at SOPAC. Microphone batteries. The storage shed we're working on, as well as security cameras and ground perimeter lighting. That's in process. We talked about a little bit. These are generators for our pump stations. There was a comment earlier about having over the years problems with having to do temporary repairs at our pump stations. Well, most of that was temporary generators, primary and secondary generators to make sure that we keep the pump stations running. These have now been delivered. They're not all in service yet, but they're here. They're actually here. So now it's a matter of just getting them installed, and that's a big improvement for our pump stations. Roadway improvements. Again, these are all different roadways that have already been improved, or were approved out of last year's funding. And description of the areas. And numerous of the electronic signage, lighted signage to make sure that we increase our visibility and do a better job at vehicles and traffic control. So we come down to the capital analysis. If you look at our net debt in 2011, it was 59 million. And now in 2022, it's 160 million. So it's a difference of 101. Our debt ratio in 2011 was 1%. Our debt ratio now is 2.44%. So it's up 1.44%. As a percentage of our budget, it was 6.8%. Now it's 8.45, up slightly, 1.65%. Sure. Oh, you got to go back. It's not letting me go back. It's not letting me go back.
Which one?
One more. Okay, good. So going back to the debt ratio, you're allowed 3.5. And your debt service as a percentage of your budget, usually 10% or under is pretty much the standard, so we're within those norms. This is a breakdown of these three ordinances. And some debt offset that's going to come from it. For instance, you have 9,950,000, and so you're going to borrow. I'm sorry, I apologize. I apologize, I'm just trying to. Our actual, let me come back to that. This is a 10-year capital analysis. If you look at, this is over that last 10-year period, we've done $9.6 million with joint meeting sewer, of which we anticipate getting $8.4 million of that back. We've done $4.8 million with Llewellyn Park sewer improvements, which we anticipate getting $4.2 million of that back. The new library, which was $7 million that we financed, $3.3 million we're getting as a grant. We've spent $23.7 million on open space acquisition development, whether it be Rock Spring or Crestmont, et cetera. We anticipated getting Green Acres money of $7 million back for that. And we're getting $600,000 in revenues that we weren't necessarily anticipating getting when we actually acquired the station. Downtown revenues, the downtown redevelopment that we're working on now, $20 million. We expect in some way or fashion to get that $20 million back, and we're going to get an additional $200,000 a year in redevelopment revenues. Edison, $2 million. Yes. Did I say 200,000? Oh, I'm sorry, $2 million. I'm getting late. It's late. That's why I'm lost on that other screen. Edison redevelopment, we invested $6.3 million. We're going to get $3.2 million of that back, and we're getting $1.2 million in pilot there. Valley redevelopment, we invested $500,000, and we're getting $353,000 a year in pilot funds. And we've invested in our school facilities of $1.2 million, and our commuter investments, which is our buses, another $1.4 million. So we've invested about $75 million. You know, and when you start looking, we're at a $100 million difference. Well, $75 million of that we've invested. We're going to get $46 million of that back, and we're generating over $4 million of annual income through this. So these are the investments that we've made using our capital that are return something to the township, and return in no small way in terms of financially and in terms of quality of life. And you know, this we think this is well spent, money well spent. Questions?
I have one.
Or you can go to into the ordinances.
Well, I have to ask a question so I could vote on the ordinance. So on the ordinance for O'Connor Park, can any of that, obviously you have it allocated out for what the project you want to do for that park. At some point, are you able to, if you don't fully do that project, can you use that on another park that may be on the list of?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that all of the lion's share of everything we've seen here tonight doesn't happen before it comes back to the council. So whatever improvements that are going to, the administration is going to propose has to come back to the council. And the council says, no, we don't want to, I'm going to use your example, perhaps, you know, we don't think it's time to do the lighting, right? So that's $1 million that you're maybe not going to spend. That $1 million could be reappropriated somewhere else.
Okay.
You know, that's up, it's all that is still totally up to the council. You said it earlier, this step is about allocating the funds so that it is available to be used.
But you can't use any of that money on 10 Roney because it's not a park.
No.
But you can use.
Not without other action. So that money let's say there was an extra $1 million. That money, we could do by ordinance. It only takes, it would take 3 votes, because you're not creating new debt. So you could reallocate that to another use. So that's something the council could do, if they wanted to.
Because you know how I feel about 10 Roney. We're going to have a few surprises there, renovating an old building. And one of them we know about. I mean, I'm going to advocate, I know you're working on numbers, and it's expensive, but
I'm actually working on doing an entire analysis of the entire building.
Thank you. Because, we already knew the HVAC needed to be replaced, and, we really should replace those windows now and not wait a few years. So I just wanted to see how we can move the money around. Obviously, we don't have that budgeted, so it would have to come from one of those bonds in some way. All right, so that answers that question. Thank you.
Are we concentrating on that ordinance right now? Do we want to concentrate on 2690 on O'Connor Park?
My
They're
comment was
not
on
in order.
2690.
Was that related to that, Councilman? Yes?
Yeah, mine was on 26, no, mine is not on 2690, sorry. Mine's in 89.
10 million.
Do we want to go in order, or do we want?
Why don't we
It's up
pass
to
the first one? I think that's a no-brainer. We're going to get 90%.
I would pass the joint meeting first.
Yeah.
Which is actually the last one, because we know we're getting a 90% reimbursement on that from FEMA.
Yeah, I did them in order of
You went
interest.
backwards. Yeah.
Not in the numeric order, so.
I think it,
Do we need a motion
No.
to take the resolutions out of order?
not at all. You can
No,
just
I don't
do,
think
yeah.
Or the ordinances out of order?
All right, we're going to start with 269122. That was the bond ordinance for Phase 3 of local units, allocable share of flood mitigation facilities project joint meeting, Essex and Union counties. This is appropriating $4,865,000 in bonds to cover the cost.
Is there a motion to
Thank you.
introduce on
So
second and
moved.
final reading?
Second.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes.
No public comment.
All right, so,
Public hearing.
I'm sorry, public comment, any comments on the joint meeting bond ordinance?
2691-22.
Okay. Seeing none?
And excuse me, Mr. Gross, FEMA, does that, like, how many
That's
years?
done deal.
Huh?
Oh.
With that bond, like, how many years would they pay us back? Would that be all one?
We actually won't finance this. There'll be a resolution on the next meeting that will allow them, the joint meeting, to do the financing on our behalf. So, for the short-term money to do the initial work. But, so the FEMA money, they tell us, before it goes long, the FEMA will come in and take it out. So you'll never see bonds on this.
Okay. All right, so I move to pass it.
Okay.
Okay, Madam
Second.
Clerk? Mhm.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll go back to 268922. This was providing various 2022 capital improvements, appropriating $10,448. $10,448,104. Issuance of $9,950,572,000 in bonds for the cost of the capital improvements. That's
I'll move
we
that.
just heard.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
No.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. Any comments on this bond ordinance 2689?
Yes, to open.
Which one is this?
2689.
He's going first.
Sorry?
The Barrett.
Good morning. Joe Krakowiak, Grandview Avenue. I have to say that I was supremely disappointed in that presentation. Not only was it a panoply of different typefaces, different type sizes, bold, italics, and a good deal of it was not readable I think, for anybody who was sitting in the audience. The whole purpose of having this presentation, in my mind, was to inform you and us about where these dollars are going. And that presentation, when you mix it up with the speed that it went through and the fact that Mr. Gross wasn't talking into his microphone, made it virtually worthless. And I simply can't understand how you guys can decide to spend $15 million, to borrow $15 million and then spend it based upon that presentation. It just is shocking to me. And I hope you don't. I hope you table it instead. I was anticipating slides that said, here's the area, here's the specific project, here's how much the specific project is going to cost. Because how else can you make a decision about what you think is right for the community? I mean, all of this stuff is really nice to have. But do we need it all? And one of the ways we decide on that is to see what the dollar amount is associated with that.
Yep.
I don't want to criticize anymore because I can tell that a lot of work went into that. But in terms of the utility, for me, and I'd be surprised if it was the same low level of utility for you, to try to figure out which of this matters and which of this we should do. Let me just explain something to you, please. And if you already know this, I'm sorry, but it doesn't appear that you do. Whenever you authorize, whenever you vote for debt, the rating agencies consider it to be debt that's issued, even though it's not issued yet. So even if you borrow $15 million with the intention of only spending $7.5 million of that, the rating agencies don't care. Once you guys vote on it a second time, the rating agencies say, consider it to be issued, even though it isn't. And how that impacts us is if we get to be too high in our debt levels, it's going to hurt our credit rating, and that's going to cost us even more in interest. So I think it's really important that we get the numbers right the first time. And that's why I talk about the numbers a lot, because all of this is not in context unless you look at the other side of the ledger, which is how much all of this is costing. I think I saw where Mr. Gross was projecting that we were going to have either $160 or $166 million in debt this year. He also said that, he mentioned that the state limits your borrowing to 3.5% of your tax base. And we've gone up not 1.44% over this time period, but almost 150% of that ratio, of our debt ratio. That is just tremendous borrowing. And I'd be shocked if the rating agencies weren't concerned about this borrowing, because we are borrowing like, I won't say drunken sailors, because that would not be respectful, but we seem to not think that we have any limits on our borrowing. That's why I keep mentioning, just in the last 3 years, we've increased our borrowing 77.6%. And the question is not whether this stuff is good to buy, because it probably all is, but there are limits to what this budget can cash flow, I think. And I think one of the things we need to be figuring out is how we're going to pay all of this back. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? Mr. Charles?
Good morning, Ron Charles, Colonial Woods Drive. It is incredibly hard to see the slides back there, and with the AC system kicking on every few minutes, it's even harder to hear, so maybe that's something, but that's not what my comment is about. My comment is about O'Connor Park, and I happen to live around the corner. About 15 years ago, maybe 17 years in that time frame, the township, in partnership with Nickelodeon, had a family fun day there, and they cleaned out the park, and they built this ecosystem park, which they built a marsh area for plants. They built a little pond. They put some fish there, some turtles. So I'm hoping that that's going to remain in the capital improvements, and that it is part of the current field right now, one of the fields. I'm hoping that that's not going to be taken away. So that's just my question, to make sure that remains there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Claire Silvestri, 20 Grandview Avenue. I'm going to try to be brief since looking at the hour, but I just want to say how disappointed I am after I came to the council meeting last time and requested that we would have this information ahead of time. I have to agree with the previous speaker about the fact that this presentation was almost impossible to comprehend, in terms of information, assimilation, and making informed decisions was impossible. We couldn't read it, we couldn't hear it. I'm just so thankful that I found this on this spreadsheet on the finance department's page, so that I was able to look at line by line what exactly is proposed in this $10.4 million. And I just am very disappointed that we were not given, why weren't we given this PowerPoint on the website so we could look at it and actually digest it? And again, I want to ask, I didn't see it at all. It probably was in, tiny type, but I look at this document and I see something called Degnan, it's under Recreation Department, Outdoor Facility, Degnan/Rolling Green, that was proposed $1.5 million and accepted as $1.5 million. What in the world is that? I mean, there's so many things on this spreadsheet that we have no information, and I don't think I know I didn't get anything out of that presentation. And so I just also want to point out that one of the things that was mentioned in the budget presentation is that capital budget is not part of the 2% cap. And I asked this question at the last council meeting, received no answer tonight either, as to what our capital budget has been in the last 5 years. So I did my research and went back and found, and just for those council members who haven't been around for the last 5 to 7 years, 2021, $15.2 million. 2020, $13.4 million. 2019, $8.2 million. 2018, $9.6 million. 2017, $8.9 million. 2016, $7.3, 2015, $6.2 million. We have increased our capital budget by almost 100% over the last less than a decade. You know, we have to, Mr. Gross says, oh, there's no place to save on our budget. Well, debt is one place where we can save. If we don't spend so much, we don't have to pay as much debt service. I think at this point in our municipality, what's going on in the economy nationwide and in our town, that you council people need to be looking at what is most vital, and there's certainly things in this capital budget that are needed to be spent on, but there's plenty of things that can be put off for a year or 2 or 5. And I really would ask you council members to recognize what's going on. As Councilwoman Williams said, there are lots of people in this township who are on fixed incomes where $10 a month does make a difference when they're paying that much more in gas and food and whatever. So please, please, I urge you, at 12:50 a.m. to be prudent and think about the needs of your residents and vote this down. Thank you.
Any other comments? Comments from colleagues? Yes, Councilwoman Matupra.
So, thank you for that passionate discussion. I want to say on behalf of you people, my council colleagues, it's not a matter of neglecting or not understanding the world that we live in, because we do, which is why we do what we do here at 1 in the morning. I too am frustrated and disappointed that it is almost 1 in the morning and we're here. So I'll stop talking and just ask my council colleagues to consider, if we're not going to table this and we're going to go through this and vote on this, I just have a couple of requests that we consider removing. And I know that takes a majority of a vote if we are to reduce the capital improvement budget.
So, right, so this was a
As a
conversation.
matter of process, it is, you have to vote up or down.
Okay.
On
You just
the-
made that easy.
you have to vote up or down on the ordinance. Now, that doesn't, if the ordinance doesn't pass, then obviously you can just say, what would you like to put in an ordinance, and then the council
Okay.
can determine where to go from there.
Okay.
So I didn't know if that was a question for you or for legal, to see if we could dissect this and decide what does seem to be a priority. Many of these issues do seem to be a priority. But you're saying that we can't do that, that we have to vote yes or no, and
You have to vote up or
add.
down. And then you would, if it gets voted down, you have to start over. So there have to be, you'd have to determine what you wanted to do. It would have to be advertised, introduced, advertised, and then have another hearing, in 2 weeks or whatever the period of time is afterwards. So.
I have a recommendation.
Councilwoman Castellino.
So being the lateness of the hour and all our brains, I know mine's, doesn't want to work shortly. But, we have two separate ordinances here. So we have we have the one for 10 million.
That's what we're voting on now. Right.
No, I know. And then we have one for foreign change for parks. To dissect and figure out what projects you're going to do with the 10 million that could take weeks to get done. I don't agree, again, I said this from the beginning, I don't agree with all those projects that are listed there. And we could, administration could reevaluate that. But as far as the dollar amount, and, Mrs. Krakowiak just stated what we passed 15 million last year, 14 the year before. We've been making great improvements to our park system. We've been making great road repairs, catching up. We've been playing catch up because we were taking advantage of historically low interest rates. This council, well, not this council, but years prior, had 0 increases for years, and a lot of projects didn't get done, and we've been playing catch up in the past few years. So I would highly recommend we pass the $10 million bond, and then we could figure that out. Like I said, we took title to 10 Rooney, and there's going to be unexpected expenses there. As far as the other one for O'Connor Park, I think that's a great project. I know a lot of people have been advocating for that. We've been getting emails. And just to Mr. Kukoviac's point, you know, yes, this presentation, and I apologize, you know, I wanted to do this at Liberty Middle School. I must have said it a dozen times this past year. Big screen, bigger facility, more people can maybe come. But at the end of the day, and you know better, this isn't our first time seeing this information as far as the council's concerned. We've been working on this for months. We've been on the phone with all our directors. We've been talking to Mr. Gross and whoever we need to speak with. So we've been doing our due diligence to give the public the impression that this is the first time we're seeing these numbers or looking. It was on first reading a couple weeks ago. So, you know, we've had this information, and granted, I wish the public could have it ahead of time. It was on first reading, so people could have called and asked questions, and they didn't. So with all that being said, I mean, I would highly support I would pass the 10 million one, and then as far as the other one is a good project. If the support's there, I mean, we could substitute that out. If we do pass that one, do you move the money right away, or what do you do with the bond, Mr. Gross, on the 4.5?
We won't borrow till we need it. I mean, that's,
Okay.
yeah. So I said in there, usually it's the next year.
And then if we don't pass it tonight, and, what do you got, fly? Yeah. If we don't pass it tonight, how does that affect the deposit and the deposit that's in the budget that we just passed? Do we have to reallocate that, or how does that work with?
Well, no, that money's already allocated. I mean, it would stay there. And then question, if you didn't spend it this year, you know, then perhaps next year you would not necessarily have to budget it for next year. If, you know, or, you know, depending on whether you're going to do catch up, you might end up spending it all next year. You know, that really depends on how you. My sense is that there is at least, you know, if you don't adopt tonight the ordinance, I suspect there's going to be some discussion about, you know, an alternate version of the ordinance. You know, keep in mind it takes 4 votes to pass a bond ordinance. So if you don't get 4 votes tonight, and like I said, it sounds to me like if that were to occur, there's going to be some discussions about alternatives.
And I also had a talk with the, early in the evening, I mentioned I had a board liaison meeting with the superintendent and our colleagues over there, and had mentioned the emails we were getting in regards to the condition of the fields this spring. And they, you know, Bob Ziggy, who was longtime director there, Mr. Charles had worked with them, with myself on the school board. You know, there's new director, you know, just getting, you know, the finding his way with the staff. So there was a lot of fields that weren't ready, that should have been, and they are going to be working with Mr. Keough on that in regards to all those issues that we heard in the emails. So I just wanted to give you that bit of information. Thank you.
Councilman Rutherford.
Thank you, Council President. Mr. Gross, what is our debt rating?
AA.
Double A?
AA.
That's pretty good, right?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay.
Double A.
Yeah.
And paying down debt early, how would that affect the debt rating?
I'm sorry, say that again.
If we were to pay down some of the debt early, how would that affect the debt rating?
I'm not saying that your level of debt doesn't impact your bond rating. Your amount of development of surplus is also very, very important, and probably more liquid in terms of having an impact on your rating.
But if we were to, say, borrow $20 million to do a project in town, and within, and that would be, you know, over some longer period of time. We're not going to borrow that for a year, right? We're going to borrow that over some lengthy period of time, depending on the project. And we were fortunate enough to repay that $20 million in, say, less than 2 years. That would be a positive for us, or would it not be?
Well, it's positive on many levels. You know, it's certainly not a negative in any way.
Right.
It is not necessarily a driver, though. I mean, you know, of a major shift. You know, if you were on the on the cusp of something that might throw that little extra into
Right,
it.
so the point I'm making is there's a plan, at least according to the numbers that you put up on tonight. I mean, with regard to the joint meeting issue, we know, we're not even going to bond for that. But if we were, we would be repaying that in, you know, very short order. Same thing with some of these other projects, especially downtown and stuff that's available for, or appropriate to apply for Green Acres money. So I think, and look, I have been critical of the administration. I've been critical of you. I'm sure I will be in the future. I think in this particular regard, given where we are right now, you've done a pretty good job with regard to that debt presentation. Now, I'm not talking about the font size and all of that, and I certainly do understand that, and that is certainly the purpose of having the presentation. I encourage you to get that on the internet as soon as possible so that folks can review it. But with regard to this $10 million, I voted no to even introduce it, so I think you know where I stand. And that's not because I don't think the projects are valuable, but I do think we need to prioritize them. I think given where we are in the economic cycle, we're going to have to make some very hard choices. Some folks aren't going to be happy because we're not going to be able to do certain things in certain, you know, spaces or parts of town. And so I would encourage us to vote it down and then take another look at it and prioritize and see what has to be done now. But again, that's a difficult conversation as well because we are facing rising prices for everything. And so what we decide not to do today, if we think we're going to do it in a year or two, we may not be able to do it then, and if we do, we're going to have to pay more. So these are hard decisions, but I do think it is worth it, and I would encourage us to vote this down and go back and figure out a better way forward with regard to 2689. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilwoman, comment? I don't want to look
I concur with my council colleague. I think we need to prioritize some of the items that are identified, and I do agree we vote this down and go back line by line and figure out what's a priority to our community. That's why we're elected, and I think that's what we should do.
So, thank you. I feel like that's how I started this meeting, or this session, asking if we could dissect this, and we were just told no. Thank you, Joe and Claire, for your perspective. I wholeheartedly disagree. You know, to be so critical of the presentation will be available for people to see. I didn't need a presentation really because everything is really already spelled out in this ordinance. I think there are really important things in here that need to be looked at. To answer Claire's question, Rolling Green Hills is at the intersection of Gregory Avenue and Mount Pleasant Avenue, tennis courts that are well used and very dilapidated, and they need work. To Ron Charles, I still have my Big Help t-shirt. And it's about, you're talking about a rain garden. There are issues in here and in our other ordinance about drainage issues and how games can't even be played. And we were inundated with support from coaches and parents that this needs to be looked at so that they don't show up on a field and because the games are canceled because of drainage issues. I'm looking at e-ticketing here. We are recognizing a savings in time and paper for the police department. I know we got credit for that on our Sustainable Jersey certificate. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. But I did ask if we could dissect this at the beginning of the meeting, and I believe that that is necessary to do. I'm going to vote no, and that it comes back to us with the priorities. I will share with you what the priorities are. I think people do want to see their streets improved. Drainage issues, we always mention. We just had that man advocating for his friend about sewerage, pump stations. We just approved Resolution 188, doing the land survey on the pool. That's in here, so we already approved that much, and we need to look at that.
I think the mayor feels very, very strongly that what he's put before you tonight is the list of priorities. If the council turns it down and wants to pick and choose from that, that's, up to the council. But I think that this is the mayor's recommendation, and I don't see that changing.
Council President.
Councilwoman Mitchell Brown.
Thank you. I do want to say, I'm sitting here very frustrated because it's 1 o'clock in the morning, and the fact that we even had this late, I know a lot of things came on the agenda, people were talking. However, this can't continue to happen. Everybody here is sleep wasted already. I'm looking at glazed over eyes. I don't know why it was scheduled with such a heavy agenda. It's just really not fair. And yes, we did have the information in advance, but again, we have asked for the presentation so that we know what was spent, like what dollar amount was spent when we approved the last capital improvement budget, and I didn't see that through all of it. I'm sitting right here, so I know you all didn't see it. I am not supportive of this or the next ordinance, so if we have no more discussion and just call the question, I'd really appreciate it.
Is there, excuse me, is there a motion to approve 2689-22?
So move.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
No.
Councilman Rutherford?
No.
Councilwoman Williams?
No.
Council President McCartney?
No.
Okay. 2690-22, bond ordinance providing for capital improvements and equipment acquisitions for various parks in the Township of West Orange, appropriating $4,500,000, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $4,285,714 bonds or notes of the township to finance part of the cost thereof. Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
So move.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
To move it, right? Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
No.
Councilman Rutherford?
No.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. And in this case, I'm going to go back to the outpouring of support that we did receive, the fact that, we were told that the baseball games, there's only one season, but there are 3 seasons of travel baseball, travel softball, and soccer. Benefits our community. Refurbishing the field, improving the drainage, lighting. I think correcting drainage is just at most important to be able to use this facility for our residents.
I think you have a public comment.
Public comment.
It's not going to.
Seeing none. Madam Clerk.
Oh.
Any other comments?
Council President, for the same reasons as 2689, I think we should vote it down and prioritize all of them. I mean, there's significant money for parks in 2689. We've got all of this in 2690 for parks. I think we should look at the entire package and then be prepared to vote at a future date.
And that was a question I had for the administration. Why are we looking at 2 separate ordinances, and why wasn't this built into this?
I'm sorry?
I said that was a question I had previously about why isn't this built into this ordinance and why are we looking at two separate things?
Why is it in a separate ordinance?
Yes.
Because we're funding that ordinance, the down payment with the open space.
The open space funds, right? Mhm.
Oh, excuse me, so that, I'm sorry, just from last meeting, that's where the down payment, so we don't approve this tonight, and you reintroduce it, would the down payment come from the general fund
No,
budget?
there
Or
won't-
no? Or
won't-
you could reintroduce it?
Well, oh, can it now? Yeah, I mean, yes, because you didn't adopt the other ordinance, that money is now free, could be used here, sure. That's just a choice. you
But it
can
doesn't
make.
have to. It
No,
can still come from
no.
open space.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
you have money to, that's a direction you can decide.
Right, because the money in open space is already
Right.
there.
Yeah, that, depending on how much, money in open space is already there, and that, certainly that ordinance qualifies for the open space, so you can
Right.
continue to use that. If for some reason you didn't want to use that, and you wanted to use the part of the 500,000 that you've okayed in the budget, you could do that too, depending on what else you're going to, if you're picking and choosing from the other ordinance, how much that
Right.
is, it's just a money,
I get
it's
it.
a money game.
Okay.
So to answer that question, then this down payment,
Yeah.
okay, if the other ordinance is introduced, can be used to pay down that.
This down payment in 2690, the down payment comes from open space, and that
Right.
the open space money could not be applied to 2689. It could be applied to 2690, it doesn't have to, but it cannot be applied to 2689. So we cannot combine the two capital budgets.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Is there a motion to approve 2690-22?
So moved.
Is there a second? No second? Motion fails. Okay. 2687-22, calendar year 2022 ordinance to exceed the municipal budget appropriation limits and to establish a cap bank. Is there a motion to introduce
So
on
moved.
second? Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes.
Okay.
Any comments or questions? Seeing none?
Okay. Is there
comments?
a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes.
Okay. Ordinances on first reading, 2692-22, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 7 Traffic, subsection 7-29.1, speed limits, to establish a speed limit of 25 miles per hour on Mount Pleasant Avenue from Prospect Avenue to Jones Place, a county road, subject to the consent of the Essex County Commissioners.
So
Is there-
moved.
Second. Oh, sorry.
Is there a
If we
second?
introduce.
I know.
Somebody has
sorry.
to second it.
Second.
Thank you.
I just did.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes, introduce, yes.
Yes. Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
No.
Council President McCartney?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
I just wanted to share, yes, that this is, Essex County did share, when I heard this at the Pedestrian Safety Commission meeting, I reached out to the engineers, Essex County. They shared the crashes, the collision courses, crashes, and sent me a diagram, the history, and I just thought this was absolutely urgent to look at the speed limits on that area. We do want to extend down to Gregory Avenue, but this is just around the curve on Mount Pleasant, and that's where the statistics and this stat tracker was placed at that time.
And where all the accidents are.
And where all the accidents are, and I can share this with you if you'd like, on
Yeah.
first reading.
I just
Councilwoman
wanted-
Williams.
Yeah, I just wanted to indicate that I do agree that this needs a just more intensive extension. except past Jones Avenue. And I think when we're making these types of changes, we need to do them all at once instead of separating them, looking at one area, looking at another area.
So that question was raised. Thank you, Councilwoman. That question was raised. It does not support extending past Jones. So the speed limit will be there, but the statistics aren't there to support going further. There will be another study hopefully done on the corner that I just mentioned, the intersection at Gregory and Mount Pleasant, and there will be more work done there.
Yeah, and if we limit it that far down, I think the concern is that that will add to the traffic. It is still a main thoroughfare. I think it's something like 3,000 or 4,000 cars a day. So, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, pending matters, new matters, council discussion.
Can we table the rest of the meeting until the next meeting? It's 1 o'clock.
We have to do the ABC because they had their extension, so we have to pass
Oh,
it.
I
Can we
forgot
have
about the
another
ABC.
Zoom meeting?
I'm sorry?
Can we reschedule?
It will take
Yeah,
literally a
that one's
minute.
This is not a hearing. This is
I
a
need a
resolution.
motion to enter into ABC.
So moved.
Second.
So we're going to adjourn as the council. Thank you, Matt. Good night,
Good night,
all.
West Orange.
Thank you.
Night West Orange, that you're probably.
You're